butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on 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 me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, it'll be our day again. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. They're ticking away.
Alright, let's get it. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up the score, turn it 2 to 4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Sorta with the ace and my team went gold.
Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. Not a second to waste. They're ticking away. They're ticking
been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, gotta loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights singing like a ghost town. Got the butterflies hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so starry-eyed boys. Got the vandal highs, going to the phantom well. Who's there? Know this.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. I prove inside. No footsteps. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang, bang, run it back. Team with the versatile, ta-ta-ta-ta all day. Enough with the chit-chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait.
Oh, eres la omega con la oh no. Sabes que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete, vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, ¿cómo piensa que no? Traigo la peña, las de Shero Celo. Llama al chatarrero que se va a hacer rico. De lo que dejaré de ti por el suelo.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. We're from different worlds. Mirror, mirror eyes. Can you feel the burn? Watch me ignite it. Watch me ignite.
Yeah. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a K-Watch. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. Pull up to the spot with the squad, let the bass drop. Laser on the up, brought the truck, this a K-Watch. Shimmy, shimmy, y'all, hit 'em talk, let 'em take shots. 007 on the block, keep the aim cocked. What? Check my pedigree, I got legacy in my pop. You playing hopscotch, I'm at top notch on the block. Shimmy slide like me, no. Spice it up with the sauce. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, bah, bah. Yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah, 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 yeah, my Lord said don't do it, I said bah. Call ya up like what you doing? Ride around with the squad, no losing. Link you up with the Reaper, keep it moving. Yeah, they can't do it how we do it.
a hoop chain. Wish all you want like you blue cakes, but I'm on the road like I move skates. Settle to the top like it's due date, and I'm never gonna stop like LeBron James. Big dreams, yeah, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard. Wearing them out like a bootlace, rise to the top like a souffle. I bring the heat like Dwayne Wade, dishing them out like a food tray. Big bars like I move weights, and I'm serving them up like a food plate. Yeah, big dreams, live large. We go hard to play hard. Dream big, live large. I work hard to play hard. I'm coming for the top and I ain't never gonna stop. Oh no. Dream big, live large. Work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard, work hard, play hard, go hard, play hard.
And North, South, East, and West coming together to find out who are the best all around Europe to get themselves those slots to go into the Champions League of Valorant. It is another day over here in Challengers. It is another day in Stage 3 of Challengers EMEA, and thankfully, I don't have to do this all on my own. My name is Sesh. I got an even greater, lovely, curly-haired, always smiling guy right on my side. How are you doing, Mitch?
How are you doing, Zesh? You know what? I guess it's my goal by the end of the day to make you wish you were doing this on your own. But I'm looking forward to a bit of fun Valorant and having some fun with you here on the desk.
Ah, don't worry. The rain is doing all that job already. Now, with that being said, I would say, you know, we have ourselves here day 2 on our hands, which means there was a day 1, and that day 1 had already slight surprises, slight things where we thought, this is a bit unusual. That result we didn't really see coming. And when we take a look at those highlights from yesterday, we're realizing that there were teams who were performing much over our expectations. There were teams much more dominant than we expected. And starting with that Frankfurt versus Team Liquid Academy, that one was faster than many thought.
Yeah, especially on map 1. I mean, Team Liquid Academy been looking good. I'm a big fan of Cupert, so it's good to see him succeed. But a 13-1 on Sunset. I mean, for Eintracht Frankfurt, I was hoping that it would be at least a little more competitive. And map 2 certainly was, but it's hard to get over a dominant performance like that. And for Team Liquid Academy coming second out of their region, this is a really good sign to get started strong early on like this.
Nah, fully agree. And you know, when we're taking a look at it for Frankfurt, this was like key. Team Liquid Academy being an academy team, Ascension is not a thing for them. But Frankfurt are in a group where it is even more important to pick up all the victories. They're now 0-1 down. Their chances of making that miracle run are pretty much slim near zero. So this was an absolutely key play for them. And when we take a look through this game, Mitch, this one right here, the ones that are absolutely strong throughout more than a year so far, it is BBL Pacific that struggled against Mandatory and took the L.
Yeah, and I think that for them, it's the adjustment to the international scene. Like, they're used to playing against teams that are over-peaking, and when you come to over-peaking, maybe not even the cleanest of definitions. I'm talking about teams that are relying on individuals taking fights, and maybe it's not overpeaking if you're winning a lot of those fights. But now they come into this and they're playing much more disciplined Valorant. They're playing up against it. And Mandatory, well, I mean, that Odin on mid from Enzo, ooh la la, it was beautiful. And a lot of people talk about it as an upset. Mandatory second coming out of France. Job Life made a pretty strong showing of them. But, you know, they came in here, they showed us a good Lotus, and they showed us Kellogg's on fire, which is what's been missing from Mandatory so far. Like, looking at the regular season, I feel like he was in a lull.
And one thing I just want to talk about right here, what's super interesting, both meta teams came out yesterday with a W. Both Twisted Minds and the Ultimates actually succeeded in their group, and they have so far not been in any of our challengers competition, and everyone was like, yeah, the MENA region, you know, they never play against any European teams. They succeeded in this, and this is a bit of a surprise. I'm very curious to see what the upcoming days have for us, but you know, when we obviously take a look at the groups, this is where it decides. Only the first placed team moves on, Mitch, and we have clear favorites. We have some that are basically out of contention. What's the biggest surprise for you from all of this?
I mean, the biggest surprise overall is just looking at Group A. I mean, that group is so stacked with just how it ended up, right? Enterprise and BBL Pacific, you've got victors there alongside Mandatory, who we've already seen can definitely swing at the best with that matchup against BBL Pacific. So as much as, you know, I'll talk all day about how I'm in love with Enzo and I'll never doubt anything he does, I looked at that group and I thought, this is, you know, if he's making it to VCT, someone better be picking him up next year. But actually, they've already got that dub on the board, and I think that surprised most people at home because BBL Pacific, like you said, dominant regionally. They do pretty well on the international, and here they are, or the interregional, and here they are having a little bump in the road early.
Yeah, and we'll get to that all very soon. One thing we didn't touch on, and thank God we didn't see yesterday, Abyss is back, Mitch, and a map that surely I would not label as a fan favorite. Would you say it's one of your top 3 maps?
Absolutely not.
No.
I'm trying to think how many maps are Valorant. Like 10 overall. It's top 10. It's top whatever number it is, because it's I hate the map, and I'm not looking forward to seeing it on our screens again. And I think most teams aren't either, because we saw it in what 3 out of the 4 series yesterday. It was banned outright in the first wave of bans I'm talking about. So you know, that pretty much shows it. In fact, in 3 out of 4 it was the first ban that came through. So yeah, not too surprising that it's not being added in this recently. And I think generally teams not being a huge fan, but we'll see how it evolves. Now we've got lots of new agents in the game. We're still seeing agents like Tejo be used on some maps by very niche teams. Maybe that will, you know, with this added complexity, maybe we can fall in love with the map again.
Great. In one sentence, you mentioned 2 of the worst things of this game, Abyss and Tejo. Not bad, Mitch. Pretty impressed with that. Let's take a look what we got today, as there's obviously a few more games, and 2 of them that you're going to see right here. We're taking care of BBL Pacific versus Enterprise, and later on, Job Life versus Ulf. But also, Eintracht Frankfurt is going to play against Dynasty, as well as Boars versus Mouse, the German teams over there on the other stream. But more importantly, right, this is all a great schedule. This is looking great for today. One thing is standing out here, and this is that first game right there on the top. BBL Pacific versus Enterprise.
Without a doubt. I mean, this has huge implications for the group, this match alone. For BBL Pacific, they come in here with high hopes, and obviously they look at their group and you think, okay, it's pretty stacked, but we got to beat everyone anyways. We want to make the run again. It's fine. But if they lose here today, they're 0-2 in a 3-team group. Now, I don't know how many mathematicians are out there, but it means your chances of making it to the top are not good, as in 0. They now have to rely on that 3-way tie, and for them, that means winning the game here, probably winning it dominantly as well. I mean, it's cruel to have to reset like that from one day to another. We saw the BBL main roster have to do something similar. So I definitely feel for them today. A lot of pressure on their shoulders.
Absolutely agreed. I mean, when we take a look quickly at that mandatory game that they just had yesterday, on map number 1, it looked like one of those 1 or 2 round decisions where it could have been all the great 1-0 start, potentially the 2-0 for the side of BBL Pacific. But the Frenchmen, they had it absolutely under control. Whilst Corrode has been fairly close, it was decided over there on Lotus. And BBL Pacific, they didn't look in their usual form as we know them.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the prep that Mandatory put into Lotus, but Corrode, there was a lot of individual fights being punished, a lot of exploration by BBL on their attack side to try to take top mid and pressure some angles maybe they shouldn't. Kellogg's there, you see popping off, and that was a big factor as well, where we talked about him most of the season, most of the year, as really not performing. Like, he steps down to the tier 2 level, having been at tier 1, and you expect him to dominate, but that wasn't really the case day to day. We're seeing from playoffs of regional into challengers here that he definitely has found a new level and a new depth, which, you know, is unfortunate for BBL Pacific. You also look at the Corrode, 13-11, their map pick. They lost both pistols, went 2-0 down in each half, and it ended up being a desperately close game. So for them, it really is heartbreak that this could be somewhere they at least push to a map 3, and instead they're 2-0 down, 0-1 in a 3-team group, and the next day having to fight for their life.
That's the crazy part, because I thought when we're coming together here, Mitch, it's going to be like, yep, 1-0 in. They can directly decide this group. That's not the case. And I think for many people, it is something that we, after this game, have to once more reiterate. They are basically a team that you could put in the near unbeaten record ever since this core has formed back in 2024. They played 70 VCL games and Challenger games, and they won 57 out of 70, lifting the trophy of Turkey 4 out of 4 times in a region which, Mitch, I think it's fair to label the absolutely most stacked in terms of talent all over Europe.
Yeah, I think so. Certainly in individuals. I mean, you just look at how many of those players, how even players from their team have ended up stepping up to the tier 1 level to franchise. So this is a region that's very hard to be consistent in, because you will see so many strong teams come out of absolutely nowhere, out of the blue, like Jaws. And I think for them, again, having that history behind them, winning the region every single time, you then have a lot of expectations that you are the team that needs to fly that flag for your region. You are the team that needs to push all the way, because if anyone's going to do it, it has to be you. And so far, you know, like we said, starting off with a bump in the road.
And most importantly for me, Mitch, I think we have to talk about one thing here, because in all the imagery and all those pictures, you saw one guy lifting the trophy with the other 4 that isn't present anymore. And they had to find a replacement, had to replace an absolute linchpin, the king of the team, the one that is making not the decisions, but is deciding the game very often. It is Comeback who has left the team. And the gap that had to be filled is by a man named Lovers Rock.
Yeah, so and I believe you told me before we came into this that these stats for Comeback are including his performances in VCT, right? Because he has had his struggles, right? His ceiling has been tested there. It's been pushed down a little bit. When he was playing at this level, he was dominating. This guy looked unstoppable, and I know a lot of people wanted to see him stick around in the tier 2 for at least the rest of this year and get his time to really bloom, then move to any tier 1 team that would have him. And you know, his story is something, and we can touch on that later, but really eyes of today are on Lovers Rock, someone that certainly has to fill some big shoes, it's fair to say, and has had its challenges. But I mean, you just look at the series that they played the other day, yesterday, up against Mandatory, and I look, I don't think he's Comeback, but he's close enough, and he's learning. Pushing that ceiling up is what I want to see, and that consistency where the floor isn't so far, because in some games he's getting shut down early.
This is a bit of a problem, right? It matters so much for BBL to find control of the game very early in the rounds. But this brings us to one of those things where it's going to be hard to fill those shoes, but he's capable of doing so. However, I'm a bit of this position, like, you know, was it really that dependent, so top heavy on someone like Comeback? Maybe it's looking like that. We'll see. You know, we're just one game in. we're just one game into this tournament. We still have a good or somewhat of a chance of seeing BBL Pacific coming out of this. But let's take a look at something that is way more important than not only one player, but the entire team and how they approach the game. Because the most interesting part is, you know, BBL Pacific. What is their secret? What are they putting in there to make them so good? Well, it's not the compositions necessarily, Mitch, because they're fairly standard.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that likes to build on the basics, I think, and we've seen this historically where teams would be going in and out of role swaps, of comp swaps, and they, like, when Pearl was in the pool, they played like 16 games in a row with LaRock on a Phoenix. They lost once and finally changed it, but it seems like once they've got a formula figured out, they're willing to run it for as long as they need to until someone's willing to challenge them on that. And so you'll see much less. I think most of the shifts of agent comps we've seen from this squad have come off the back of like Teho being massively in meta, so you have to pivot, and then being massively out of meta, so you have to pivot again, right? I think that accounts for the majority of what we've seen over the year, and I like it, playing down to the basics.
Yeah, Teho banned word of the stream. Just letting you know right here, we're not saying this word.
Someone's going to play it, man. Someone's going to do it.
No one's going to play it, thank God. Most importantly, you know, this is a very interesting story because they're playing against Enterprise Esports, and this is not just any opponent. This is one of the 4 international teams that were capable of beating the likes of BBL Pacific. And when they were meeting last time, it was not the good old standard BBL Pacific domination. No, it ended up in a 3-1 victory for Enterprise.
Yeah, it was indeed Enterprise taking the dub in the end. And I think, you know, okay, look at the roster. We can't act terribly surprised when you've got not 1, but 2 champions winners on your team. Obviously, massively experienced players in the form of Doma, who only played with like a group of guys who went on to be Fnatic. I think they're like an okay team.
Never heard.
So he's got some experience under his belt, however you want to consider that. And then you've got Yash, who is stat leader for the region right now. The guy is unreal. It's not about playoffs form. It's not about challengers form. He is just on form day in, day out. So this is a star-studded roster that I honestly think coming into this engagement, coming into this battle, they might be even in better shape than the last time that these two teams met.
I would fully agree with you. I couldn't even have said it any better. It felt a lot like this was, you know, one of those things where they were just going to statically improve, and right now they found the formula to succeed. It's great to see with Enterprise, and you know, when we take a look at the players, you just perfectly mentioned it. There is a lot of experience right here on this team. I mean, most of them VCT experience. Okay, we already have a VCL champion, double champion in terms of Starky. Yes, the only one who, sort to say, had to prove himself, but I think we don't really need to start that conversation, really. When we need to start a conversation, though, is a man who's definitely making friends all over the entire region. You know, I think when we're talking about someone who is really good at using social media and making sure that everyone loves him, it's Starky, and he's really good at tweeting. He's tweeting the best things. He's tweeting the smartest things. He's the bond. He's like the glue of. That's the wrong one. It's not about a TikTok edit this time, Starky. The other one. That one, exactly. Against all odds, we won versus BBL Pacific, and you could have left it there. GG yappers. So this guy is really making sure that the Polish-Turkish friendship is staying up high as much as possible.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Is he saying GG calling BBL Pacific yappers, or is he coming after like it's the analysts, the casters who say, you know, no, he's going after them. All right, cool. Fire shots across, especially if you've already won the battle. What are they going to do? You know, I respect that. Like I said, I think they're in better form now than they were before, but it's bold. If you're going to go out swinging haymakers, maybe you might get them motivated. And it's dangerous because we mentioned as well, like obviously Lovers Rock, someone they'll have to contend with, like LaRock and Loida over there as well. Those guys are going to be in VCT next year. I've heard so many teams want to poach those dudes. So this is somewhere that, you know, they're heating up as well, BBL Pacific, and they're coming off the back of a loss. So let's hope Starky doesn't regret his words.
It's kind of interesting because even after they won that trophy in stage 2, Zeke in the interview said, you know, they just disrespected us because they didn't change a thing. you know, telling they're great players, don't get me wrong, but they didn't change a thing. They disrespected us. It's going to be very interesting to see if the guys from BBL are taking that one into account. But taking things into account, when we just take a look at the Northeast series that we had for Enterprise Esports, up until the grand final, things looked very shaky. There were a lot of close results, a lot of things where you would have said, this is not looking as good as it should be. But against Team Liquid Academy, they pulled this one off. This was a fast one home.
Yeah. I mean, they obviously played a BO3 against Liquid Academy as well, not that long before, and it was also a close game. So the expectation was like maybe the region is just heating up in competition. They're looking that little bit better across the board. Everyone's catching up. Then Enterprise come in and deliver this masterclass of a BO5. I mean, they are giving their opponents 13 rounds across 3 maps. That is bloody impressive, and especially a team like Team Liquid Academy, who we've already talked about today as being a strong contender, who we've seen come in and decimate Eintracht Frankfurt. And there's no doubt that this is Team Liquid Academy also, you know, maybe not in the best form of their lives, but in bloody good form. So for Enterprise Esports to decimate them like that, it definitely put me in the headspace where I'm like, okay, if they can bring that form here, they're probably top in the group.
It is, and I think, you know, a thing that we need to highlight right here is that this team in forms of Enterprise Esports is, okay, they got some good shooters, we would agree, but would we put them in the heavy hitters, like only heavy hitters category, purely individual? No. So most importantly, one thing that we need to highlight here is the calling, and there we have Starky on the one side, who has picked up this role ever since he joined Enterprise, and Rose on the other side, who most certainly has led this team ever since and is still doing a pretty decent job on that department.
Yeah, so obviously I know Rose very well. Like, I've got to interview him before, I've got to cast a bunch of his games, I've got to be on desk for them. Like, I'm very familiar with him, how he likes to IGL, and also the team, because it doesn't change that much in terms of how they like to play. But Starky for me is a new one. You know, I'm familiar with the entirety of the rest of his team. Yash was kind of new, but geez, he catches your eye real quick. The guy is unbelievable. But I know you were telling me before we started today that, like, this is also a new experience for him, not just as a new player, but in terms of teams he's been on before and the IGL role. Like, he has a lot of room to grow into, I suppose. It's
a very difficult role, especially with how Alex R wants to play Valorant, and in teams before, totally different IGLs with Benny and CGN, super loose, with Illury and Mouse, super strict. It's very interesting to see how he finds his style. Of course, on the visual department, it doesn't look that great, but the decisions, especially against Team Liquid Academy, looked pretty much on point. One thing that I want to mention, Mitch, and you know, we don't want to keep any secrets from our viewers, both teams are looking really good on the qualified department. So there's not like this big worry in terms of, oh no, this 1 point, oh no, there's this likelihood. They're looking pretty good. Any impact on that? Do you think this is going to change anything of our outcome here, or is it because of how emotionally loaded this game is, even making it more spicy?
I think running through seeding, though, is always going to be an important thing for these teams. Like in a tournament that determines whether you go to, like in the future in Ascension, whether you go to the franchise or not, you want to give yourself the best chance you possibly can. And a year of prep has gone into what can now be decided on whether you're getting an easier game. I'm not going to say there's easy games in Ascension, but sometimes there are, or whether you're going to get a tough opponent. And I think getting stacked into this group where you're already getting a taste of what it's like to play the best off rip, you're gonna do anything you can to avoid this possibility in the big tournament, right?
I think it's one of those things where, you know, Alex R also said it after winning the finals there in Northeast. He said, you know, we're gonna go back to the drawing board, adjust everything, because we want to get that perfect Ascension run, which is basically meaning, as you said, best seeding, best opportunities, best possibilities. It's one tournament that decides it all. It's not like I collect points here and there. No, one tournament, and you gotta make it work. You gotta make it work. And this is the crazy part for me. It still is so much on the line. Let's take a look at where we're actually gonna fight. Which battlefield are we choosing? We're taking a look at the map veto between Enterprise Esports and BBL Pacific, as we are obviously out of bind, default ban, and the guys from EP have decided to rule out, let me guess, you guys don't want to play. I would go somewhere along the lines of, no, Ascent cannot be possible. Lotus? Yeah, Lotus makes sense.
Yeah, Lotus Sunset, they've enjoyed taking out of pools. I imagine in terms of picks here, Comfort for BBL, a Haven, a Corrode, they've looked pretty willing to play those, but I think with Enterprise also not minding a Corrode, maybe that's better left to a decider. We get a Haven and an Ascent. There's a Haven. All right, this is a good start. Good. Sometimes you have to veto ahead of time. I don't have it, so I'm on the edge of my seat here. I'm thinking Ascent for Enterprise would make sense. I mean, it's somewhere that they've liked picking in all their last games, and there we go. All right.
Oh, this is very interesting though, Mitch. Okay, this is where we start talking about gambling and mindset and whatever you're trying to approach here. One time, and literally only one time, the guys from BBL Pacific decided to play Ascent. That was against Fireflux, 13-3 victory. Now, obviously, they don't want to play Bind. We have agreed on this. Didn't want to play it in their region. Don't want to play it here. Enterprise Esports is pretty decent at it. And now my question is, how much was this the trap? How much was this the invitation of the guys of BBL Pacific? Play Ascent against us. Try it. Because Abyss, I don't want to see.
Well, I mean, for Enterprise, I'm surprised, if I'm being honest. They have more reps on Corrode. Maybe that's part of the idea behind it. But for them taking this out, I really thought that would be somewhere that they wanted to fight as a deciding map. They beat Team Liquid Academy on it twice, most recently looking even better than before. It feels like they're starting to hit their peak and sort of understanding how that map breathes and how it plays. And I suppose an element of it is, look, our opposition are also good on that map. They also like to play it. They even pick it in some series. So let's bring it to Abyss, and maybe that will catch them off guard. Now, the reality is, if you're leaving Abyss in, it can't be catching you off guard. Either that or you're coming in with a map pool that has 2 to 3 holes in it, and that's not a good idea in general. So I'm going to assume that there's a level of prep there from BBL Pacific.
There is.
But something tells me they might have, if not expected, definitely wanted the Corrode to be where they fought today.
I think Alex R is doing his best again to being a great poker player. This is intended. I will not believe that this is with any kind of no plan behind this. Absolutely intended. This is what makes me pretty interested in this, because okay, the Ascent pick also seems too cheap. No, it appears to me, of course, it's an obvious choice. You're really good on the map. You want to play one of your favorite maps. However, BBL Pacific coming into this with like nothing ready is very unlikely, and so it's a bit of those unknown components that right now Enterprise Esports are going to face on that map number 2. But for me, I'm really curious how we're going to start over here, because that's the interesting part. The Lotus ban already surprised me, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I think the start is obviously going to be important with these two teams. You have BBL Pacific bombing out of previous matchup. They had a close one. They lost both pistols. It was 13-11, and then they end up going 2-0 down. For them, this could be the end of the group stage for them. They could go 0-2 in a stacked up group of death. And I think when it's starting on Haven, you have to look at win conditions. I mentioned earlier LaRock and how on Pearl for a long time he was playing his Phoenix, and it was a lot of fun to watch. But when that changed was when they had a loss. Now, Haven most recently not being a loss for them, no need to change it up, but there's a question I have in this tournament in general, which is whether at this stage, and maybe for these teams they're the wrong ones to use as an example, with the seeding being more the conversation than the qualification, but whether it's worth applying the changes, the things you've been working on behind the scenes now, or whether it's worth waiting for Ascension. And I think in their case, even if they are at the stage where they think what they're doing isn't working, they want to mix it up, there's not going to be that much of a room to maneuver. Like they're better off staying and waiting for Ascension itself.
Yeah, and here we have it. It seems like we're staying to the good, old, reliable compositions on both parties, of course. Enterprise Esports with the slight bit of, let's say, change, or not change, but being a bit different in terms of using double controller and also the form of Killjoy, whilst BBL Pacific roll back the time. It's 2022.
Yeah, I'm actually impressed by how quickly you were able to confirm those the same comps. That took me like another 15 seconds to verify. But yeah, they are just running the same old. As I said, for both of these teams, I don't think there's any need or necessity to try to switch it up, to change it. But I am curious to see the clash, really. As I said, Yash unbelievable. I mean, he's leading stats regionally in almost every important duelist slash fighting based statistic. And then you look over at BBL Pacific and you look at Lover's Rock, and he's not in that same boat regionally, but he's also playing in Turkey, for God's sake. So give the man a break. This is somewhere I think he's going to be really and truly put to the test, as if you give Yash the upper hand in those battles, it's going to be a quick and easy fight.
It most likely will be, but the big question here for me is, Mitch, is there going to be a change, not in compositions, but in terms of playstyle that seemingly the guys from Enterprise absolutely understood when they previously faced them with that 3-1 victory, by the way, winning 13-7 on Haven, which is an absolutely favorite field for the guys of BBL Pacific. They have like a 71% win rate ever since that core exists in a region that likes to play Haven and is also capable of giving you a hard time. It's still remarkable in that regard. What I'm having my eyes on, which is obviously important from a momentum perspective, is pistol rounds and the guys of BBL Pacific, because they can play great Valorant, they can play amazing gun rounds. But this pistol, which obviously decides so much in terms of momentum, and it basically means, well, you lost 2 rounds in a row or you won 2 rounds in a row. It could have made the difference yesterday, and it once more could make the difference today. But their win rate, I think, is like 35% in pistols. It's not looking good.
Yeah, they need to take a leaf out of BBL's book, the franchise team. They were like 68 going into playoffs. Yeah, I think this is somewhere that, sure, the pistol rounds carry a lot of weight, and on Corrode, it definitely did make a difference. Like, they start 2-0 up, we at least get an overtime there. We get a different game altogether, but it was a different reality. I think one of the other ways that they let themselves down looking at Corrode was playing more individualistic, like looking for space, 3-2 on a map, and then the 2 players split up Scooby-Doo style. One player goes looking for a pick, runs a little too deep, gets punished, then they overcommit to trying to retrade that space. And sure, regionally, when you're the better individual, that might work, but against teams with good protocols like Enterprise, that's not going to fly. So I need to see those fundamentals from round 1. And I do think that looking at Haven with the comp that they have, like we had Neon for faster rotations on Corrode, stuff like that, this is a punchy comp. This is one that you pick your site and you break through it together. And I do think that if we see BBL Pacific following that train of thought, that they will have a much better chance here than they did yesterday. And I think, again, those are things that they will probably have learned from their defeat yesterday. So I'm very excited to see map number 1. I think it's going to tell us everything we need to know. Yeah,
I mean, if you're wondering, we're about to get into the game where we're just having, it wouldn't be a, you're not Pansy, which is obviously weird because Nat would have explained the break, but we're not getting there.
I'd say it'd be weird if I was Pansy. That would be strange.
I don't know what kind of magic you have. AI is too far with this. But most importantly, when we touch quickly on the map pool, I want this to be a free mapper because I hate Abyss, but I kind of want to see Abyss as well. You know, can you get like a love-hate relationship? No, you don't understand it? Don't worry. Let's see if we even go there. Let's see if this is going to be a dominant start or a close, very tight Haven between Enterprise Esports and BBL Pacific. And there's 2 fine gentlemen waiting for us to guide us through that. Haza, Cairo, take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. And yes, for the second time this year, the biggest rivalry in Challengers finds itself staged in the theatre of groups. Now, the difference being, this time it has massive implications for that Ascension seeding, of course. Only one team can make it to playoffs, and that makes all the difference.
Yeah, it really does. And a match that has so much emotions in it, it's been all over Twitter. They're going to and fro between these two, so it's exciting to get into it. And one that could eliminate BBL Pacific or back-to-back grand finalists in Challengers EMEA.
Yeah, 2 teams at the top step, both already qualified for the main event taking place after Champs, but with completely different trajectories as things stand. BBL Pacific picking into Haven, a map which they've been good at for a very long time, but in suffering their first defeat on it this year after a 5-month streak to Enterprise in that very grand final they lost in the previous stage. It has to be a positive start. No pistol round wins yesterday. That's important to know.
This is probably the comp that you want to see them move into if you're Pacific, but as for Enterprise, they've moved on towards the site. A lot of bodies ready for this executing as it comes in. So does the utility, but it's Enterprise who comes out on top in the kill feed, leaving just LaRock all alone on one of his signature agents as well. He's on breach.
but with an empty utility belt, so doesn't matter. It's all down to the gun in his hands. Ash creeped up behind, but Larok finds that one, and with the spike in his possession, he has free reign of the map right now.
With the Sheriff in hand as well, we're expecting some decent firepower off the back of it, and you look at the health, Doma is within 1 body shot range.
And the turret has done a little bit of damage to him there now. Put down to
30
58.
seconds left.
With the alarm bot still up in Garage, Enterprise should have a heads up as to the play being made. Larok at the same time in a position to put himself in a post plant. An individual that we know to be so good, and especially on the breach. It's great to see him back on this agent.
10 seconds
Heralded
left.
by many as his best. And with the fault line back up, what can he do?
Seems as if Doma's taken a step too far. And put Killers in a 1 versus 1. But Killers isn't moving in spawn. This is...
well, yeah, there's no lineup. He has disconnected. What a way to start. I can't believe it. That's how the pistol round goes. Pacific not winning a single one of the 4 that they played yesterday, and there's a strong possibility that the first that they get in this EMEA campaign might not even stand.
Yeah, I mean, we'll come back to this one in a moment, obviously. We'll get confirmation, but yeah, it's funny that the round that they win is one which was essentially gifted to them, and one that should have been Enterprises. So Larok does well. He gets 4 for his efforts, and yeah, very quickly, of course, we will be heading straight into a quick tech pause.
Yeah, absolutely no surprises there, but it gives us a little bit of time to go over the details that the desk had discussed, and just what those ramifications really are, because of course, as we know, only one team can progress from this group stage. But if BBL Pacific lose, they exit in last with 0 points. That leaves them on 23, and doing a little bit of maths here, Enterprise then securing playoffs should they beat mandatory overtakes them in the standings. If other teams such as Twisted Minds make a run to the grand final, already looking pretty informed, they could drop to 3rd, and even as far as 4th if someone else such as Job Life, for example, were to win the whole thing. And look, this is all hypothetical, I think, but looking at the changes made to the Ascension format now and knowing that we've got a couple of groups, this rematch isn't guaranteed, but I have a feeling it could crop up at a pretty pivotal point in the business end of the calendar now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, right? He's talking about that seeding and talking about where you could be in the Ascension points, especially with the format change. I think, like, at the same time, though, BBL Pacific, while they might have had a rough day yesterday, this is the talking point that I wanted to bring up, was they played a lot of that double control. They're a lot slower. Corrode's a map that forces you to attack slow. Lotus less so, but they struggled on it nonetheless. And with this now moving in towards this composition that we see right here, there's a lot more ability for pace changes and being able to really flood on your opponents. A lot more oppressive utility from the breach. So if anything, I think for me, this is what we should expect from BBL Pacific, and that should be the right way to kind of oh my god, change your form, change your outlook in this tournament.
Yeah, revise their chances.
Yeah,
perhaps.
that's
not to sort of
That's the
imply
word I was looking for. Yeah.
But yeah, I completely agree with you. Look, BBL Pacific have always been a very fundamentally strong team, and taking a step back, looking at the veto here as well, it's a callback to last year and their Ascension run with Abyss right at the decider. But in terms of what's up next and what's guaranteed with Ascent as well, and knowing that they've been running Jet there too, and not really deviating too much from the norm. I mean, even on Haven, seeing a solo Jet duelist on this map in sort of VCT 2025 isn't all too common. We've seen so much Euro, Neon as well, other agents which haven't really been shown in Lovers Rock's pool all too much. And yeah, it just bringing us back when we speak of individuals, we have to bring him up as the desk did earlier, because he is still unproven at this level. That is the bottom line. He has potential. We've seen it for the last couple of years. Now that he's landed on this team, I mean, it's all you could really ask for as a Turkish player.
Yeah, and it's not as if it's undeserved either. Like, he has been playing well. He does deserve this opportunity to go and prove himself. But it's not as if it's going to be from the start of the year. He has one split to make it work, and also to perform in a tournament like Ascension as well. So with that, we go into the next round. BBL Pacific did finally win a pistol round in split 3. And get to go on to this anti-eco round where it looks like Enterprise stacking heavier towards this seaside where the spike currently is.
Yeah, it's a full save. Only Doma with the Sheriff. He's in close proximity here, but cleared out by Lover's Rock's going to find the head. Enterprise do get a couple back, and in terms of upgrades, there's a Marshal out there to be recovered. But yeah, the main takeaway, of course, is, right, the pistol round has stood. The admin ruling, I imagine, would be if damage is taken, then it plays on. It's unfortunate for Enterprise, but you need to mentally reset from this position. And 4 versus 3, potential to overwhelm on the A site.
Well, there is. And you look at the positions the two players on the A site have taken.
Starky.
It's just Creven walking alone, and he needs to be really careful. BBL Pacific are slow rolling this and allowing an opportunity for a rotate.
A very cheeky position from the Omen player in Sewers right now, was behind the Viper wall, and when he bursts out, gets flicked to the face by Creven. Larok to wrap it up. It was messy, but for Pacific, they do get a couple of guns through. Well worked Enterprise though, and yeah, they'll still be feeling very confident about their chances on this defender's side.
Yeah, I mean, with the start of the map, with it being on Haven and Yash being in the server, I was getting a little bit of a reminder towards last year. But hey, listen, they know exactly what they need to get done, and this is looking like the round to go and do it, right? You have all the buy that you could possibly need, and it seems as if on top of that, BBL Pacific are going to try and force into this one as well.
Ooh, Yash committed to the corner with no fast lane to dip out. Has the support of Killers and that Poison Orb, of course. But Rose's drone should check this. And he has been spotted.
Ah, yeah, he's trying to get out. I don't know if he's going to be able to escape. Does so, but still gets the kill! The rest of Enterprise are here to support, and it seems like this round could be already over.
And it's not even a rotation being called, just the players on site. Something that Enterprise, I've noted, have been doing really good at in the previous rounds is just flooding quickly. And with the players on site, they mop it up no trouble. 3 from Doma, and they do break the ice.
Yeah, and it's the ultimates that are the next important thing on Haven. It's usually about the 4th round that we start to see them come online. Lucky if you can get it up in the 3rd with the orb management, etc, etc. But we are starting to get close to that, and it's going to be Yash probably first up, or maybe even Doma, which would be an important one with the lockdown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in terms of how Pacific have been playing at this point in time, it's not great, but hoping that going back to the basics is gonna bring the level up. Rose taking the hit on the Stinger here. And for the first time, we see them playing a little bit more of a default and actually looking at where the aggression is coming from. It's Yash, the conduit on C-Long here.
Hasn't found anything, no. Nothing concrete. With all this information here, it's going to be absolutely massive. It's just Loiter that needs to be careful, and well, safe pair of hands, gets rid of Yash, gets rid of that control, and now Enterprise need to reset how they're looking across the map.
Right here.
Yeah, do they choose to re-clear? No, just straight into the A play, quick trade, and Lover's Rock following it up.
Done well. Starky in towards Graffiti will paint the site red. And now, for 45 seconds remaining, Pacific are starting to doubt whether they actually want to go to this site.
Yeah, still Killjoy utility on B, you've got to remember. Rose will look to remove that, and does so effectively. But Doma's still in position to deny. And we'll get out on the C site early.
No utility. I mean, has a swarm in pocket and doesn't want to opt for that turret. It has to be heads up, gunfight, and he'll win the first. Identified through the dart that was given away. And Rose goes as well.
And where's
with
Kreven?
Spike on the floor. Kevin on the other side of the map. And no way back into this one. Enterprise will equalise out the round count.
Enterprise made a statement with that stage 2 win, and coming into the most recent level of competition, they've sort of said, like, look, we're just going to keep working, keep remaining drilled, and the protocols look so good here. And that's then supported by the individuals. They have the best of both right now. I'm not too sure what the call was from Rose there to take only one player with him. The late lurk from Kreven could have been an asset if they'd maybe have gone towards the B site. I don't know if the plans changed in the mid-round, but it's a little bit of a head-scratcher. They will keep one weapon into this, but for all intents and purposes, still a half-buy.
Was the Pacific highest performer yesterday in Kreven. He will have a rifle, so if there's anybody you want to try and go and make something of the round, it would be the Cypher player. It seems as if it's B side that he's going to try and get through. Players close by, catches Starky off, but will get taken out in the meantime.
And such a quick trade on the Enterprise side. Killers is looking into the wall. This does not bode well for their chances, but look, in saying that, still around to be played. Focus on it while we can. Pacific are making their way over towards the A site.
Yeah, and with that being said as well, the rifle wasn't recovered, so it's just four pistols. If they can find themselves a decent setup on the site, they're going to be put in a position where they can take players off guard trying to come back in.
Yeah, Enterprise retaking 3 versus 4 in effect. Man down. Do they want to gamble for it? Does Doma invest the lockdown? They know that there shouldn't be any upgrades here. They fancy their chances. They're going to give this a go. Oh, yeah. Killers might just be back in time for it as well.
It could be, but the lockdown isn't a bad investment considering the utility that Pacific have. They have a real chance at delaying, and already it comes through, and a kill on towards Doma. Enterprise are left scrambling to try and get back into the site, and a map that you know the defender side needs momentum. They can't let a Thrifty go, and they're not going to do it, but at the last moment, Killers comes back. A 1 versus 2, the rifle's on the ground, but time might just be a little too low for him, and it'll be BBL Pacific to win a Thrifty round.
That is so unfortunate. A difference of maybe 10-15 seconds and the round completely changes. Kreven was excellent yesterday with some of his lurk timings and positioning. Ultimately elevated a poor performance from the rest of the team, but Pacific were ready for that lockdown as well. It wasn't caught on camera, but it was a combination, I believe, of the aftershock and shock darts to just go ahead and break it there. Allowed them to retain their positioning on site and made for a much stronger post plant.
Yeah. So with that being said, in the next round, we are looking at what Enterprise really have, right? I mean, you've got Killers there that could probably purchase a rifle for someone else. And also on top of that, Yash does have the overdrive, which doesn't last through the full round, but it will be able to provide something different, maybe on a retake. But remember that lockdown being used in the last round, that's going to be a big loss moving into the future ultimate cycle, where BBL Pacific are ultimately going to have the advantage.
Yeah, closing in within 1 on 3 of those ults. Kreven, Rose, and Loiter. But yeah, there's no reason to question the purchase for Enterprise here. I think they're going to be able to deliver us something regardless of what happens. This is a very frustrating position to be in, though, with a tech pause. It's not the first time that we've seen it happen for them this stage. If you call back to that game against Detty Elise, they could have had a much cleaner road through the upper bracket without a map dropped if there wasn't disconnect sort of plaguing them there as well. So yeah, look, this is the difference with the online environment. They've already qualified for Ascension. They'll be facing off against other teams on LAN when it comes down to it. So at the very least, that is guaranteed.
Yeah, I think that's the saving grace, and a much welcomed one, to be honest. We all know that throughout previous Ascensions we've had problems with players playing online, etc. So
literally Yash last year with Jobline, right? You can dance around it all you like, but yeah, they're going to be thanking themselves for it. But sort of moving on from that, at the very least, yeah, I think this veto to me just symbolizes BBL that want to be bold coming in today, and knowing that that's how they've got to play, because picking into one of Enterprise's best maps and leaving yourself vulnerable on Ascent when you've got that bind instaban as well, it's not what you would expect coming in. And if you want my honest take on it, I think Alex has played a blinder here in this veto, but
and I think as well, right, for all those sitting at home, I know we're speaking about all the Pacific could get knocked out, they might drop to the 4th seed, but I think that the biggest point about this as well, in terms of a run out for these two, this is the best sparring partner you could possibly have in an official environment, especially for BBL Pacific, who lost that last series against Mandatory. So with that being said, like, yeah, I mean, Abyss being that 3rd map, I would actually love to see it. I know the desk were will maybe give a big sigh after hearing me say that, but it's more so setting themselves up for that last tournament, for Ascension, and being able to get official practice on the new map. New map in the pool.
Yeah, like, sort of me too, right? Because Enterprise weren't a team which really gravitated to the Tejo meta, so we never saw that from them. And when Pacific previously played it, it was a long time ago now. Let me just say that. It was a great map for them in their 2024 Ascension run. Of course, you know, Apex vetoed it against them in the grand final as part of that double ban. But to come back to what you were saying about the improvements made, it's what I mentioned about Enterprise at the start of the year, and why I said I thought they would be the contenders, maybe not a Metasport or some of the other super rosters or whatever you want to call them, right? You know, the rosters built to compete in Ascension would, because they just needed time ultimately. They didn't have very much of that coming into the first Challengers EMEA event when these two played each other in groups, and yeah, you see that improvement every time that they play against one another. For Pacific, I think the boat has been rocked with that change, and the ripples continue to be felt with Comeback's departure, and I think that's only going to continue, Cairo, because actually when you look at it, both Larok and Loiter turning 18 before the end of the year, coming into your Ascension campaign, and thinking about the possibility of, you know, where your future lies, it's a lot for, you know, two 17-year-olds to soon to be 18.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, if you want to take a wider look at it and talk about the like Ascension and potentially next year, like, there's also a topic to be had about the two Turkish teams that are currently in Tier 1, BBL Pacific, BBL, straight away, they might not have that full 5 next year, considering that how well Yampi played, considering that there isn't a lot of IGLs to be picked up throughout the year, and then also with the capitulation of Foot and how that roster looked, because that split 3 for Foot didn't look too great. So if you're seeing two young 17-year-olds who are at the top of the stats, and not even that, you've also got to consider Krevin as well, and Rose. Why would these Turkish organisations that might have to rebuild not look at the Turkish talent coming up? I mean, we know that those bigger teams having a look, no offence, but with Fnatic apparently having a look at Larok, I mean, it's an interesting kind of conversation topic that we could be having about potential transfers.
Yeah, sure. I think it's always best not to get sucked into this kind of...
I get that. But it's more that... I mean, what else are we going to talk about, mate?
I agree. It's just, I feel like Twitter feed every day, it's like, oh, well, this team's not going to be partnered by next year anyway, and Gentlemates are coming back, but... No, I do agree, and even to sort of add on to like the Larok point that you were making, he's had a lot of praise in high places. I actually saw less in a sort of translated post from a Brazilian source. I can't remember who exactly it was. He was in someone's Twitch chat sort of saying like, look, I've moved over to EMEA, I've been playing ranked. Larok and Loiter, these guys are like the donk and simple of Valorant is what he'd said. And that Larok was the best breach player player in the world. And I don't know if there's a sort of layer of sarcasm to that or whatever, but I genuinely, for how good he is, this is the role that we want to see him on. Like, he was playing a lot of Omen yesterday on some maps which, like even Lotus, I'm not a big fan of their current Lotus iteration. There's work to be done for BBL Pacific in terms of their map pool coming into Ascension, but if you're gonna put him on an agent and you want to succeed, I think this has to be it.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think like the BBL Pacific of last year and for most of this year have been always this team of high energy, like aggression, looking to get in your face, looking to be individualistic, but always with great support and utility. And I think that's what separated them from maybe the other Turkish teams, is that they had that system in which to play, and obviously still systematic and still trying to play, I guess, a new type with the way that the double initiator isn't as strong as what it used to be. But I feel as if it's detracting from what this personality of the team is, in terms of being that team to go and be in your face. Like, double controller is much more slower, and that's why we always align that with a team like Fnatic, for instance, because they like to play those slow defaults. Not a team like BBL Pacific. It just doesn't align with how we view them as a team.
Yeah, absolutely, right? It's a new version of the roster. For those tuning in, we are just at a technical pause as one of the players is having connection issues, I believe, but it should be resolved shortly so we can get this one back on the road. But yeah, as you were mentioning, with the departure of Pacific's poster boy comeback, things have altered, and I think that brotherhood's not necessarily been broken. We know that they're boot camping, but it's certainly different, and the energy in the team perhaps doesn't feel exactly the same. So going back to what has worked for them in the past is something to be thinking about.
Yeah, and it's two different trajectories for these two teams. I can't get the word out, but as we've kind of hinted at with Enterprise, the fact that they were a team made so late, the fact that they have been getting stronger split to split, and Pacific now with an interesting problem in terms of they've came out with split 2 where they lost, but ultimately had a good tournament. Now they head into split 3, they were dominant as ever regionally, but as they've come into regionally, as they've come into these Challengers EMEA Challengers EMEA Split 3, they're at real risk of dropping out, and I wonder, right, if they do drop out and get grouped, how does the revision look for heading in towards Ascension?
All questions that we'll hopefully be getting a little closer to answering when this series does resume. But as you can tell, the server has rebooted, and I believe that the players should now then be reconnected for us to dive back in. But yeah, I appreciate all of you for sticking with us, yapping all things Challengers EMEA here on the Hazza, JC and Cairo Cast podcast. I know that, we'd had some technical issues earlier with even some of our broadcast team, heavy rain affecting their own setups. Yeah. I've heard that if you put an umbrella over the cables, it actually just makes sure that you're not going to have those problems.
Yeah, I've heard there's also sun cream in the mix, perhaps maybe like a...
I think that's to stop you from getting burned, I don't know.
No, well, hey, listen, apparently it works for water. It makes the cables hydrophobic. But I tell you what we're not phobic to, some good Valorant, because we're ready to get back into this one. And for those at home wondering how things have been going, BBL Pacific just won a pretty low buy round. So Enterprise, they're coming straight back in. They've got an operator in the mix on Yash, who we know is very good on this gun.
Absolutely, and while the opening fights that he took against BBL Pacific in the last grand final ended him up 6 in the red, negative overall, this is one of the big threats that you had to have been scouting for coming into this game. It's airtight, the utility, or so you would think. Stun and a drone, a recon following it up to drop him further back into the position platform which he currently holds on C. But that line belongs to him now. Pacific not re-challenging it, and Enterprise starting to call rotations.
Well, they are, but they're still heavier towards the C side of the map, which is worrying considering it looks like BBL Pacific have set their eyes on B, or at least to deal with the alarm bot that sits at the front of it, giving Enterprise passive information.
Ooh. And they're just wondering here, Pacific, if Enterprise are looking to take a timing, but they've already cast a wide net across the map. Players set up for a trap in lobby. When the B execution comes in, you needed Kreven to secure the backline. That is now a problem. The players caught in the middle of the map. One of them loiter trying to TP back out. Spike in his hands, but they go to the open arms of Starky, who doubles up quickly, and Paranoia's on top of it for good measure. Dipping back to further lines of cover. This is where Zeke will arrive for support. A quick pivot from Loiter to try and rush to get the spike down inside the 20-second mark.
But he's made a real problem because Enterprise can quickly pivot to try and get rid of Loiter.
Yeah, Yash is right out on site to search him out. And Lover's Rock left chasing Shadows, quick spray transfer, and all of a sudden there might be a chance. Up in hand, but the gap is closing.
Yeah, and Enterprise so quick here, and Starky has 2 smokes, and there's also an intel dark. Enterprise have got everything that they need to get rid of Lover's Rock.
Back on the line, missed shot Lover's Rock, might be a death sentence. Blades drawn right on the edge to see if he can find yet another, discards them to find the kill, down to the frenzy, but Starky, well, he just doesn't have enough time. Pacific have played it by the clock and recovered what felt like an impossible round.
That got far too close. Lover's Rock did so well, but let's be honest, BBL Pacific, they should have had no chance in this round. Somehow a 2 versus 4, in fact actually I think it might have been a 2 versus 5 clutched up. And yeah, unbelievable stuff.
Barely a quarter of a second left in it. But the word that we've thrown around a couple of times already to describe this Enterprise defense is frustrating. The disconnects and the damage that a round like that does has dropped them onto a triad of pistols. One of them here, Zeke, but he's not long for this world. And the same can probably be said for Doma. Half his health lost.
Exactly where you are.
One of the rifles still behind this.
Yeah, it's more ultimates being invested. BBL Pacific, they know that they need to get themselves going. And as they go towards this A site, Starky playing through his own wall.
Straight into a waiting Lover's Rock with the Outlaw cock back though, and it's 3 on the round. We said yesterday that in terms of a duelist archetype, he's not quite like Comeback, the man that he fills the boots of, but I'm seeing an Outlaw in the hands of an aggressive duelist player. Is there really that much difference?
I mean, that's the question, right? And with that being said, 2 rifles left, probably a safe call for Enterprise. It's just whether BBL Pacific want to go hunting, and it looks like they could possibly be.
Lover's Rock has put the rest of Pacific on his back up until now. Doma can feel the hairs on the back of his neck go up, knowing that Lover's Rock was going to take that peek to trade him. And with the lead continuing to grow here for the attack side, you're wondering when Enterprise will be looking for a timeout.
Yeah, and I also on the back of that wonder, like, will those ultimates going to be too hastily invested? I'm sure we'll find out in the following rounds, but you got to remember Neuro's Theft and Hunter's Fury in that last round. And Rolling Thunder now in this. So BBL Pacific should have everything that they need to send this one on fourth. Couple of pings onto the A side, and Killers is spammed all the way from B and caught Rose trying to go for a lineup.
I don't know if that was anti for the lineup specifically or not, but it's a kill which they can massively do with here. Kreven playing late through sewers, Enterprise looking to get proactive.
Looking to try and find him. That wall is what's stopping BBL from Pacific from moving through short. Finally it happens, out from CT. And the attack just know what to do, how to play off one another, and Enterprise maybe playing a little bit too aggressive into this round.
Yash could potentially drop the op here to his teammate, has lots of movement utility to get into the site.
Yeah, he does, but he has to clear all the corners to get out first. Killers just to his back, playing in a chain. But finally they come out, but it's Killers that got the kill. Oh, LaRock! Lovely stuff! And that's not what we saw yesterday, and not what Enterprise wants to see today.
Yeah, the Starboy looking renewed, and As I'd already mentioned, I don't know if that was preparation specific to the lineup, but you wouldn't put it past Enterprise. This is the level that you get right at the top of the Challengers pyramid. Push back onto another bad buy. And I mentioned the timeout in passing at the end of the previous round, but honestly, I don't feel like there are any glaring errors that would actually set you up to sort of rectify it here with a 60-second break in play. Enterprise quite happy to keep playing the rounds as they come. It's the finer details that have made all the difference.
I'm glad that you finish off the point with that, because it really has been. And obviously, they've been at the back of some unfortunate circumstances which have real effect in terms of the economy, and that's why we're seeing the defence in the position that they're in. But these lower buy rounds haven't looked too bad. They've made them problematic, Enterprise, and that's what we should expect. A nice little combination of utility nearly grabs them a kill, but it also stops the information on the A site.
Rose has been having a torrid time these last few rounds. Every single moment he thinks there's some safety to use util, it gets caught out, and the same is spoken of Loiter here. Yash picking up one, but still far outnumbered on the C site, and he will struggle to delay this push. Larok picks up the kill, which opens this one up entirely for Pacific to move into post.
And with all the bodies being mostly off of site, this worries me, because Enterprise still have smokes up. And if they can identify the players in mid, they could find themselves at a decent point to try and be aggressive, but instead, no, that's not the problem that occurs. Enterprise trying to get one towards site, the only rifle lost, and now Killis with a Guardian trying to make the approach. Starky, no! It's not pretty. It's not pretty at all. And BBL Pacific get to the other end of the round with a win, but I can't help but feel that was a swing and a miss from Enterprise.
Look, I know the EMEA replay guy, Andy, loves to put those in slow motion every day of the week. This was a brilliant shot from Lovers Rock. And no, I don't think we're going to end up getting it here. But yeah, it's not exactly been the best day in the office for Killes so far. Or not Killis, sorry. Actually, it wasn't even him in the position. It was someone else.
It was.
Are we?
Yeah, there we go. An Enterprise timeout, and I think we should. We spoke about it. We didn't see as if there was any glaring problems, but I think if anything, what Enterprise need here is a mental reset.
Sure. I also think that the early game plan has been somewhat foiled now. Pacific realizing where those gaps lie, what pressure points they have to exert force on to get the kind of responses that they want from this defense. Lovers Rock getting the opportunity to catch a player in rotation, thinking of some of the overextensions they've been able to punish in previous rounds as well, looking at Yash on C, or a lobby control also being a massive one on Haven always. Same as Garage, those two areas of the map opening up multiple lanes, always really important to fight for on the attack side. And you've seen where that priority has lied. Lovers Rock, also with the Outlaw very quickly, has now upgraded it to an Operator. Yash retaining his, big exchange potentially coming up.
Loiter just showing, trying to get him some information from C Long. Yash unfortunately not able to capitalise off the back of that, and this looks like it's going to be a fairly straightforward C hit. And with Enterprise being in position, this could be a real problem for the attack.
Yeah, Killes has already found his first, and with Larok gone, it makes you wonder, can Pacific claw it back from a deficit, and one where their star performer so far is absent, and it's not looking likely.
Oh, lovely stuff from Killes. Double, making it 3 on the round, and Krebin though has found a little gap to work with, and he's able to get one. But Doma watches where the Cypher was meant to be, and Loiter maybe a little bit too easy with the TP, gets caught out. And Enterprise answer straight back after a timeout, and it seems like they have reset completely.
Yeah, it was an entirely false sense of security which was had there on the TP. It almost makes you wonder, why would you even TP there if you expected a player to be holding the cross with Kreven's position. Doma catching that one. And Enterprise cleaning up quite nicely. Just the control that Yash's op afforded them, having that C long line did wonders You've already seen Pacific not look to throw any further credits at picking up a sniper of their own.
A lot more straightforward into BBL Pacific's game plan now, with being at 4-1 splits.
And just looking at the map here really quickly, inside the first 20 seconds, Yash walking down C-Long and clearing that out again has allowed for such a heavy stack onto the A site. He just has to be cautious he doesn't get picked off here from the pocket.
It's a lovely off angle, isn't it? Like, being able to be up here, but Loiter being off the angle now would allow Yash the opportunity to just move through at the right time. Killez looking to invest the Viper's Pit and not allow B-Main to be taken up by BBL Pacific, and they're respecting this. They don't want anywhere near it, and it's Lovers Rock all the way through Sewers calling for his team to come and join him.
This is now where Yash looks to take the timing. I don't know if he heard the footfall echoing off into the distance or not, but Lovers Rock has called for the rest of his team. 2 players on site, bodies for Enterprise, and that Viper Wall to decay on the way through.
Left.
Paranoia in hand for Starky. That's what he's holding on to, hoping that Zeke gets set up. But instead, no, all the utilities hit on towards the Sova, and he's gone. Starky at the back of sight had to hold on, but can't do it. And now the bodies in CT have a smoke to try and bust out from, but no flashes in which to do so, and no Yash either. Doma standing strong, standing tall, no one peeking him. He's going to have to take this fight all by himself, but no one's giving it. Snarl smoke deposited, but all 3 players here, and that's the go button pressed, and straight away a rolling thunder in the top. But Doma's still able to keep things going, but not when that man's still in the server. LaRock with a 3K, and BBL Pacific on 8.
Yeah, Enterprise burying some of their skeletons, but still, this may just end up being a dominant half for Pacific. Zeke bought a lot of time here. There was a quick flood coming in, but they just had to wait for Yash because he was so far committed to the opposite extremity. It meant that you were missing some of that extra utility where Enterprise have lent into the double controller. They're missing that extra initiation. That's where you really need Yash with his stuns, with his relay bolt.
Here.
TP out, should set up Lovers Rock on the line, and it does, but no capitalization, no pick, and still this early pressure towards C, and it seems as if the scaling's going to keep continuing.
Oh, great punish from Lovers Rock. Doma just face checking, gets disfigured for it, rose 2 more. Starky to restore order, keep Pacific honest and strip back the garage control. Rifle upgraded, but this the last chance in the opening 12 for Enterprise to reduce the deficit.
I know exactly where you are.
Nero stepped in to get the information, and it's going to stop Enterprise flooding back through.
Yeah, Zeke cut off immediately. Starky trying to follow this up with the paranoia. It's wide of the mark, and Lovers Rock on the line. Does step back in to send him down to 4, and that might just be the half. Starky's best efforts will still fail in the face of BBL Pacific. A 6-round lead which they'll take into the second half after a poor showing against Mandatory yesterday. Exactly what the doctor ordered.
One enemy remaining.
Ended.
One enemy remaining.
We bring in.
We've seen what a difference a day makes, and perhaps more importantly, Pacific going back to what has worked for them in the past. Haven picked into one of Enterprise's best maps, but still diminishing returns for them, now heading on to their attack side, which has been favored in recent stages.
Yeah, we'll have to see what a half change makes for Enterprise, because that defense, it didn't look terrible, but they just couldn't find that final finishing touch. And as they move towards the B site, this looks to be a very quick finish, but BBL Pacific proactive at the same time.
Yeah, taking all of that A lobby control and then passing it on one step further. Already 3 players queuing up in the window. Enterprise backs turned, the trigger pulled, and BBL Pacific getting the better of it to start. Paranoia will try and counter Yash, but he flies in the face of it, and it makes for a 3-on-3.
Lover's Rock, he's looking to double dip. He's looking to try and chase the players down.
Enemy kill.
Yeah, he's going to catch Yash for his efforts. Spike making its way over towards the C site, where there is still Cypher utility on deck. But Lover's Rock continuing that onwards has found Starky and left Killez to make amends for that previous pistol round. The one which he was absent from. Little bit of a timing there on LaRock as he backs up. But BBL Pacific have a good idea of where the Viper makes his reprisal from, so double digits reached early into the second half.
And it's a big pistol round win overall, a well-called one as well, which, let's be honest, throughout the start of this series towards the start of the series yesterday, the calls have been lackluster. We've seen BBL Pacific get caught off guard quite a few times, but the proactivity combined by the sheer force is what wins out that last one, and Enterprise had no idea whatsoever.
It will be so easy to overreact after yesterday's performances, but this is looking a lot less worrying. And as you say, it's the captain of the ship, Rose, that should be there to steady things. Enterprise coming into the second round on a full save should set BBL Pacific up for 11, and Kreven has his util here. Does eventually end up going down, and at the very least might have conceded a spike plant.
But he has given Yash the Bulldog, so that's something in which Enterprise can try and work with.
Lover's Rock dropping back in with the Outlaw, but unperturbed by the movement error, lands the shot and leaves Killez alone. This Bulldog has got to bite not only Bark, but it feels like that's all Enterprise can give us right now. 3 rounds is what they will settle for.
Yeah, and something that I will say is, well, we've been speaking mostly about this matchup, as you should, but this also has implications towards the next match that we played in this group. You've got to be thinking about Mandatory, watching this from the sidelines, probably salivating at the opportunity of playing Enterprise tomorrow, because sure, they've played decently, but they've not looked as good as what they normally do, and if you're Mandatory, you'll be thinking, give us them right now, especially after how they performed yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. And the fact that they've been able to brush past BBL Pacific in the process is all the more inviting for that next game. It's looking very dominant just in terms of the eye test and on the surface.
Yeah.
We have seen Enterprise bounce back from these kinds of scorelines against BBL Pacific before, though. In previous meetings, it's typically always gone to a decider.
Oh.
This proactivity from A Lobby again, though, which has punished Enterprise.
Yash at least is able to slide back. It's not much more than that, though. And it's just Doma left in a 1 versus 3. This early rounds have been won by BBL Pacific, and that's what's laid them up for success. A great headshot from Kreven will finish out the round. And BBL Pacific, after just a quick start, find himself on map point, on Enterprise's pick.
Yeah, look, who is it that we're supposed to be concerned for here? Enterprise, back-to-back winners domestically, with the previous regional trophy, inter-regional, I should say, under their belt against this exact opponent. And a complete drubbing on Haven to kick things off. Technical issues aside, Pacific are playing the brand of Valorant that we had previously seen from them. This aggression in the early rounds, which Enterprise haven't accounted for. The previous was their gun round. This is their last chance.
And it's going to be the last chance throughout the rest of this map. No margin for error for the attack. On a map which, let's be honest, has been so attacker favoured through history. Enterprise go and try and deal with the Cypher trip that was in Garage, successfully, no contact taken. With BBL Pacific starting to move bodies towards the C side of the map, there is a worry that Enterprise will hit into a stack.
It's looking ever more likely Pacific playing off-site on C with the Cypher util in position. Early heads up through the cam if they want it. And that's exactly what we're going to get. Kreven lighting the beacon. He's going to be all hands on deck to try and fight this, and has found his first. Yash dropping, and the rest of Enterprise yet to breach the gates. The furthest player forward, Starky. The point man off this push now removed. Fantastic recon from Rose. Just sends the rest of Enterprise to their deaths. Kreven collecting all 5 kills. It's 13-3 again on Haven.
Yeah, and it's a return to form for BBL Pacific. This is what we expected of them on a map that had a composition that we also expect of them as well, right? This is what historically they've tended to play. The breach is a good look, and I think if BBL Pacific continue this return to what they're used to, we can see a return to form.
Yeah, and look, while it was a couple stage ago that we had that first group game, looking directly at the previous stage, the best of 3, the best of 5, when Haven popped up, we've gone back to the beginning now, and that 13-3 result which BBL Pacific picked up, as it moved later on into the bracket, Enterprise were able to figure things out, but after those early issues which they failed to troubleshoot, it just spiraled out of control. They're going to need a reset heading into their own map pick of Ascent. Let's see what the Desk thinks about that one.
There's more enough to say about that, is there? I mean, most importantly, I have to say, I didn't see that one coming, Mitch. It was surely a game that is coming with 2 fair teams that have met before, and it was Enterprise absolutely dominating in the best of 5. But this one, this is a different BBL Pacific than what we saw yesterday.
Wait, it's on us already? I thought this was a halftime break. That was that was a full map, 13-3. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. This was not like, I thought this was like the practice rehearsal we had actually, you know, to get in the groove. But no. This was real. This is a 13-3. This is not a VOD or anything of that. No. It's real. And you know what the great part about all of this is, Mitch? We came into this and we have question marks, you know, talking about this highlight, comeback and Lover's Rock, and can he fill those shoes? Like massive size 48 clown shoes, gotta be fit. No. Doubters silenced. Absolutely astonishing performance that came from him. And in general, let's take a look from yesterday to today. A different team felt with much more comfort and absolutely the solution to what their opponent is coming at with them.
100%. Yeah, we saw the adaptations there on the fly as well, and I think we'll talk about that a little bit later. But the main thing being that, you know, you start this off, we talk about pistol win rates for these teams. You mentioned BBL Pacific was not great. They wanted to pump up those numbers. Well, they've certainly done so here. Unbelievable across the board displays. We're talking about Lover's Rock, a man that we question. Can he deliver? As you said, can he fill the shoes? Can he match up to Yash on the other side? Well, Yash barely started the game. I mean, this was unbelievable. 2-2.
Look at this.
We started and we end 16-3. Look at these guys.
It's just crazy. I mean, 210 and 220 damage per round is the remarkable thing. That's basically, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like 1 1/3 kill per round. Yeah, 1.3, 1.4. I could just read the stat, but it's crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous what those guys came up with here. And we have to say, it's not only from the individual perspective, because you know that BBL Pacific, when they played the guys from Enterprise last time, same team, same guys, same strength. This time it looked, especially when we put our eyes on that first half, it looks like they were really understanding how to properly slow contact approach into the gaps that Enterprise gave them, made them uncomfortable with, and succeeded that way on that first map.
Yeah, I mean, even in rounds where they actually gave the gaps intentionally, like we saw this deep push coming out from Enterprise towards C long with the operator on Yash. We saw the Viper's Pit used on B, and then a two-man stack up to the A site, ready for BBL to walk right into it. And when they did walk into it, they won the fights and then just played post plan with the breach ult. And I think that was something that also caught me, which was the discipline. When they found advantages, it didn't look like BBL Pacific were doing what we saw on Corrode sometimes, which was a little bit of over aggression. It was depositing players in positions that were untradeable and didn't really, you know, they overplayed their hand from those positions. That wasn't the case here. This looked like a much more well-oiled machine. And I think it goes back to the thinking process of BBL Pacific, which is we'll play our comp, we'll run it, we'll have LaRock on a Phoenix on Pearl. Why not? We lost? Let's change everything. Let's think about how this should be. And they've done that from one day to another, because this is not the same team that we saw play yesterday for all intents and purposes.
Absolutely. And you know what? This was just map number 1. It was the BBL Pacific pick. So what does Ascend have ready for us? We're going to find that out in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. We're heading to a break, and we'll be right back with you.
And
elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That witness degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G Lee, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm washed up in TT, hey. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. I ain't gonna lose it.
And after that dominance, exceptional start BBL Pacific gave us right here. We're heading into map number 2. And that map number 2 is the absolute classic. The most vanilla map you could ask for in this game. It is Ascent that we're heading over to, Mitch. And it's looking like a dire start. Though the silver lining is it's the Enterprise pick.
Yes, indeed. You know, you see Ascent, you see a Turkish team, and most people know which way to vote. But BBL Pacific break the mold a little bit here. It's not a map they play often. As you said, I was going to bring up they played it once last stage. You pointed out they played it once this year. So this really is not their bread and butter over on BBL Pacific. And I think for Enterprise, then this being a map they play a ton, being a map that they've done very well on. We talked a lot about their games against Team Liquid Academy. Well, they've been destroying them there as well. And all signs point to this being a potential bounce back for Enterprise, but I'm just not so sure how easy it is to bounce back when your opponents are dominating you like that. And a lot of Enterprise's early ideas were around getting aggressive, which around round 4 or so, BBL Pacific adapted to it, defaults, and then started shutting down and punishing those aggressive stances. So I think there's quite a task on Enterprise's hands to make that bounce back happen.
Yeah, and I think when we talk about, you know, this particular Ascent and the BBL Pacific side, I think we need to take a quick look at it. And, you know, compositionally speaking, what are we looking at, Mitch? What are we talking about? You know, this is, as far as I know, it's pretty standard. It's like decently standard comp, but with a small twist. I mean,
it's your deadlock on LaRock that catches me, right? There's so many agents he could be playing here, especially looking at what we've seen from him previously. Like your Breach obviously does very well on this map, or can do, but it isn't really in like meta picks. And I think Deadlock has a lot of nasty little trap setups that you can play. But with this being a map that they don't play like ever really, I was surprised that they pulled that out on the one time Fireflux tried to catch them off guard. I think LaRock maybe will take a little bit of a backseat there, playing your Deadlock, be a bit more removed from the action. But you look at Lover's Rock, still on the Jet, head to head with Yash on the Jet, and in that last map the question was, can Lover's Rock match up to Yash? He destroyed him. He destroyed everybody that came across his path. I think he went to round 10 without even playing the op. He was just playing the outlaw the whole time. And that's how you know you're feeling it. So you look at him, he's one of the linchpins for me. And previously when they played this, I mean, Kraven closed it out with an ace as well in the previous one, so that was pretty insane. But Rose, you know, it's Ascent. It doesn't require as much micromanaging as a map like Haven does. So this is somewhere that I could see Rose also step up to the plate. We did see that last time, but it's the sample size that makes me a little hesitant. The thing is, though, keeping that momentum up in between last map and this, most important thing, because you've already got your opponents on the ground. Now it's just time to bury them.
And I think it's important to highlight this because, as you just mentioned, right, absolutely correct. Last time they played it was against Fireflux in their respective Turkish league. And, you know, the thinking could have been, you know what, haha, we can hit BBL Pacific right here on the map. They don't play. Now, possibly the same with Enterprise. Hardly play. We're comfortable on it. But that's also the thing. You are just right now as BBL Pacific in a position where, like, you know, you don't know much about how we're going to play this. It could be obviously both ways. It's their least prioritized map, or it could be always that, well, we're going to lure you into this idea. It's really interesting to see because, again, as we highlighted before, whilst you could say on the one hand, well, both teams are qualified, they could not care so much. Absolutely not the case. The seeding is so important in this one-of-a-kind tournament that only happens once a year that gets you into VCT. So it even matters much more because you already are qualified. Now let's make it as easy as possible.
Exactly. Yeah, the road can get a little bit more difficult if you bomb out here. And I think one of the things for Enterprise that made that game much more difficult as well was just having that slow start, man. And look, pistol round 5 kill as DC and has a Cairo podcast was a lot of fun, but I don't imagine it was a lot of fun for Enterprise being in that spot. I really hope they have that fixed for this one because I think interrupting that momentum that they're going to look to bring at the start of the map will not fare well for them.
It will not. Taking a look at the agent select. What does BBL Pacific have? And there we go. A small change, Mitch. Not a big one, but an impactful one we have here on the BBL Pacific side.
Yeah, like I said, Breach in a great spot in the meta right now, but obviously when it comes to Ascent, not somewhere you expect him to be taken out. LaRock playing this role makes sense, but as you're highlighting, Lover's Rock pulling away from the Jet. We talked about the head-to-head with him and Yash, and instead it's going to be the Yoru, something that we've seen, I think even in the past when Yoru started to pick up in meta. BBL Pacific were leaning away from him. Again, the Pearl, it was the Phoenix, where they eventually swapped over to the Yoru. They've been hesitant to put him into play. And pulling it out here, I expected them to play, you know, more of the same and save things for Ascension. But this is going to be exciting because for this squad, Lover's Rock was on fire. Now is his chance to really hammer it home.
I'm telling you right here, Enterprise Esports, they need to get in there. They need to get absolutely into this series. Like him. They need to absolutely get in there. Look how he's getting in there. He's going in there like nobody else. He wants it, and he's absolutely getting in here. And this is exactly the Enterprise that I need to see. This guy wants to get in there. He will get in there. That team of Enterprise Esports potentially gets in there, but they have one of the hardest opponents they could get because they absolutely got in there. They were spreading those flanks left and right. They were absolutely chances on that first map, so they got to keep it close. They got to keep it tight this time. And you know what? Two very lovely lads are taking care of this. Hazard, Cairo, please save us.
I'm actually so lost for words that I've not rendered in, but I was about to say, I'm not planning on getting freaky like Zeke. Cairo, I imagine you probably aren't either. Brilliant job, mate. Brilliant job.
We've
no one wanted to do it anyway.
Hazza hasn't loaded in. Matt Mike isn't working. So how about we just stop this build up and get straight into this map? Because see, now I'm quite excited to see the change up for Lover's Rock on the Yoru.
Yeah, absolutely. We can talk about Valorant for a moment. That's the nuance that I wanted to kind of come in with. When you look at the agent pool for BBL Pacific, Yoru's always typically considered that secondary duelist because you have the supportive utility of the flashes. I think that's where you see a bit of a clash where they previously wanted to run LaRock as part of that 1-2 punch. He's not like a Jet player, you know, that's more Lover's Rock's role, and where he's not a Yoru player either, there's kind of a problem, I suppose. But yeah, this Yoru for Lover's Rock specifically, though, does look very good. It's his highest rated duelist in terms of ACS, clocking in at about 240 overall. And if going 20 and 10 on the previous map wasn't enough, then I guess this is pretty good too. It's live. It is live.
It is live, and it's also a round win. So that's, oh, I thought it was a round one. It's just about a round win. As it's a 3 versus 1 that Killers has to clutch up from. We'll get back to the topic of duelists in a second, as Killers...
It is a round win.
Point I was going to make is I feel as if this Euro coming in will make this comp so much more well-rounded out because it adds the flashes that was not there before.
Yeah, look, not much to be said about the pistol, I imagine. Just the fact that with Enterprise running so directly into double senti there, it looked like about 1:30 left on the clock, first 10 seconds straight into the setup. Always going to be a problem, so they'll need to default a little bit heavier. I immediately want to cast some focus on Zeke with this KO pick as well, and the possibility for him to take offline any util with that 0 point. Placement of it's going to be very important.
Oh. Oh, no way! Nice shots from Lover's Rock. This guy does not seem to stop. Neither does BBL Pacific. An onslaught from the defense.
Oh.
Is this just, are we just playing like deathmatch or something? Is this what we're going for, guys?
Don't know. Big kill from Doma, though. Doesn't really have a safe way out of short. But any more damage here is absolutely huge. He gets one more kill, and BBL Pacific will be taking the minimum crop of weapons into the next round.
Oh.
But he does get one more.
Yeah.
I mean, we thought that they were going to win it, but there you go, that was the confirmation.
Yeah, an early one and well played from Lovers Rock here. Lovely couple of kills, and right now BBL Pacific are just very, I guess, direct in the way that they're playing this defence in terms of being aggressive. They know they're into an eco, so they know they can do that. And Lovers Rock, early doors, well, third round, bonus round, has decided to buy up into an operator.
Yeah, it's ridiculous how early on he's chosen to dip into deep pockets. Gonna be just perusing B main as it stands, potentially hearing the steps of Killers trailing off. Sat in the corner of tiles right now. Lovers Rock closing up the distance, but Killers is here and holds the angle brilliantly. Opening kill for Enterprise.
That it is, and it's the operator gone as well, and you can see Creven just being very cheeky to deposit an early trap or a trap in B main that Killers has dealt with, but scaling up through mid, Enterprise look to split B.
Yeah, the trap was broken by Killers, like you say, and detached from the rest of this Enterprise push. They're slow to scale towards the B site, but the rotation only just coming through for Rose, with Loiter pushed so far up in A main. Pacific might just be looking to bunker up a little bit deeper here and invite some of that pressure.
And you can see the players that were up in A have started to move elsewhere. They're starting to get pulled over now.
So Creven repositioning himself in the logs. It's a close clear. The drone's going to catch him, but still walks away with one and buys precious time for Pacific. The players starting to overload the B side of the map now as Enterprise are making their way in. They bust down the door, and it leaves only Larok at the back of it. No guesses, no prizes as to what the result of this round will be. It's Enterprise's first on Ascent.
And it's a well-needed one as well. Right there, that kill from Killers was absolutely massive, and when the site hit came through, something that we've always complimented Enterprise for is their micro. The macro game has always been pretty decent, above average for the tier 2 level, but it's always that micro, how they play off one another, that they excel, and I'm glad that we're seeing that on the site execs, because we didn't see that on Haven.
It's the spacing, the trading, and overall synergy, which just took a while to get going at the start of the year. A team coming into the stage with a matter of days under their belt in terms of experience playing with one another. That's of course, you know, discounting the history that both Zeke and Killers had on the Ascend roster.
Shadows traveling.
Into this round, they could completely break the bank balance, tongue twister, of BBL Pacific.
Yeah, they could, and being so aggressive up in A main, getting that information is going to help to do so. But with that spike heading back, there's a potential problem beginning to brew on that A main.
Got Lovers Rock up close and personal, the only real area where the Bucky can cause any problems, but
Here.
40 seconds shy of a round 1 on time for BBL Pacific. There is still utility cast map-wide as it stands. They're running into a trap on the way out of market, going to struggle to break that
30 seconds left.
which continues to buy time into the bank for BBL Pacific to get themselves in position. 3 players on the site now to stop them.
Yeah, this is a perfectly called round by BBL Pacific, and the adjustments that they made in the site setup, but on the site, the fights don't go their way. And this is what we're talking about with Enterprise. The fact that they're always able to buy themselves out of tough situations, and they'll win the round off the back of it. And that's the difference between a good micro team and one that's just not up to scratch.
One enemy remaining.
It's also what you get when you rely on those individuals to deliver you results. The bigger picture, like you say, was one where BBL Pacific had everything in the right position, but it just didn't line up for the round itself. And calling back to that synergy, and what Zeke was saying, commending Killers on when he first came into this roster, is just that he's such a pillar of the team, the way that he plays. His positioning always later into the rounds, whether you need him for a clutch or an impactful kill is always there. And so getting him on form always feels like a win condition in these big games, as we've seen him bail them out of bad spots many times.
And for the past few rounds now, Enterprise have put their focus on towards mid, but more so market than towards this short position, looking to rather hold for a swing than try and poke and prod that A site. But look how much space Yash has got already. And he's... Oh, I thought he was about to get a kill. That's a screamer of a shot from Rose.
It's an absolute belter. Mitch was saying on the desk that maybe we'd see his powers unleashed with less calling required, but this position is completely condemned. The same can be said for Kreven. Support will be arriving as you expect, but perhaps too little too late.
Oh, cheeky. Getting the rifle back. Oh, and being able to survive is going to be big. A 2 versus 3 now, or make that a 1 versus 2.
Yeah, Annihilation picks one off, so Killers has everything to do. We called on him for a clutch before. It's the spike which has fallen out of his reach.
Confirmation, it will be a thrifty round as Lovers Rock will go round to pick up that last kill. And with that being said, BBL Pacific back in the lead after what should have been an Enterprise round. And on top of that, sure, the site setup from Kreven was all the Cypher util offline, right? Like, we've seen the adaptations, but they're happy to give up this market space now and would rather play to fight the players coming out of it rather than let them walk into the utility of a Cypher.
It's like a tennis game when you have someone pitch side calling out who's going to win the point before it's been updated on the website. But jokes aside, into the next gun round. This one is a potential swing for both teams when you look at the money. We've got an op-out on both sides. We're yet to see that direct clash between Yash and Lovers Rock locking horns, I should say.
No vice
very passive on A main, but Starky goes looking and gets punished.
And that's a big kill. No smokes, it means that they have to take that short space, and it's Yash that wins out the op versus op duel. Forced back momentarily, but a minute left and plenty of time to play with if you're Enterprise.
Larok on the line, switches out for the op, picks back up a rifle and gets buried in main. Slow on the uptake for the start, but Killers closing that distance, getting out onto A, denying loiter at the gates, but all the while, BBL Pacific in position on short.
Spike going down. Or it was. Looking to try and bait out any peak, bait out some aggression. And it seems as if it's coming.
Yeah, hunting for an advantage here. Enterprise still steadfast on site. BBL Pacific have no reason to give them what they want, and Zeke is not going to get it. Left in a 1 versus 3, the spray through the corner. Well, I think you already know what the answer is. 4 rounds for BBL Pacific. That lead continuing to grow.
And we know that this will be the side that they're going to be best on, right? Let's all be honest, when we're watching us at home, we know that the double Senti will come through and be better at holding down space. Also being able to initiate because you have a deadlock, because you have a Euro, so you can more like bunker down and retake. There's everything that you need. As for Enterprise, this is also probably one of their better sides as well, or their better side. So we should be a little bit worried about what this attack is going to look like when they move on to the defense.
Blades drawn by Yash, still rifles behind this Enterprise side as Lovers Rock gets suppressed, can't TP out for the time being, right over the top, taken off. Yash removed, but a flash onto Rose should mean that he's a dead man walking, and that's exactly how it settles. Man advantage for the attack.
And how do they now start to manipulate that in their advantage? Kreven takes early space in B main, so the defense right now should have an idea of what the map looks like, although Loiter moves up A main.
Yeah, it's this negative space which BBL Pacific have been all too happy to take. Turning away at just the inopportune moment. Smoke going out, hands in pockets, caught by Zeke, and that's the path to the A site paved.
And there's deadlock utility up and ready to go, but is there anybody to capitalize off the back of it?
And it's the suppression here from the null command. Zeke just making sure there was no possibility for a Pacific retort. Spike still yet to go in. And with that, Larok finding one in the open door frame. Starky trading it. Kreven to clutch. Looking to drop in from heaven and has spotted the barrel of the captain. There, I'm not entirely sure. Just second guessing it. That's the confirmation. Starky baited out of the corner. Zeke looking to try and activate on a swivel and see if he can get himself in play. Drops in. Kreven plays off the first. Nails the second. It is mechanical excellence from the Pacific Sentinel.
Nothing.
Absolutely huge from Kreven. And this is why, even from yesterday, we saw how good he could be. We saw that he can be a player to drag them up by the scruff of their neck and pull them into the next round with a win. 5-2, this advantage continues to grow, and we look at Enterprise, not a lot of coffers left in the pocket. This could be a massive swing round in terms of BBL Pacific starting to gain a monumentous lead.
Recon dart is broken to start. Enterprise have initiator utility to try and bring Lover's Rock off the line, and they've achieved that at the very least. Looking to very quickly reposition himself back in market though, and Doma has to hold some caution about the cross. This re-clear and setup from Rose with his own drone has put Enterprise in a spot of serious difficulty.
Oh, they've heard the step. Larok now has a little bit of delay through the grab net, but the amount of damage he's able to do through spam is brilliant. 50 seconds remaining. Enterprise need to get a move on.
Oh, Larok set up by the paranoia. Enterprise looking to counter with some of their own, but now into a stun with a Hunter's Fury off the back of the contact. It is a fantastically executed piece from the defender's side. The protocol's in play.
30 seconds left.
And Enterprise perhaps forced to watch the time run out on this round. They're going to regroup and give it one last go towards A, and it would be a 2v2 on site.
And still with a deadlock trap there, but Larok stands in front of the door. Nobody heading his way. Doma finding space, but time still getting low. There's only about 6 seconds left to try and get that spike down. Rose caught off guard, and now it's up to Kreven, but he doesn't need to do anything. The round's already won.
Yeah, it's the mental timing played incorrectly by Enterprise in the end. Didn't leave themselves enough breathing room to go ahead and make the B play. A was the last option they had left. At the point in the round, they chose to execute onto a site. But you're seeing the setup here in motion, right? It's fantastically played from the defender's side. 4 rounds now, the streak. And you're wondering, when does this let up? Or are Enterprise going to be on the receiving end of another very one-sided first half?
Seems if Enterprise want to wait for some aggression, something to head their way, dodge the utility, but Lover's Rock on an early line.
It's just inviting Yash to go ahead and walk into him, takes the shot right through the midriff. That's the first shot sealed. Kreven's still here, kicking around as Loiter has grouped up with him, and there's a TP across for good measure. If required, Pacific in position once again to execute Enterprise where they stand. And we do see a response from the attack with a couple kills.
We do, and Loiter at the back of site with utility to support. Enterprise have an option to try and get out towards CT, but they're going to have to take a fight either way they go.
Loiter playing from Boathouse is happy to let this happen under his watchful eye. Stairs considered, smoke dropped in, but Enterprise looking to overwhelm him, and they will do that exactly. A shoulder barge into the B site, and the 3rd round now picked up.
The 3rd round is important for the next half in terms of getting themselves something to work with, but at this moment in time, BBL Pacific look to be back on form. They look to have found everything that they need, but what they don't have in this next half, they can't believe I'm saying this, it looks as if they've got a broken bye.
Yeah, it's crazy. The context important of how these previous rounds have taken place. Lovers Rock continually reinvesting into that operator as well is never going to be a cheap price to pay. Waits for the reveal to expire before taking the TP, the high road to the B site. Quick execution coming in here from Enterprise as they look to end on the same side of the map.
Kevin looking to play forwards. 2 quick sheriff shots and 2 quick heads collected. BBL Pacific, absolutely spectacular as they finish out the round and confirm an advantage for the next half. It doesn't matter what bye they have.
It's County Sheriff Kreven with more headshot excellence. Mechanically, such a great player, and despite there being a small sample size, as everyone did struggle the other day, you look at the top 5 players for headshot percentage in our opening fixtures in this event. Pacific are 3 of the top 4. So it feels feast or famine sometimes, but when those shots are hitting, it's unrelenting.
And that's what you want. Players like that to pop up when it's needed. A clutch earlier.
I have the spike.
With that being said, it seems as if Enterprise is going to continue to flog the dead horse of mid, but sights are not set here. Yash is just feigning pressure. It's more towards the A side, and there's a response. They're moving into Killes.
He's only got a classic, for goodness sake. Not yet spotted out by the TP, Paranoia landing, but that's just kept him busy. Killes finding one onto Lovers Rock, and Loiter forcing the issue means that Enterprise know that main has been conceded. Paranoia to cut across as they make their way out under the tree. Larok looking to lay them to rest there. His timing taken is a timing failed. Mission unsuccessful. Retake coming in with main control still under their banner. Loiter another one before the dust settles.
That's a big bit of map control as well. He just needs to play in with Kreven at the same time.
Kreven's already made his way out from heaven, finds the player dice. That's Yash that drops. Low HP on Doma, but unperturbed by the situation, wins his one, and that's exactly what Enterprise needed. The gap closed up, a platform. Going through the gears at this point in time, slowly starting to wake up to their usual selves.
I mean, the fact that Killes takes that time and gets rid of the op when he's only got a classic shows you how impactful he is. But with this last round coming through, 4 ultimates on the side of Enterprise, you're expecting them to win this round. It would be something special for BBL Pacific to win this one out. And they're looking to hold on to mid themselves with an operator at the back of Rose.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury invested from Doma. If he can find Rose here, it would have been an impactful kill to start. At long last, we may be treated to this operator clash taking place under the arch.
Lovers Rock is the one who's going to lose. And that's mid now under the banner of Enterprise. Rose thinking about moving forward, but more so looking to just maybe play from an off angle. Enterprise, their eyes firmly set on A, where Larok and Loiter look to hold on down.
Yeah, still has the drone at this stage in the round. You're either saving it for the retake or looking for some information. BBL Pacific setting themselves up for the A hold. The rotation has been called, and they have main control again.
It seems as if Larok or Loiter are so good at trying to grasp control of that, but Rose in the smoke and Larok from main. Oh, they've come out at the perfect time. A 2 versus 2 is where it settles, but with 20 seconds remaining, that spike cold, it needs to get planted shortly. Now, look at the players coming out of heaven, playing from hell as well. BBL Pacific, and a round that they should have had no chance, with all the ultimates against them, are able to fight back and have a lead of 8-4 heading into the second half. And then the group of death, our second match between two teams that have already qualified, between two teams that have already won an EMEA stage. We rest now on the second map with advantage towards BBL Pacific, and they've got the attack.
Yeah, BBL Pacific didn't win a single pistol round yesterday. They lost 4 from 4. They could win 4 from 4 here, and it would set them up brilliantly. On an attack side where they won't be favored, with the composition that they're running, a lot of direct executions will be expected. Already a mid-brawl about to break out. Enterprise looking for it and winning the first.
Rose gone off the board. That's big clearing util and initiation as well. So really it's only the deadlock to initiate on towards the site. A late luck of Kreven through mid is one to note.
See if he can find anything from it. BBL Pacific yet to set their feet on A itself. Killer's had a setup here, and the defense were looking to flood in backside early. All eyes on Zeke for the time being. A distraction bought, and from the corner he plays it to perfection. Kreven felled. Killer's able to pick up the pieces on the A site. Loiter trading it out has given a little bit of space here for Pacific to potentially threaten a plant, and that's all it'll be for now. A quick tap and they're out.
We know that these pistol rounds could be coin flips, and BBL Pacific are going for the biggest gamble up through heaven.
Oh, round the corner. Loiter there. Enterprise ready to receive it. Yash responding, leaving Lovers Rock in a 1 versus 3. The same player numbers against Pacific as it was to kick off their attack on Haven. But there were technicalities involved to seal that there, and as good as Lovers Rock performance has been, you're asking a lot in that situation. Enterprise docking a pistol round, their first picked up this afternoon.
And it could be the one that sets them back on track to win map number 2. Enterprise, sorry, I said this was the last map was their map pick. This is their map pick, and they really need to bounce back. We need to see a strong defender's side from them to get on towards Abyss, which we wanted to see exactly what the litmus test is for these two. Yeah. But I feel as if for Enterprise as well to qualify from this group, they not only need a map win, they need at least a series win. They need at least a map win as well, right? Because Mandatory won their first series 2-0. So heading into that second match that they play, map score is very important for deciding if the whole group goes 1-1.
Yeah, it leaves their fate in the hands of Mandatory, or should I say, the French side will have the best possible opportunity should that happen, and this conclude in a 2-0 fashion. But as you've mentioned, Ascent never really been a BBL Pacific map historically. The selection here from Enterprise looking like a punishment, and that's what the Behold will prove to result in. 3 from Killers. Rose recovering a weapon and given a little bit of time here to get the spike in. Enterprise, they're so quick on this. Yeah, that's all it's going to be.
It's a small win for Enterprise overall, and they'll take that, right? An alternate orb towards Rose and a few extra creds, but already Enterprise, they show exactly what they have in terms of strength for this defender's side. So as we head in towards that next important round, this bonus has a real bite to it, and one that even has an operator at the back of it.
Yeah, you were wondering when Yash was going to bring this up, how quickly he'd be able to get it online, because it's always such a boon to how Enterprise play this, creating those advantages which they're able to convert for themselves through his intuitive op play and how he sets it up around mid, varying from round to round. Here, it just looks to be straightforward from Pacific. They want to take A main. They've got 4 players there to do it.
Yeah, but it's also a double stack, something that we see typically with the KO playing in Hell and 2 flashes in pocket. But Loiter catches Zeke trying to destroy the dart, and that gives them the advantage.
Starky decision to make, needs to fight forwards. With the drone in his face, there was no way to depart. Spike is left behind for the time being, but BBL Pacific happy to take that.
I have the spike.
Let the sand make its way through the hourglass, as Enterprise are going to give them the time of day to do so.
And I think the question is here now, is the attempt for the retake going to be attempted by all three players, considering Yash did purchase that op, or are Enterprise just going to send two in? And it seems to be the latter. It's about how much damage they can get done at the end of the day, not necessarily if they could win this round.
Yeah, it's not a true bonus. You've got a couple Guardians in here, but that op is priceless. Won't be able to fork out the credits to pay for it in the next. And as you're expecting the players to go down here and do as much damage as they can on the way out, BBL Pacific should be making a swift exit. And yeah, this map for them, they've been really happy to play it against some weaker teams domestically, pulling it out when needed, but it's in these cross conferences against external opposition, inter-regional teams, where they haven't shown it since the Ascension Grand Final of 2024. Pacific rarely playing this in these kinds of events, but the change in map pool that we've seen heading into Ascension as well has almost deemed it necessary. So yeah, that's why we've seen it now involved, and it's looking like they've got a pretty good theory of how they want to play it.
And the question is as well, right, is obviously they have good ideas of how they want to play Ascent, but it's also the fact of how does Abyss look? How much time have they been able to spend on developing that? Maybe they just brought out old ideas from when they first played it in Stage 1, because they played it 3 times and were fairly successful, won all 3.
First true rifle round of Enterprise's defense now. Starting off with Yash looking down mid. The op's not going to find Lover's Rock as he was searching out for it, and you can see Killers here even gearing up to potentially take an aggressive duel. But with the setup in play and numbers towards this left-hand side for the defense, absolutely no reason to go ahead and rock the boat.
Oh, big spam damage from Zeke. Being able to get Lover's Rock down low, that will make the entry work a lot harder for him. But here they go through shot.
And Enterprise, usually being a team so heavy on that A main control, have almost completely forfeited it on both their attacking and defending rounds up until this point. Full focus has been on the crux of the map, and that's where BBL Pacific will set their feet to take flight one final time in round 16. Looking for double digits, Loiter has the opening pick. It's late, and so is Lover's Rock's positioning on A. A last-second pivot being called. Enterprise falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. The op's in no man's land. Yash has his head cut clean off, and that will be all she wrote. A fantastically called round from the attack side.
So many pitfalls created by BBL Pacific, and Doma is eager to try and fight back for this operator. He knows that it's going to be an important part to this defense and getting Yash in prime position as BBL Pacific look to try and deny it. But as you said, the fact that what we see from BBL Pacific is they deposit. They look to try and put little seeds across the map that can potentially grow into big danger. And Enterprise walks straight into it, allow BBL Pacific to get advantages that realistically they shouldn't have got. And it's stuff like this, Lover's Rock here, Rose at this point in time, that, I mean, essentially allows for Enterprise to create their own mistakes. And Alex R, not happy about how things are going, is going to have to use his first time out of this map.
Yeah, second or so of the series. Pretty lax in how it was invested on the defender's side of Haven, because it felt like they had the read, they knew how to respond. Here, BBL Pacific have absolutely run riot in the previous. How often is it you expect to see a Sova player sat, you know, just outside of defender's spawn that late in the round? Not all too often, but the way that Rose plays this role is very different, and I think that's almost had to change now coming into this new iteration of the team as well, because how many times previously did we see him run in as a first death and just sort of say, like, trade me, I'm going to empty my utility belt and you follow up off the back of it. Now it's that much more important in the late stages of the round, but even that adjustment seeming to work.
And well, this timeout needs to have been an important one. Information relayed to the team. If they don't fix things, I mean, in terms of how the general run of the series against these two have been, It's always been 2-1. It's never been a 2-0. There's at least been a map traded by either side. Unfortunately for Yash, he hasn't been able to connect a shot. A rifle, a buy that you don't expect Enterprise to win, and BBL Pacific to reach 11.
This is vintage Doma in B main. Strong off angle held with the player to peek from his initial contact. The focus of the timeout looking like it would have been on Enterprise's extremity control. Something that you need in abundance if you're going to give us a forfeiture of the mid space, as they have done here. Market not considered. Yash dropped all the way back to watch this one from spawn.
And this is something that BBL Pacific did well against Enterprise, who prioritized mid. So with that being said, BBL Pacific now set their eyes on that B main.
Here is Doma, unable to get all too much, drops off the line. Yash punished on his re-entry from spawn. This not a particularly eye-catching purchase from the defense, but they've caught our attention through the positioning alone, and with the round timer ticking down, you have some concerns for BBL Pacific, but they're very quickly dealt with, moving into post and strengthening it with that deadlock utility.
Yeah, it's very well played and very well managed overall. We had an expectation for the round, and one which we seem to be close to finding that finish.
And now, I don't necessarily think this one's been thrown into trepidation. BBL Pacific should walk away with 11, but Enterprise are going to try and deny as many guns as possible from getting out here. Does fall onto the shoulders of Zeke ultimately though, and with only a classic in hand, no outlaw bullets left in the gun. It's a difference of just 2 rounds for BBL Pacific to win the series 2-0 and to blow this group wide open.
This was a really nice adaptation from VALORANT to use the grab net to catch the TP coming in. Priority was set on main in the last rounds, but Enterprise, you look at mid, look at what's being loaded up. 4 bodies, in fact possibly 5 considering Starky and B main, and at this moment in time this could be a very quick opening onto the A side for BBL Pacific considering the ultimates.
Enterprise setting up for the retake here, expecting them to. Doma with this Odin can really be a problem though, and the spam has caught Larocque, a huge loss for Pacific in their post plant.
And I mean, that's something that we saw from Mandatory yesterday, being abrasive with the Odin usage and stopping BBL Pacific from getting the map space they wanted. It's not a bad pick, but just keep a note on the map and Rose's position.
Enterprise retake stalled out for now, and with Rose through the middle and the spike already on the B side. This is where Enterprise have to, with a fine-tooth comb, clear a lot of space on the map, and Killer's already doing that now, setting up through Link, catching Lover's Rock, and with the hat off his head, Kreven's lurk might just be cut short.
It could be all 5 players here for Enterprise now, and Kreven getting caught out, but that's a big kill!
Huge one for him to win. The backlines an issue. Zeke still looking the wrong way. They thought it was all wrapped up, but BBL Pacific out of nowhere are hitting haymakers, and it's Kreven at the forefront yet again. Who else? We found ourselves writing an obituary for them after the last game, but that epitaph remains empty. They are not dead yet.
They certainly are not. BBL Pacific looking to finish this series out 2-0 and put themselves in a position to even qualify from the group, even after yesterday's result. Sure, we'll come back to what the permutations are to qualify, but this is the best way possible to do it.
A horror show for Enterprise in the process, but BBL Pacific posting a reminder of exactly who they are. A roster which has so routinely made the most mechanically talented region look effortless. First ever team to win back-to-back titles in Turkey.
Camera taken out.
But Larocque removed early on is a huge boon to this defense. The same was said in the previous round though, and we know how that one finished.
Yeah, very true. Kreven as the man with a plan. His luck timings have been absolutely insane. And and Lovers Rock trying to get an angle through B main. Can't quite hit the traps. A main though is where the real fight's going to happen.
Peeking into it, Pacific on top. Loiter's double over-delivering perhaps, and it's Kreven to have put the final details on the A execute. Out of charge. Still got Lovers Rock orbiting Killers, keeping him out of play and leaving it on Doma to do the dirty work.
Yeah, out from heaven, Spike already down. I mean, this post plant looks well set up, and the fact that Lovers Rock can be a late win condition is massive for BBL Pacific.
The plant isn't all too open for him though, and the door remains shut on short. Doma caught visual onto Kreven early doors, so knows that the setup is mostly from main, but as the door blows open, BBL Pacific are back in it. Doma needing to land a few more shots. Someone has to work on the spike, but the hands are busy elsewhere trying to fight the front lines. BBL Pacific have done it, and in some style, responding to their critics, showing us why they stand at the top of the standings, and calling into question what exactly Ascension does end up looking like in terms of that seeding.
I think it's called everything into question right now. Mandatory at this moment in time have the advantage in the group, and that's the big takeaway from this one. They have to go and play against Enterprise tomorrow, who lose today in a 2-0 fashion, and all they need to do is really win a map, and that would be them qualified from this group and knock out our two title holders from Split 1 and Split 2.
Yeah, a stage 1 playoff team in their own right, and it would be a miraculous effort if they were able to pull it off. And I think also having neither of these teams in the playoffs almost makes more sense when you consider what the points totals look like. Could make things very interesting for each of them as we look on towards Ascension, but that's the only taster that we get of this matchup, one which is going to do so much work for Pacific. On the shoulders of Kreven they sit, but everyone showing up to the occasion when it was required of them. We'll see what the desk thinks of Ascent and the rest of this series as it has now concluded.
Miraculous, really. I mean, you really got to say it right there. Coming in from nothing else and a best of 5 loss in Challengers to dominating would be a hard word, but definitely showing who's the stronger team in this best of 3 series here, Mitch. It was, again, a map where it didn't feel like Enterprise was really much in control, much behind the steering wheel. Another one where we can say BBL Pacific did their homework in comparison to yesterday.
Oh, without a doubt. And this is what we warned of at the start of the day, the idea that you can beat them once, right? You can knock them down. You can see them lose a series, but the next day, it's tough to turn around in one day. Hell, if it was a couple days, I'd be pretty confident BBL Pacific change a lot of things. They come in a different headspace. One day, can they turn it around? That was the question we asked, and without a doubt they can. I said this map is somewhere I expect to see Rose, foot off the gas a little bit in terms of the mind games and focusing a little bit more on himself. What the hell do I know? The guy was calling a phenomenal game on the attack side. I feel like back and forth, pushing and pulling the map. But more than that, Loida stepping up to the plate. We highlighted him and LaRock as players that belong in VCT. And from what I hear, they'll be there next year no matter what. But I should have known after we finished the previous map with an ace from Kreven that the guy was going to go ham. An insane game from him. That 4K lurk he had towards the end, oh my goodness. Just hammering the nails into the coffin of their opposition, and as we heard from the casters, that means that we can very well see Mandatory score one map and lock themselves in on top. Allez les bleus.
Of course. Well, that the Irish are coming with the French propaganda is a new one. Either way, you know what? It's enough of our voices. Let's head it over to Affinity as we're going to hear from the winners what they thought of this series.
Thank you so much, and I am joined here by the one and the only Lovers Rock. First of all, how are you feeling right now after such an incredible victory?
We are feeling good because we beat EP, because we think that they are a very good team, but we are not done because we are cheering for them to win against MDR so we can qualify. That's it. We feel super.
Now, as you said, Enterprise, and what a matchup. We were already looking forward to this one. Was there a little bit of, extra fire and passion coming into specifically this match versus Enterprise, given, the competitive history between your two teams?
No, there was no such a thing like that. We just played our game. we did our homework and we played our game. That's it.
Now, you're talking of doing the homework. It showed, especially over on Haven there, an absolute sweep for you guys. Was this something that you really expected? We've talked a lot about how prepped you looked coming into this, but were you expecting it to be so, you know, fluid, or was it sort of, as the rounds came, you started to feel a little bit more and more confident?
We did not expect them to play so bad on Heaven, I'm gonna be honest. And on us end, same. We knew what they were gonna do on us end as well, so yeah, it was easy. It was predictable.
Now, you've come into this role, you've come into this team, and you've been sort of the talking point, and we've been singing your praises. Have you personally felt like you've had big shoes to fill and there's been that extra level of pressure, or has this been sort of smooth sailing for you? How has it been personally, your journey coming into this?
Comeback is a great player. I respect him. He's insane. But I don't want it to make pressure on me because I am a good player too. I believe that I am good as much as him, maybe better than him. So it doesn't make pressure on me anymore. It used to do, but not anymore.
That's great to hear. Now, one final question. The stage is yours. Is there anything you'd like the world, the Valorant scene, to know about you? Any words for, you know, aspiring players, fans of yours out there?
I say I love them all. They keep believing in us and keep watching us. That's it.
Thank you so much. Now, we'll let you go celebrate. I'm going to hand everything back to the desk. Would you like to take this away and close us up?
Bye-bye.
I never thought they'd play so bad.
Crazy.
Those words.
Crazy.
Amazing. You know, I'm sure he didn't even mean it as an offense. It was just a bit of his own surprise that it's going 13-3 there in Haven, 13-6 on Ascent. It's remarkable. And you know what? It is one thing that I find so great to see is we started the day really emphasizing there's comeback on the other side. You know, this guy, you had to really come in and step in for him. Mm-hmm. And by today, I have no further remarks for now. I rest this case. He played absolutely phenomenal, especially in map 1. There's no doubt that he has been the right choice.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. I mean, even on map 1, that question was answered just concisely. And really, really strong performance from Lovers Rock. And on the second map, you know, maybe the stats don't shine as much as they did on the first, but it's all about playing your role. And he was a pivotal part of these push and pulls sent by himself to different parts of the map to draw the eye of the opposition, key in those rotations. And I think that, you know, it seems like BBL Pacific have one hell of a team put together there. The only sad thing for them being that now qualifying out of this group is out of their hands.
It is very much out of their hands. But you know what was in their hands? Pulling the strings. And that is particularly one man's job. That's Rose. Let's take a look at round number 16 here, where the push and pull that you just mentioned was looking absolutely perfect.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of what I was saying, right? Lovers Rock, he's over here towards A short, he's drawing the eye, that gets the rotation, look up and spawn, Yash is on his way over, and he's going to be decently stacked, and that's BBL's Pacific idea. They've planted the seed, now they reinforce it with some extra players, some more noise on short, and now Enterprise are stuck on A. They're convinced that's where the hit's coming in. BBL Pacific moved back in the other direction. This is what I'm talking about with Rose's mid-gaming, mid-rounding, because it's not just about what you've seen so far. After this pick on Zeke, they press forward a little bit and then make the read. These guys are going to rotate. Lovers Rock strikes onto Starky, opens up the A site, and the spike can go back. And this doesn't look chaotic. Every step of the way, Rose is embedding himself deep in towards the spawn, so he's ready for that rotate as soon as players step into market. Like, this was planned from the get-go, and I think this guy, as I said, he's been around for a long time. Stats-wise, look at that. He's not the best statistical player we've ever seen in the world. There's a reason that he sticks around here as a leader, not just of the people, but of the players in the server. He's got a brain for this sort of thing.
And not only that, this was a very, very, very much under average performance from him, because usually he can shoot too. That's the thing about this guy. He's not only there to lead the team in that regard. 13-3 and 36. We saw it, Harry, not going on abyss, thank God. But most importantly, it, as you said, puts at least, you know, this kind of relief for all the BBL Pacific fans are like, okay, we're not bad. was just a day off. That's pretty much the thing that counts. And Enterprise at the same time, it raises a lot of questions about what we're going to see from them when they are phasing mandatory. If it's going to be the same fate that BBL Pacific had or whatever it is. But most importantly, the most interesting part, that one done. We're heading into a game very soon, Mitch, where it's do or die. It's not BBL Pacific and Enterprise having this freedom because they're qualified. Getting out of group stage means you have a chance for ascension. Otherwise, pack your bags, the year's over. So we're heading into that in just a moment. You better stay here. We're heading into a break, and we'll be right back with this banger.
And
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mama, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go pop off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Welcome back everybody. Now the games have been intense so far on the stream, but there are games that are going off stream as well. So I'm here to give you a little bit of an update of all things happening in the Dynasty versus Eintracht Frankfurt game. Now map number 1, Bind. It was a little bit of a one-sided affair with an 11-1 half. Now there was a little bit of a claw back there, but ultimately Dynasty fell 7-13 and Eintracht Frankfurt won their first map. Oh get there. Now that moves us on to Lotus, the second map, which is only just concluded. After an incredible pistol round, they started to falter a little bit early this time and were unable to secure themselves a victory at the half. 7-5 to Dynasty. Now it went a little bit more back and forth, but they really found momentum towards the end. Dynasty closed out that map 13-8, which means Abyss is on the horizon. Map that both of these teams were familiar with and played back when it was in the map pool originally, and they are here to play it again. So that's what's been going on the off stream. However, I'm going to hand you over to our wonderful desk to get this next series underway right here, right now.
Frankfurt. Yes, at least something. Comes too late. Their miracle run is pretty much out of the question. I just want to be excited for one Dach team. For once, at least, you know, because it's not going to be that much happening this year. Okay, you know what? Let's leave that aside. It's not relevant. It's not relevant. Let's Dach not relevant. Casual thing. Most importantly, our second game today, coming up, is right here. Job Life versus Ulf. And this is, I think, totally different on the spectrum of teams, no names, teams professionalism, teams what we actually know about them, what we don't know about them. Because when we take a look at exactly that, it is going to be one hell of a game. Because that Job Life roster, Mitch, I know a few faces here. A few of them are pretty known to me.
Well, I mean, all of them have had their time in VCT. Shin with the failed KC roster in 2024. He was definitely one of the shining lights of it. You look at Sivov as well. I mean, his debut was one of the best we've ever seen. Purpo's an insane individual. Starzo's lifted international trophies. And Chiwa, well, he was supposed to be on the BBL roster that was one round away from making it to VCT champions this year. So you look at this roster as a team that not only should be able to match up to the rest of the squads, I think experience and certainly individually, they may stand heads and shoulders above the rest of the competition here. This looks like it could be, and at a time maybe would be, a VCT roster in the franchise.
I mean, if you would just look at the rosters, know nothing about the teams, you would say this is the best team by far. I think you wouldn't even question it. And it is ridiculous because once more, this team was not looking good in the previous stages. 5th to 6th, I think, in stage 2, if I recall it correctly, there in France. It didn't look great at all. And I mean, talking to Larson, he was emphasizing on why they built this roster because, you know, those nerds, those Liquipedia nerds, they know that they lost their IGL originally was unfake. And it seems like Chiwa, Purple, all those players they added, they gave this team a new life. And whilst they're all from different teams, they already found a playstyle that suited them quiet fast. And as you said, Mitch, right? The experience comes in the micro decisions, the quick thinking. One of the things he highlights here with this team that gives them the success and gives them the strength that we really need to be looking out for today.
Yeah, I think this is the thing, like the experience that you get at tier 1, and we haven't talked a lot about that within the franchise league, because of course why would we, but we've also not seen too many players trickle down like that consistently. So like we always talk about when you play in tier 2, the experience is very different. When you go to franchise, you play against teams that play a completely different style. And so the experience is sometimes valuable, sometimes it works against you. I don't know how it works in reverse. I think Job Life is an interesting case study of that, where you're used to playing against this very structured play, and then you come to tier 2 and you'll just have some teams that are like, hey, I shoot better than you, bro. Like, what are you going to do about it? You try to make reads, they don't even know what they're doing. And so I can see you struggling in a regional league, but now you come to this stage of challengers, and this is much more, I think, what these guys will be used to. So now they've got the experience from both worlds combined. That's a terrifying prospect. And looking at how the finals went for them up against Mandatory, yeah, I think this team is here to win.
You're saying it, you know, stage 2 looked dire. Stage 3 was an absolutely miraculous win against the Mandatory side, which we, by the way, saw BBL Pacific a day ago, which were dominant today. And this was 13-4, 13-7, not even allowing double digits ones to the Mandatory side, that on Icebox, Ascent, and Haven. And I have to say, it was an absolutely great best of 5 series where Job Life proved their worth, proved how good they are. And you know what, we need to take a look at a few highlights, because this right here, for you also, Mitch, and for the viewers out there, this is original footage from the French stream. Just enjoy it. Listen to this. We didn't edit this. This is their music. This is lit. We did not edit this. They made this the smoothest. This is like a sitcom outro.
Yeah, what the hell?
I love it. I love it. It is a vibe. And this is how they're playing. It totally suits. What is this? Is it actually a high pace first person shooter, or I don't know? Did you just watch a jazzy 80s family sitcom? I don't know, Mitch.
Yeah,
you tell me.
Like
but
the credits are gonna roll right after this. So like this is I should be seeing names fly up, and I am. But they're all job life, killing other people in the kill feed. It does look like credits are rolling when it comes to a site push for them. I'll say that Chiwa, especially, or Chihuahua as he used to be known, this guy is one of my favorite players of all time.
Yeah,
as a Sentinel, there's many players out there who, when you think of them, you think of an agent like Mandatory or on my screen. Enzo, you think about the Sova. It's what he does. But Chiwa for me is like the key Sentinel. This guy,
I see.
Thinking back to 2022, he was just so damn good. He was so good. Sometimes we didn't even show his 4Ks from Backside Boathouse on the stream because he was just too powerful. We floated up above him and saw the stars instead, as his opponents often do. He sends them to the afterlife. I like him a lot, and I think that this roster, you know, as I said, the others have all had their time at tier 1. I think Chiwa was almost robbed of that with the BBL roster that he should have been on. Visa issues, yada yada. It sucks. This stuff happens, but he is someone that I think is very much deserving of his time in the in the limelight.
And I mean, you know what? We talked about all those great experienced players. Let's take a look at a team, namely Ulf, that was playing Premier when stage 1 teams were collecting points for Ascension. It's a ridiculous scenario to be in, because they were doing the BBL route, you know, coming in from promotion and suddenly playing consistently, being the runner-up in Turkey. This team is out of my mind, because with a lot of them, okay, yeah, maybe played a bit at Digital Athletics, but there's also guys who literally have maybe like 5-10 officials before they joined that team, and they literally became second place in Turkey. Their average age is 18.25 years. They have literally just basically finished school, every single one of them. It's miraculous, and it once more shows the depth of the Turkish talent pool that exists.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, look, if you're coming in as a team that was previously playing in Premier earlier on this year, and then you're going second within Turkey, and you're going into a grand final against BBL Pacific, who we just saw dominate, and you're putting up, you know, all right numbers, that's a bloody great start. I'd love to see what this team can do in the future, but it looks like our veto is already underway. And I think in this one, at least from our conversation earlier, it seems like bans are fairly obvious in terms of what we'll expect.
And that's very interesting. You're seeing that Ulf usually doesn't want to play Icebox at all. We're getting out of Abyss here in the ban, Mitch, and this leaves it open because they would like to play Job Life, rather chooses Haven.
Yeah, it's interesting. Again, we sort of expect this when the map pool comes in like this, when a new map is rotated in. You have to pick your poison, and taking out Abyss is always going to be a decision that I stand behind and salute you for. So thank you very much for that. And Bind coming out of Ulf as well, a map that they've not played a massive amount on looking regionally, but one that they've been very comfortable on. I think undefeated this year as well. So a good opportunity for them. And Ascent to close, well, we already talked about and we already saw Turkish teams on Ascent, just how scary that can be.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe we were not talking too much here about Ulf, but I want to just give you one very important quote from their coach, namely Vlad. Okay. We know the guy. He literally said, what we do, number one thing we are good at is fighting. We do a lot of literally quote unquote body play. We set the pace rather than letting our opponents do what they want. So this is exactly this lovely approach that we want to see from young, wild Turkish teams, where popping heads is their strength. And this is the total opposite to some of these VCT approaches we mentioned. But let's take a look on our first map on Haven, on the agent select. And for me, so far, I think we're sticking to the classic default stuff that we know, Mitch.
Yes, it looks like no changes. It always takes me a moment, but yeah, looks like we're in vanilla zone. Yeah, I'm not sure about Vlad's terminology on how they play the game.
Literally his words. I didn't make that up.
May need some
Body play, he
workshopping.
said.
It's like the Zeke gif all over again. But I think that overall, like this is what I was talking about. The idea that like you as Job Life come in, you know how to play at a high level, but meeting your opponents at the level they're playing at is going to be a big deal. And for Ulf Esports, you're playing on a map like Haven. It's a big map. It's somewhere that you can find those more isolated duels if they're offered up. You're against the Sentinel like Chiwo, who's going to be containing a lot of space. I'm expecting some aggression out of Job Life in early rounds on defense, but this is where Ulf could thrive if they can come out of the gate swinging.
That's the big question, right? Will the star-studded roster be totally caught off guard by the raw firepower that Ulf is delivering? Or is it going to be Job Life showing experience matters in those high-pressure matches? Let's find out with Hazza and Cairo.
Yeah, both of these teams would have spent yesterday twiddling their thumbs, waiting to get into the server for what is an opening match for both. It's been a long time for Job Life even, since that first stage that they come back into an EMEA competition. For Ulf, a little bit less, of course. They were fighting their way through Premier at the time, but both, so much changed in that downtime.
Yeah, and it has, and Zesh summed it up brilliantly before we handed over to us, was that it is the young guns versus the tried and tested. I mean, these guys have been in Tier 1. Some should deserve to still be in Tier 1, but we won't get into that conversation. That one's for later. As for the map itself, Haven, Job Life have yet to lose it this split, whereas you look at Ulf Hazza, they've only been able to win it twice out of 5 times played.
Yeah, most recently for Job Life, a 13-7 win featuring against Mandatory. The sort of golden thread that connects the two teams is that their regional counterparts have already faced, so in our minds we're already kind of pitching them up against one another, who exactly is going to be slightly better, and Job Life are the firm favourites here. Shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody, and starting out on the attack already, couple players into sewers. Ulf gonna have a look.
They are, but is it one that they're not going to want to continue to? But it seems as if they are. The utility spot on, and Neki getting a double kill. At least she was able to answer back in the conversation, but so many bodies here trying to protect the spike should give Job Life no look in.
Shock dart queued up by Star, so potential for huge damage on players which have already taken a hit in the corner.
Utility to re-engage back through. They know where Neki is. Good shock dart will net the kill, but the paranoia still delays. 40 seconds to play with the right click not hitting, but Purpose goes Stiz! Hello! Job Life comes straight back in with a pistol round win.
A player whose time in VCT previously in Stage 1 could be summarized by being so heavy in first engagements is the one to wrap up the pistol for Job Life. It was a nice set piece from Ulf to get things started, but the individual quality that the French organization possesses cannot simply be overlooked. And it's the kind of position that you really need to be converting from if you're Ulf.
Aggressive play down C-Long there, and it seems as if Job Life should have everything that they need to get through it, and that is the case. And yeah, I mean... Oh, hello? There we go, finally Chiwo will finish it off. A little bit of a back and forth there from Starzo, but overall the point I wanted to get to was that Job Life have always done so well at being able to craft themselves rosters which are going to be able to challenge for Ascension, right? Chiwa nearly caught off guard as Echo tries to follow it up.
Yeah, but there's little left to be said of this round. Maybe lucky to catch you here, Echo. But yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying there. Ooh, an organization which has always poured money back into the circuit year on year, right? I think the previous representing the best possible chance that they'd had at a promotion in terms of previous years, completely remodeled, moved to an international side rather than a French roster that we'd seen from them in previous years. And even here, it's been a change along the road, right? 3 loans brought in from VCT teams, and even just Starso changing back to IGL instead of Unfake is a change that I'm all here for.
Yeah, I agree. As for this round, Ulf, they like to play in packs. We've seen that now quite a few times in the pack. It just seems to be Sup being aggressive down mid.
And the mid-rounding for them up until this point has looked pretty good, and it's tested Job Life and Starso, as I was saying. Here, it's a freeze behind their own smoke, but getting ready to siege the A site. Echo with such an uncommon position top site playing off the trap, but rewarded for his efforts. And as Job Life are trying to close in on the site and give him the squeeze, Ordaz is there to get a couple for his efforts, putting it down to just the final couple players on Job Life.
It has both players playing off one another, both initiators, and both have utility. First one gone, it's realistically just Civ off's afterbomb.
It is indeed. And Sop is playing this timing slowly, waiting for a distraction, waiting for that utility. The safety net set up, and this Ulf defense executing the attack brilliantly, heading back into that retake. But the work was done on spot.
It was from Ordaz. It's absolutely magnificent, and I think this is what Job Life is going to have to deal with, the problem, because as we expect Job Life to have the experience, to have the calls and everything they need to get through these rounds, the other aspect to it is that Ulf have the firepower to turn rounds on its head, so Job Life can leave no margin for error, or little to margin for error in these rounds, or you're going to see Ulf be able to shoot their way out of any problem.
So the next gun round coming up has Sop exploring middle again. Hearing the steps on the other side of the A wall. Grouped up in lobby. Job Life playing this incredibly straightforward.
It's the same 2 players that were able to hold it down last time on site. Echo straight into the kill feed once again. That's unbelievable. Ordaz still here into Graffiti, firing off shots, but not hitting. Chiwa gets 2 of his own, and with that ultimate invested, they should now know that the players are coming from flank.
Yeah, it's a backside plant instead of a rotation. Job Life in a great position here post.
There they are, and Starzo from the corner pops up when needed. A big round from Job Life to answer straight back from the rifle round win from Ulf.
Yeah, great work from Echo on this site hold again. Very close friends with Larocque outside of the server. And a huge potential name for the future in his own right. But yeah, Ordaz there, not able to marry up the 2 on site and get the result that they would have been looking for. It's a great use of the neural theft from Chiwa to just set up the post plant and look that much more effective. Starting to come onto some ults now, both sides. But Ulf just don't have the weapons in this round.
And the worst problem is all players are within a one-shot range of the Outlaw if they do go and try and challenge Purple, who, let's be honest, didn't have the best time in Tier 1. A player that we know can light up the kill feed when needed. So with that pick on seat, Job Life now have a decision to make. Do they continue on towards that site, or is a decision to be made to try and hit in towards that A stack?
Starso will be diligent to begin giving this some clearance, and the drone has let Purple out onto long. But you're looking at the position of Sop, checking for this, with Fabian playing over his shoulder. As soon as that contact gets hit from the cam, actually, they go for the piece. Not really returned massive value though. Picking up one. Okay, Starso, that's ridiculous. Still, the C site has been vacated, and Job Life can move this to post quite comfortably.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, they were waiting, Job Life, for seeing what type of plan Ulf had, and when it finally got activated, immediately they moved to that C site, and Echo trying to get out with the rifle in hand.
Gonna pick up his first. Would have to have been looking at Shin had his position not been revealed by yet another Cypher ultimate. An impactful one here, as Echo is gonna try his luck. Regress back to long. Chua takes a chunk of damage in the process, and when the cage goes up, this is a chance for half, potentially.
Ah, but that's cage will drop before it goes to half.
Yeah, Echo has stuck this.
This is no
At
problem.
least a decent distance of the way. Shin has checked it. No further peeks will be taken, but he gives his life up for the cause. Echo going down, Job Life continuing to build on this lead.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I mean, I got the timing wrong on the Cypher cage. This is ridiculous from Starzo. But overall, I think it's well called. You know, they win the fight on C, they go back, they pressure A, and they get through what could have been a difficult round, considering Echo was able to get that rifle and able to find a few picks. But you're seeing that mechanical skill on display from both sides now.
Revealing area.
Been a tough game so far to build into if you're Ulf. 4 rounds, Fabian yet to register, the newest player into the team. The one change from the previous stage. Sop also on a line. And someone else who's come in since that initial Premier run. Dodges the reverse Hunter's Fury and just consolidates this defensive control.
Does, but a peek into purple will net the kill, and that's exactly what Ulf will be looking for, is that's 2 1 versus 1s taken, and both won by the defender's side.
It's closing those advantages, which is most important though. 5 versus 3, similar situation to what we saw on the pistol round slip through their fingers.
And if you're a Job Life, where do you go to try and get numbers back on your side? Realistically, it needs to be a clean gunfight. Neki in the corner. I don't know if his barrel's been seen. Simov certainly has been noted, pinned out. And I think if Job Life can try and get out cleanly, that would be a big thing for them, because they'll be able to keep their numbers.
Yeah, you typically don't want to go down if you're trying to win the round, and into B they'll head. But a quick rotation can be called here for Ulf. Plant being stuck. Flash from Fabian, I believe it might have been actually. Catches off his own teammate, not able to capitalize. Played in Starso, but Ulf clean up. And that's a much more convincing round from them on the whole. Plenty more of that on the defense. And things will be looking better for them. A tribute paid to their regional reps.
There it is. That's crazy. It's a leg shot that actually ends up catching out purple there. But it seems as if, like, for this moment in time, as we get a little bit of downtime at the moment, it's just like it feels as if Job Life have been able to pick up these stragglers, right, from teams that we know and expected to do better, but just never really got the opportunity, like Purple. I mean, Chiwa speaks for himself, right? He should have got his chance, but Siva, for me, was a player that I never would have expected to have been dropped from Vitality, considering how his debut performance went.
Yeah, I think it was more the team than the player and what that environment looked like. The faith put in him on Job Life though. This a quick set piece which they've called. Using the Rolling Thunder to gut out the garage as Purpo's already wrapped all the way through B. Position was expected by Neki, and the traps on site are lighting up targets. That rich environment fired into. And a 4 versus 2 when the dust settles. Sivov the last remaining here. And as good as we know him to be individually, call back to his first stage on Breach on this exact map and the numbers that he dropped with Mandatory, but no round win. Not happening. Ulf going through the gears and looking much better.
And there they are. And that's the problem with Job Life, just hitting in towards sites and making it straightforward. The rounds where it seems if they are better is ones where they take their time but play in groups, because if they give solo fights or give fights where Ulf can flood in as a pack, it just feels as if Job Life are just a little bit overwhelmed.
Revealing area.
Yeah, Ulf ready to receive this A execution as Joblife are brute forcing it. Purpo set up again over the top with the first to fall. And the rest of Ulf are here. As expected, Sop gets a double from the shorty somehow. And it's a flawless conclusion to round number 8. The lead has been sawn off and it's a tied game.
I mean, yeah, it's absolutely spectacular. The fact that they're able to just play off one another, it feels so easy. It feels like a routine sight hold, and it's trying to speak about this. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I feel as if we are in timeout territory, and that's where we find ourselves.
Yeah, and talking of the coach here as well, Larson, who joined from Zerent at the start of the year, he brought Unfake over with him, but that departure now signaling the move to a brand new system, or so you would think. I'm seeing some of the same issues that we had in the previous stage, right? A slightly one-dimensional offense at times. Ulf have kind of read into the fact that if Joblife want to hard commit to areas of the map, they're stuck in the mud. And then if they do just meet that with their own defensive rotation, more often than not, they're going to be in a position to shut it down. We've especially seen that on A a couple of times.
I mean, look at the defenders' economy and what they've built up after the rounds because they've been so clean. The operator in play and plenty to get themselves over the line, and the fact that they are much further ahead in this the ultimate cycle is just going to prove even more difficult for Joblife to try and break back into. The momentum firmly on this defender's side, and it needs to be a very convincing continuation from that timeout.
Yeah, I mean, with both teams having just the difference of the duelist,
Right here.
it's the way in which they want to play. Ulf, a lot of the time, would be happy to go for retakes when you have Neon in the composition. But also with the high gear giving you that quicker movement speed, yeah, you can just flood a lot of the time, especially if Joblife are going to make it fairly telegraphed in where their priorities lie on the map. This time it's a return to A after a little bit of defaulting.
And look at the positions of the players. All disconnected, all 1v1s.
This is a cam contact. As soon as the spy cam from Echo spots the first player sewers, Ordaz is going to let loose on this paranoia and go for a play.
Contact still not taken, the player peaks, but Chiwa able to be out, and as well as Purple finding Echo. Ulf just caught a little off guard, unsure if that was from the Omen ultimate or if it's from elsewhere, but not ready for the fight, and that spike can go down.
Yeah, it's a slight mistiming, miscommunication there perhaps for Ulf that has opened up the site for Joblife. Into the retake, they're going to invest the ult.
They're going to try and go for it. Whether this is a good investment or not is one that will be decided by the round win. And I mean, the chances of winning this is getting shorter and shorter. And a proactive Chiwa is already on a flank, so Fabian realistically should have no chance of getting out, but he's trying to play for his ultimate that has come online for the next round, and Chiwa even wins the fight onto Sop. So Joblife, after their timeout, will immediately respond with a round win.
Yeah, this is so well cleared from Chiwa, and that miscommunication that I was referencing, it feels like with Vlad coming in and having such great coaching staff with a history of, you know, BBL, Na'Vi at times, you're kind of expecting them to be able to pull out plays like this, but the rehearsal, not exactly the same as how it plays out in an official environment. At the end there as well, Chiwa commended by Mini during the off-season, being part of BBL's macro game and how often you're going to find him lurking. It's vintage. This guy's been doing it since 2021. You have to expect it later on.
Oh, the players just noted by the contact of the L drone, but nothing found, no picks got, and forced back actually by Joblife, but still have control of that A site.
This attack side op is not something you see all too often. Shin bringing it out to try and establish a little more control. Sharp shooting, finds Echo the anchor. And Joblife, having taken that, choose not to scale. and actually double down on A potentially here, or at least fake the idea. Proactivity shown by Ulf, trying to feed back into the space. Breach util should condemn Neki, but it's not to an early grave. It's a kill picked up onto Sivov. Now moving on to C. Odas fills the gap. It's scrappy, but at the end of the day, Job Life are trailing by a player.
And now it's up to Shin. He needs to take a step forward and try and find something to get it in Job Life's favour. But as he do, picked up by the op, and it's a Starso on 4 HP to clutch.
With the op in hand, gonna try his luck, but there are multiple angles to consider. Flick, I don't know if that was a leg shot found onto Neki or not, but it was too little too late at the end of the day. The credit in my mind though goes to Sop. The discipline there in the 3 versus 2 to just hold the line defender's spawn side is commendable.
Yeah, it's a big round to win. We go at 5-5 the scoreline. And this defensive half looks as if it's probably already done enough. Insane from Starzo not to actually capture that kill. But these next 2 rounds most important, whether we end up all even or even better at one of these teams at an advantage.
It was the early initiative from Job Life, but now at a deadlock. Ulf in a strong position. Soppe potentially looking at taking an early peek here. The cage cordons him off temporarily. And an ult ripped by Neki is going to pick up Starso. He'll be forced back to the spectator screen now, the IGL, to try and call the rest of the pieces of his team together.
Weapon here.
Reclear from shot to confirm any information. I don't even know if there was any sounds heard off the back of that either. So a red herring that Ulf have to deal with. And will they reset their shape? It's actually looking like a good gamble because Job Life right now are looking to head over towards C.
Yeah, nobody can pass through Garage here either as long as Sop stays on the line, which he has done. Has the headroom to very quickly activate and hold the C cross here too. Shin, one more smoke left. But in placing this towards C long, has almost given the game up. Ulf reading into this quite heavily and could have a huge reward for it.
Well, they could. This Purple's the first one in all alone, and there's still a player out in Garage. He could take his time in as well. Sop waiting to go, waiting for the initiation to support him, and as he comes out, players of Job Life assault into the backside and win out! Purple, absolutely massive! And he looks to try and get his 4th, but Chiwa will steal it away. And it's a big win for Job Life.
Definitely. Especially with the sour note that it started on. You can see the panic setting in there when Neki is spraying at the smoke left and right, doesn't know where to look. And with Purpo having the jump on the backside players, it was all too simple. Lamented Fabian a little bit earlier on for his performance, but the 10 assists now back it up. This defensive system is rolling. 5 rounds already is a strong total. Looking for more in this A lobby fight.
Could be more as well, as Purple has no way of getting out, and Fabian even supporting that. With the spike lost, ultimates being forced to be invested, and that's a second tag, deep, but not the one that they were looking for. Fabian continuing his win in the aim duels, and Job Life getting caught off guard left, right and centre. This is the most Turkish way to play a map I've seen in a long time.
Do I have to call your mind back to the previous series? I mean, yeah, it's a page out of Pacific's book, but the understudies of the best that we have in Challengers showing up to a big day in their history. First group game against a Job Life team with bounds of experience. 6-6, the half will settle. Is that going to be enough for this defense when they flip onto the attack?
And
Welcome back to the second group game of Group D between Joblife and Ulf. Held at arm's length coming into the second half. The Turkish team taking a moment to gauge their opponents, but ending up finding 5 of the last 7 and putting themselves in a strong position here, heading onto the attack side.
It's everything that they could want and more. Problem is Joblife will be well set up to counteract what Ulf want to do. Even the historic is attack side bias, but we've seen teams have strong defensive performances before, especially with the composition being run right now.
Yeah, and with the anchors that they have as well. Purpo trying to get himself involved early. Shots through the cage. And plenty of ground lost if you're Joblife. Don't want to overinvest bodies towards the A side of the map to recover this space, because heading into a retake on a pistol is not a position you want to be in. Lots of utility for Ulf as they're making their way onto the site now.
Slowly but surely, the way that they scale, waiting to see what Echo finds on the other side of the map, and well, it will be nothing. That's the go button pressed off the back of that pick, but Purple in the corner not accounted for. Will be able to get one himself. Joblife looking to flood back in, and they'll take a mighty advantage in towards the retake.
Yeah, Aldous has an empty util belt here. This one feels doomed.
And it does. Sheriff in hand. We need to be quick. Kills! Nearly the transfer. But with that spike down on the ground, it was always a tough task, and Joblife do well to get over the line.
Yeah, they do. 2 pistol rounds from 2 on Haven. Such a massive advantage to take in general, and I think that also speaks volumes to the quality that Ulf have in keeping this scoreline respectable coming out of the first half, how they were able to turn things around. For the defense, and those protocols will be tested. You're coming into a full save now. No ults built up early on any player.
Nothing in terms of shots being hit. Finally they will be. We're expecting Joblife to take this one just because of the buy that they have, and they're well aware of the tricks that Ulf are up to, and it seems like that's a few times now that Echo will be found all on his own lonesome. So that's one to note for later rounds in terms of the value that he finds from his lurks.
Yeah, second time now that he gets caught out. This one a little more unforgiving. Without a real gun, just a pistol in his hands. Starso Stinger doing plenty of work. So Joblife looking to end this flawlessly, and they do. Perfect way to begin your defender's side.
Yeah, and that bonus then gets that extra bite, and the fact that you also get all the ultimate orbs in the end without really giving much away. The other thing that we don't really consider about these rounds as well is the extra creds that you can get from a spike plant, or even sometimes from a kill.
And you also saw how Ulf having really clean defensive rounds massively helped them in setting up to make this scoreline respectable in the first half. It can be the same for Joblife. Bonus queued up for us, and feeling to be a pretty direct C send. Shin caught sleeping at the wheel by Sop as he goes to break the dart, and already far ahead of the curve. Chua catches a visual on it through his camera. Both initiators behind this and 2 players outside garage. Ulfa just gonna send it right out of the gate. Chua has so much work to do here with the Bulldog. They're yet to cross the threshold. He's drawn a line in the sand and is doing well to hold them back. 1 kill is all it's going to end up being. The rotation's still not arrived.
No, it's not. They've taken their time, but the spike is finally down, and all 3 players for Joblife are going through CT.
And when you spoke about those lurks from Echo before, he's brought a friend to the party. It's Ordaz with him, both working through B. Does leave the C site a little bit vulnerable in the process, but as long as Sop can keep on shooting, then maybe the problem isn't a problem at all. It's a quad kill that he ends up finding in the round. And yeah, perhaps Joblife getting caught out by the fog of war there a little bit.
Yeah, I thought Chua was going to find a little gap to work with. You see it when the stun comes in just before he gets found. He sidesteps it, and perhaps he was on for more there. Just can't get the shots to hit. Fairly clean round overall by Ulf. And that will allow for them to re-bolster their economy heading into future rounds.
Yeah, early op here for Purpo as well. We've seen a few teams in this tournament already prioritize getting it online early, and they won't wait any longer than the first rifle round to do so. He's in sewers, but plenty of Cypher util to check this position, and does end up finding himself revealed in the process. A bit of a stalemate to start here, first 15 seconds or so.
A couple of shots fired off, but nothing in terms of real intent to go and take these fights. Joblife inviting the pressure. This is where the spike is. You have to know, as Ulf look to make inroads elsewhere.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, Chua has spent all of his Cypher utility towards C and Garage, just fully face-checking B, not expecting Ulf to execute there. It's important to note that the spike is still outside of the A site, so while all this pressure is being created on C, it's Ulf trying to pull a player over and make this execution a little easier for themselves.
Ooh.
But with the dart scanning a couple of targets from Starso, it's huge information for Joblife in these late stages.
It's fast.
Spike is pulling away from this. They are going to go C.
I mean, it's a late call, and if this pick could be found, Purple could hinder this site exec. Although Ulf already so far scaled, it shouldn't cause a problem for the spike to go down. But the problems are therefore on the retake, on the players trying to get back in. But it will be delayed ever momentarily as that spike goes down. The utility traded, and Ulf coming out on top in the gunfights, in the engagements, and still keep themselves ahead. Purple has to pick up a Phantom that was lost on the attempt to come back in. But they have to try and find clean engagements, and when they do, Ulf immediately clear house.
Yeah, it's such a late move to make, and here, Purpo finding that kill onto Sop, you thought that was the last little bit of information that was required, seeing the duelist running away from the site, knowing that it was elsewhere, but finding themselves in strong post-plant positions early, and punishing the Joblife set retake. Those rifles removed, 2-round wins on the bounce mean that we've immediately seen them kept honest here in terms of money. 3 sheriffs, that's about it. And I have to say, right now, I'm just very impressed with how Ulf have been playing these rifles.
I agree, and I think I'm impressed by the mechanical skill on show. I know I've said that a few times in the round, but I feel as if every single time there's an engagement, I favour an Ulf player. Unless it's someone like Purple. These pistols identified, the utility to try and respond hasn't worked in their favour. But with so many bodies here, you're still expecting the Turkish side to overwhelm the site.
Yeah, very diligent clear there onto Starso as well. Still a couple bodies on the A site, but Ulf should be running over Joblife here. No problems, no questions asked. That's exactly what we're going to get. Just piggybacking off what it is you were saying there, yeah, Joblife would have half as many rounds had they not found both pistols and converted the anti-ecos following them up. So at what point do you start to get scared for them here? This is their map pick after all, and Ulf have now taken themselves the lead in flawless fashion, no less.
I mean, that's the big part, right? And I think, again, it's just being able to live with this, the plans that they're even trying to come up with, right? You saw the little trap that they created in towards that showers, in towards, that's the next map, in towards the sewers position. Didn't work out. And this is a fairly convincing map for Joblife. 4 from 4, and on top of that, Ulf, they've only been able to win 2 out of 5, so overall, like, if you're looking at pure statistics, you would favour Joblife coming into this map.
Yeah, Starso stunned. A target just lays waste to Sop as he pushes into the site. Drop the recon out in a panicked moment, but while it screams desperation, it's seeming to do the job for Job Life. Now in a 4 versus 2 situation, both players pushing from the choke, guarded by Chiwa. Neki finds it through the smoke and Fabian follows up. Warning lights flaring. Ulf in a strong position now.
Yeah, there should be no way that Ulf should have been able to come back into this, but retaking with an op is tough.
Slight overstep, not working out for them. Purpo looking to close up the distance here with the op, making his presence known as much as possible. Fabian turns his back to the situation, lets Neki watch it from Graffiti. Long covered, so is defender side Spawn. Ulf players finding each and every pick, flipping the round on its head, rewriting the script as it sat in the typewriter. And Job Life, with another purchase failing to go their way, will be so frustrated in how this round concluded.
2 versus 4, the fact that we're able to fight back from that, lovely shots, and it seems to be the case every single time we see this. 4 rounds out of 6, as soon as we've hit the rifle rounds, has been all the Turkish side, and well, you would have thought it would have been the experience to have the advantage coming into this series. It's the young guns who just seem to outfrag every single time when we get into key engagements in these rounds.
Yeah, Job Life pressing the timeout button for the 2nd time already in this map. Vlad yet to use his. Of course, joining on the 11th of July meant that he was part of the setup for the final stage of the Turkish Regional League, but other than that, wasn't present for their previous EMEA campaign. Of course, we've seen a changing of the guard with Fabian coming in as well, Mapizi's departure. A very flexible player. 7 agents shown in the last 30 days, and his only negative rating on any of those was with Killjoy. And what map did he play that on? Icebox. It's now gone, so things trending in a positive direction for this team, whichever way you spin it. For Job Life, right now, it just, I have to say, capitulating on an EMEA stage is the story that we're kind of putting to this roster so far this year, and their Challengers appearances.
I hate to be that guy, but it feels as if like that's kind of the story of Job Life in general. Sure, they had a pretty tough matchup that should have gone their way, but there was also other opportunities in that Ascension run that they should have taken that they didn't. And that should be the main takeaway from it, as the entry pick was found, the spike immediately down on C, and Ulf with a post plant set up, and Job Life should have no way back into this one.
The question is, do they choose to invest anymore? Purpo's already drawn blades. That was the expectation. First kill, an equalizer. 4 on 4. Sivov still with the ult. The Rolling Thunder yet to be invested, but now might finally be the time. Purpo's picked up another. Now they've got numbers, and that's where Sivov throws it into the mix. Purpo still going, still hitting headshots, leaving it all down to Sop and his Outlaw, which has got to walk back through the traps of Garage. And just like that, Job Life do show us signs of life.
I mean, I'm glad that we aren't seeing them flatline, but at the same time, 5 alive in towards a retake. Purple just chopping and dicing his way through the rest of the players alive. Good ultimates invested. And it seems as if with 1 round away, there's a real possibility of coming back into this one. And they still have the lion's share of ultimates available. Sure, 2 of them aren't the most effective, but most importantly, it stills those Hunter's Fury.
With the stun landing in the lobby early, you were wondering, would he choose to invest it, but perhaps opting for a more reactive setup. Job Life currently looking to play from on-site A rather than set up for any kind of a retake. It's on C where you're expecting that to happen. You've seen the shift of Chiwa onto the other side of the map. He's left this setup behind him for a player from Garage, perhaps, to capitalize off a trap.
And this is the first time that Ulf has probably been more directionless in terms of their default. Usually they stick heavier towards one side of the map, but it is this time through Garage in which they choose to go.
Yeah, kind of just anticipating a potential push on the Job Life side, but it's not come in yet. Purpo finally showing himself with this operator, and Starso backing up from Garage, giving Ulf the time of day to put themselves on the C site, and that's when the Hunter's Fury finally sees itself used. Just the one tag of the 3 pulses hit, and the spike going in, with Ulf having expansive control.
And it's getting even worse, because Echo's got the next pick, and Chiwa on his luck has been caught off guard as well. So as it gets worse and worse, Ulf have everything they need to finish this one out.
And they do. Echo the next. Fabian not too far behind. Sivo will respond with this operator, but it is on borrowed time that he continues his stead in this round. Sop making the run the long way round and just outside of audible range. Sivov 1 bullet left in the op. It's in a moment's time you expect him to go down. I mean, he's actually managed to hit the following shot. And with the classic gets the next. Okay, 4 kills from Sivov. Now, that's going to leave a dent in the Ulf economy. Not enough to stop them from having a buy in the next, but he has gone down kicking.
He has, and not only that, if we think about the implications further in the round, that was 5 ultimate orbs gained in one round itself, so we're within 3 for the Rolling Thunder to come online. And that gets worrying, because that could be a round-winning ultimate used for Job Life to perhaps equal out the round count, or even worse, take a lead if they need to.
Yeah, Job Life have given themselves every chance, but they've got to go ahead and win one now. Double digits calling their name as Ulf will be hoping to close things up before it gets out of hand. Quick trade. Echo trying to snake his way through the sewers and onto the A site. Starso in the drone could get himself caught here. It's Sop through B instead. Absolute pandemonium taking place in the server as Echo makes his escape through Link. And Job Life are left searching on this B plant. Still fighting this is Echo, but it's just a 1-for-1. Sop following it up. Chaos in round 21. That favors Ulf.
And it does, and both players towards backside. How does Chiwa dice up these engagements?
He's going to have to find Sop first of all, and from this corner it's a difficult clear. But Chiwa is surgical. And with the hat lifted from his head, looking to try and find Ordaz. But before the ping pops up, he takes the timing ahead of the curve. And that will make for 12 rounds. Ulf with map point on their opponent's pick of Haven.
Yeah, it feels like now we can see Ulf start to kick on. The record, not the best, but the performance here has been blinding in the way that they have completely dominated the kill feed round to round. And you look at Job Life Spy, sure they've been able to get 3 rifles, but there's not a lot in terms of those shields either.
Not at all already. Ulf setting up for this B pop potentially. Sivov there waiting for it. Caught down to 10, and that might just be the green light. You can already see the garage control. That's where the spike is inclined for the time being. But Ulf don't want to rush things.
Oh no, trying to bust through the smoke, and it's Ordaz, that man again, who pops up when needed. But Chuba's at the back of sight.
Yeah, and he's gonna have to play this position all by himself. 125 HP, first fight taken in 1, but it's these even trades that just don't favor Job Life. Ulf winning out in almost every front, and with Purpo caught in garage, look at the quick reposition of 2 players Link.
And it is 2 players low as well. That's the other thing to consider. So maybe 1 spray down could grab 2, but look at the positioning of these players. They're all disconnected, all for making sure that they can't be found in a quick spray.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous post plant. Spike drop backside, but only one avenue to consider now if you're Job Life. It's from C-Link. Neki still playing with the ult, as you say.
What?
The tag is going to damage Purpo. The updraft sells him short. He flies over the top and gets caught mid-air. Ord has to close it, and he will. A ribbon on what was a fantastic Haven performance from Ulf. Joblife taking both pistols, but beyond that in the rifles, they were outclassed.
Yeah, they were, and I think that's the big talking point coming out of this. Sure, the plans and stuff, the plan creation was decent on Joblife, but when it comes down to it, it's the age-old saying. It's an FPS, sure, you've got to shoot back sometimes, and Joblife didn't.
No, they didn't, and it's a rude awakening for a team that has cruised through its own region from the French scene, now onto the Challengers stage yet again, and it's not the kind of homecoming they would have been hoping for after their EMEA Stage 1 result. We're going to head it back to the desk and see what they make of this one, as there are difficult times ahead for Joblife.
Pretty difficult indeed. Mitch, who would win? 5 18-year-olds? Hard shooters from Turkey that you have never heard before and that probably didn't even have a Wikipedia page till like before this event, or 5 VCT players?
It really is just, it's getting old at this point, man. It's getting old. Turkish players, young Turkish players, like, I don't understand how they can be this consistently good. Man, this game started off terribly for Ulf as well. You look at some of these early rounds, and yeah, Purpo had to clutch out in the pistol round. He had to clutch out a couple of rounds for them, this one here as well, where he had to turn up big. But in round 5, Joblife started testing the waters. They go for a much more direct play. They push into the A site. They take the site, even though Ulf had the read. They had 2 players on the flank. They had the entirety of Joblife boxed in on A short and A long. 3 players ready for the push on site. They lose to Chihuahua walking through a smoke, killing 2 of them when they knew that he was going to push through. When they only had to hold that smoke, it looked like Ulf were asleep at the wheel. I said at that point, 4-1 down. It's an early call. I know it's an early call. But I said to use that, it's gonna be a quick one. Joblife have it easy. It's gonna be a 2-0. Well, it may well be a 2-0 with that being Joblife's pick. Ulf woke the hell up, and I gotta say all credit to them, because everything along the way, like there were a couple decent lurk attempts from Echo in that first half where he tried to get up behind them and just couldn't really connect as much as he needed to, but he'd get like 2 kills, but the Joblife would end up with discipline winning out the 2v1s. The first 7 rounds, everything was pointing to me that Joblife are going to win this game, and I honestly, hats off to Ulf for just coming out swinging.
How wrong you were, but you know what? No shame in that. Wrong. I think there's no shame in that, because to be fair, it looked at the beginning absolutely dire. It was like they were not finding any ground. Joblife was using the right kind of aggression that you were looking forward to, and then at the end of the day, I think there's so many things to take from this game, but if we can take a look at one thing, I would like to take a look at that round number 12, the last one from this first half, where Ulf showed like this beautiful essence of Turkish play, and I think many will say, yeah, they're just shooting heads, they're not smart about this, but I think this is a crucial part of this game. There's a crucial part of the shooter playing it like this.
Yeah, but even then you see like sure, they're taking duels, but within the laneway that they're fighting, they have ideas like aftershock going down there to push the player out of position. They know that there's limited angles for them to hide if we look for a fight, and if they hide there, we'll use our util to push them out of spot. On the B site, yeah, Neki wins the duel on the Chiwa, but again, there's a second player coming around backside to help him. There's a push down long to contain afterwards. Like, the idea ultimately can be summed up as just push them, just get aggressive, but there's layers to that make it actually work.
And this was like especially interesting there in the second half when they were swapping over to the attacking side. It was not purely rushing. Sure, the first few rounds were much of the A focus, but at the end of the day, I think this is the great part and the development we've seen in the last, let's say, 3 years with Turkish teams, that they really just became from just shoot to an absolute upward trajectory, to adding more and more to their game plan. And talking about this upward trajectory, let's take a look at 2 players who couldn't be any more different, Sop and Purpo. The one being a core essence of Giants for a long time, and being an absolutely good duelist, no doubt whatsoever. And a man who was just popping up this year in such great essence with Sop. And you see the difference in them. Sop played a great game.
Yeah, again, you hear about Purpo that there were several teams considering picking him up even after his departure from the VCT League, and it just didn't work out. And the reality is that they should have been looking at SOP, evidently. They should have been looking deeper into the Turkish League, because I'm convinced at this point we should just only be picking up Turkish players. The guy was insane. And again, I can't stress enough, like, this looks like a close game. If you open VLR later today and just go, well, what was the score? 13-9. Oh, okay, so it was kind of close. Like, it could have went either way. Job Life won both pistols. They went 2-0 up in both. They relied on Purpo finding them one of them was a pistol, but 3 rounds off his own individual brilliance, off Chiwa walking through a smoke and killing 2 to bring them into the lead in another fight. Like, and if he goes down, traps are down, and the double flank comes through. So that actually genuinely saved the round, the fact that he not only got 2 but didn't die. The amount of tight rounds that you saw the other side, Job Life, just about be able to edge out in their favor. That's terrifying, because the structure's not working. Against Ulf, it's not working, and they've just dominated their own region, like you said. Like, that grand final looked incredibly one-sided to them. Listen, it's the Ulf supremacy all the way to Ascension. I believe.
Okay. We're getting a bit of ahead of ourselves, but you know what? This was map number 1. This was Haven, and most importantly, I think to once more maybe emphasize, this was the pick of nobody else at Job Life. We're heading over to Bind, the Ulf decision. In just a moment, stay where you are. There's going to be a break, and then we'll head back to see who's taking this best of 3. And And so we're bringing it back with map number 2 being Bind. And most importantly, and it sounds for me, you know, that we are seeing a map 2, which is not only, you know, this kind of situation where we're talking about the team being so strong and the team being so good on that map number 1, which was Haven. No, it is their decision and it's their pick in the form of Bind.
Oh, well, yeah, this is where I was quite interested to see Ulf in the agent select, because they were running a very strange composition last time that we saw them, but they've changed it up. We don't have your Vice, your Waylay anymore. We're keeping Viper, thankfully, but this is looking a lot more normal. Double Duelist, Raze, Yoru. I like Astra on this map. I think Brimstone's ultimate obviously swings a lot of rounds in your favor, but that Astra utility can be terrifying.
Let's dissect this. Job live, stay as they are. Nothing to talk about. Double controller, Brim standard, double duelist. Okay, easy peasy. Now on the left side, I think it's very interesting to see this kind of situation where we're now moving over to the double duelist, which previously, you know, has been the single one. It has been the more conservative approach, as you just mentioned, and it's very interesting to see that they have decided particularly to, as you say, move away from the Brimstone. It's such a bread and butter thing. Of course, we see more and more Astra. I think there's no doubt about that. But it's still fascinating that they make this decision now. Though, I don't know. I think, is it the right time to change things? Probably. Do you think it works better? Yes. Have they so far won with their previous comp? Yes. It's a difficult one. It's not the easiest one to make it like that.
No, I think, like, again, we've had this conversation in the previous game where it was like, okay, both teams are qualified. Do you pull something new out? Do you try new comps? And not really. Like, you're already going to Ascension. That's where you want to surprise people. Here for Ulf, especially 1-0 up in a series, I think that is just pull the trigger. Let's get the win on the board now. Let's make sure we make it out of groups. And hell, with the game they just played, up against Job Life on their pick, on Ulf's pick, right? They're on home territory. This is going to throw the prep completely out the window for your opposition. Again, you're pulling to a comp that I think they'll know how to play against. Like, it's not that out there, but if anything, it's probably harder to adapt to the previous comp that they were running. But I think this gives them a lot more normal tools to operate on the map with. And based on what we saw, they've definitely got the game to take it across the line.
I think we're going to find it out. Hands on Cairo. Let's take a look at Bites.
Yes, let's. A map which has huge implications, as all of these games tend to do towards Ascension, because I think when you look at this group, when you take a step back, it's a 14 group. You would think on the surface it's a little bit more forgiving. But for Job Life, in my eyes, this is the deciding game as to whether they top it or not. And that is the one spot that takes you to playoffs. You consider TU squeezing past Detty Elise the other day. Yeah, I'm not completely sold. They're going to need to turn this around, and it's got to happen now.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting one, as it looks as if it's going to be another straightforward take. And Job Life, with their pistol round win rate, continue on as it's 4 kills in a row. Oda is the man to watch in that last series on the Omen, is completely overwhelmed by Job Life bodies. And that will be 3 pistols from 3 for the French side. But can they finally make that into something of a map win?
It's getting off to a good start here on the defense. Always a positive. It's the attack pistol that could be that much more valuable. Ulf haven't really needed them up until this point, though. And coming into this, the experience divide being a big talking point. Ulf, the youngest roster in this stage of Challengers EMEA. They've been the ones to convert deficits, to claw back disadvantages. Not expecting too much from this round, but I have to say, Cairo, where do you sort of put that baseline on this attack for them? And how much more do we need to see from Job Life to be convinced that there aren't massive problems here?
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me, though, that worries me is that Ulf's attack side has always been one that hasn't found many rounds, right? They tend to find round about, like, 4, lucky if they get 5. And overall, that sets this up to be a very interesting second half. So for me, Job Life, I'm expecting at least 8 on this defense to make it something convincing. I think if they allow Ulf to have any more than 4 rounds, I start to worry a little bit, because while we speak about the double duelist on attack, when it moves on to defense, there's so much maneuverability with it, right? You've got to be thinking about the fact that the Euro can set down TPs and be able to rotate around the map pretty easily. I get on these early lines and allowing for rotates. So overall, I actually think it's more how many rounds can Job Life get on defense, right?
Yeah, it would be easy to look at it that way. I think, you know, Ulf do have a very strong defense themselves. Turkey, not typically a region that we can say is full of strong bind teams. Pacific, this is their insta-ban. So in terms of the rosters that we have here, that's the one difference that Ulf bring to the table. The previous round, an empty threat, full save, getting close to a plant, players on site, but nothing more than that. Into the rifle round, full focus on this. Job Life looking to fight through showers again, and it's going to start with Sibo dropping at the first time of asking, and Purpo TPing off, leaving only Starso behind. His work is somewhat cut out for him here.
Yeah, reinforcing that B site as it looked a little bit weaker. Starso playing around the smoke with a judge. The thing about Ulf is, for every rifle they lose, they're going to struggle to rebuy. The most credits on one player is odd as. Obviously that can change with a spike plan and kills found, but overall, this round really does hang in the balance for the attack side.
Yeah, Ulf starting to make their way up B long now, as Chua had placed the orb there quite aggressively. Drops back to a deeper line of cover. And Shin still being asked questions here. His rotation is cancelled and he makes his way back over towards A as Echo is continuing to buy the attention of Job Life, biting into this. Purpo catches wind of this execution now in motion. Shin, rotating back over, and like you say, the delay has bought enough time for Job Life to have 3 bodies on the B site when the push comes to shove.
But look at the time.
Yeah, catching damage on the way, 14 seconds, and the plant's still not in. Finally, they pull the trigger and all find the results that they were looking for. 2 kills in the feed, a 5-on-2. The numbers reflect what feels like a dominant scoreline, but it was a slow creep that's only just about got in.
Yeah, the fact that all 5 are still alive amazes me. You look at the 2 low players and look at how far back they are.
Job Life won't make any real meaningful attempt at this. Echo realizes that his head had been spotted and punishes Purpo for any missed shots. Starso's going to be looking for something here with a judge. Waits as long as possible to break the fade eye, as to not give away the gun in his hands, which he'd been cloaking for the full minute 45. But honestly, we end up playing sort of into the 2.5-minute mark in the end, Cairo. It was a very slow-paced round from Ulf. Not something we've seen from them all too often, but when they do play these defaults, they find those windows. They are very effective.
And I think as well, when they find themselves in engagements, that's where they thrive. And it seemed to be, they were confident that in the end they would be able to shoot themselves out a bad situation. Once again, that comes through. Sivov has got his showstopper ready and available. And he's towards that B long where a few times now we've seen Ulf try and approach there.
Yeah, Echo forced to spend this snake bite early in the corner. It's a tenuous position to be in, a difficult one. It's a showstopper actually that goes through the TP. Couldn't hear it because of the deafen.
But it did no points of damage.
No. And so it's a bit of a mystery. Ulf recollecting themselves, dusting themselves off and saying, yeah, let's go ahead and take this A site now. We know that the Raze player is over towards B as it stands. And with Showers control under their banner, there's a lot of threat here that Shin has to dissuade.
Oh, he does. Tries to destroy the information utility, but instead it's Starso who gets destroyed himself, the information player. 4-4 as Chiwa does get onto his opposite number, but Purple coming from Showers doesn't anticipate the corner. And look at this from Ulf. The kill feed is red, and so is the site. Joblife just cannot live with the Young Turks.
Yeah, and as much as I said that maybe changing the caller had solved some of the problems, Joblife are caught completely blindsided by that execution. It's important to note that with this being the second year for Starso as in-game leader, it was never his first choice. That was the same on Koi back in 2024. The original offer was him being second in command, but once again he's been forced to step up here. And that information deficit just catches them sleeping.
Said it before, I'll say it again. I feel as if the more rounds that Ulf get in the attack, that says the weaker of the two sides. So you feel as if they're just building up a chance for more and more success. Already on 2, and already Joblife find themselves on a bad buy. Spike not committed anywhere. Ulf looking to pay their due diligence and not get caught off guard by any trap. And this change in pace will have Joblife sweating compared to the Haven that Ulf was able to play.
And they've been really good at giving us a gear shift when required, changing the tempo. This is a util combo to the right-hand side of Hookah's, forced Sivo up to take this fight on the chin. It's Chiwa that ends up dying for him in the end. Sacrifice may just be in vain because Ulf don't even want to touch this space with a 10-foot barge pole. Joblife in the meantime get proactive down short where the execution is coming in. Starso to greet them, he'll find one. Shin the next couple, 2 on 2.
Yeah, but no upgrades to be found, so it's a Bucky to come back into this.
Oh, Neki abusing the timing, round the corner, knife drawn, and Sivo given half a chance. The low buy from Joblife could be everything for them here. Smoke up, Alder's playing from the other side, has one more start to stop Sivo from sticking it, and buys himself a little bit of time in the process, but as the smoke drops, so does the illusion that we might be getting another Joblife round in the rifle. All Ulf at this point in time, and while it was right the way down to the wire, they'll win it.
I mean, they make it a difficult round. I mean, this is the thing with Joblife, we said it before. The plan creation, the macro, isn't the problem. It's when it comes down to the gunfights, and even there, still a 1 versus 1 against Audaz is not the player you want on the other end of the barrel, because you know he'll take your head clean off.
Coming up to an important part in the ult cycle now as well. Couple online for Ulf. In their execution, Nightfall, Showstopper, big tools. Looking at the op here, Purpo needs to hit the shot, but it's been quiet on his side of the server so far. Sivo going down in the meantime. Joblife's plan in this round is almost to fight on all fronts, both extremities challenged, and I would say in effect they've lost both of them somehow.
Yeah, it's crazy. The fact that every single time it feels as if Ulf and their packs, even in their own, just able to dish out damage and make you not want to take the fights. Joblife are playing scared. And with that being said, the site's been chosen and Ulf are ready to execute.
Yeah, Shin still has a lot of stall here, at least towards Shower's side. There's only going to be one player pushing it from there. It is Fabian with the showstopper.
Yeah. He
Full
does have
committed, most of the site cleared out, and yeah, Spike goes down.
Orbital strike to at least buy a little bit more time, but with 30 seconds remaining, Ulf don't need to panic, they don't need to sweat just yet, and that Molly's missed. Purple's op hasn't, and it's at least got one back in the conversation.
Yeah, breaks his silence in the round. Huge pickup for him. Fabian still with the showstopper late though. And a star, no, not on the spike. Okay, not too much stall here from Ulf. They do have to play this.
That they do, and when they do, they activate at the right time. Fabian even finding a space in towards heaven. Unbelievable. Every single time. You can't think that it's going to be an Ulf round or an Ulf engagement, but every single time it is, and they're even disrespecting their opponents.
Yeah. Looking at this performance from Ulf, it's been fantastic. Take nothing away from that, but Joblife are not playing at the level that we expect from this team. With the pickups that they have, the floor increased, but just struggling right now to look competitive in a lot of these duels. That's 4 rounds in a row. And Cairo, to just go back to the previous result, with the knowledge in mind that JobLife have won every pistol, every conversion in the round following, they've only won 5 rifle rounds in the whole of this series so far, and that is a problem.
That's more than a problem, mate. That is... I don't want to, it feels really harsh to say, but it feels like a disease, right? One that requires a real treatment. And that's why the coach is trying to get involved, trying to bring JobLife up. But there's only so much as a coach that you can do, because to me, it feels like it's mental, right? It feels like every decision that they make is a good one, but when it comes to pressing that left mouse button, it's just not hitting.
No, absolutely not. But I think it helps if you're in a position to trade off your teammate a lot of the time. I'm thinking, for example, how many situations have we seen Purpo going for a duel with the op and just not missing his shots, I suppose, to kick things off. And then when there are players grouped up, yeah, here Sivo goes down to the op. It's a little unforgiving. That second peak is always taking a second too long, I think.
I mean, for the amount of times that we find JobLife on pistols, you would expect them to be good on pistol rounds, because it's thrifty after thrifty at the moment. And it just does not seem to get any better whatsoever. Spike not even needed to be committed anywhere, and Ulf just... what?
Oh, no.
Dearie me.
Dear, oh dear. Flawless for Ulf to pick up 5 rounds. Matching JobLife's total rifle tally as quickly as they possibly could. But yeah, I just agree with what you're saying. The fights have been a little lackluster. Honestly though, in terms of what the game plan actually is, I'm seeing them try and fight for the extremities, and it's not working. When it's not working, it doesn't feel like there's a sort of second outlet, second option of how they want to fight, face and fight up.
I'll find you.
Who's next?
I think for the worst part here is you look at Purple, and not to be a scoreboard guy, but he has only found 1 kill so far in the 7 rounds played, 8 rounds now, and the operator supported this time, but Purple feeling a bit too scared, and after that, Ulf begin their onslaught on towards the site. They've got B site free, and at least found Echo, so it's within the realms of possibility. But you know what happens when Ulf set up the post plan?
And the difference is this time, Ordaz has the extra utility. There's a seasoned player as well. It felt like JobLife were making the preemptive save call, and they're going to commit to it now. So 6 unanswered, the streak continuing for the Turkish second seed. And more of the same issues popping up in this round, Cairo. Like we saw Purpo get on the line early, Sop to go off the rip with the Euro ult of his own, and actually have an Ulf that wants to execute very directly towards the B site was great to see. That's where you feel like JobLife should be able to stall them out a little bit, though. You know, you've got Viper in the comp, you have the mollies, you should be stopping them from pushing through these chokes sort of straight away. But there is no like second layer for them to drop back to. This defense, much like their attack on Haven, is one-dimensional right now.
I would very much like, and it's something we don't typically say, but I would actually like Purple to maybe even go back to a rifle, because some of his rifle rounds on Haven were unbelievable. His ability to just go and take the engagements, and you can see the confidence there. Since we've had the op and he's been forced to hold a line, I actually don't think it's the playstyle that suits him the most.
Yeah, it's interesting, because he wasn't running this all too much on his time in Giant X, albeit thrown to multiple roles, but when playing Duelist, nowhere near as much as the 30% op usage that we're getting out of him right now. Starso with an opening kill though, that could be a change of the tide and the fortunes of JobLife. This Viper's Pit has fundamentally altered how they're holding the map, and it's a shift from the Duelist on the extremities to it actually being a player that can go ahead and take proactive information. The FaZe, and In the meantime, Sivo does go down on the A site though, leaving just Chiwa here.
No ultimates to bring things, no equalisation, but a way to get out on towards the A site would be through showers, and Purple gets another kill, gets his second of the match with the operator, and the players trying to come back in. Ulf have what they need. We're back to a 2-on-2 and the pit dropped.
Yeah, huge pick onto Chiwa there. The decision was his to make. Did he want to keep the short space or commit to some kind of a duel? Caught in the headlights, Ulf in a good, decent position, but you now look at the post here. The plant isn't for them whatsoever. There's no utility to deny this, so Shin is going to full stick it and win Job Life their first round in quite some time. Not the fashion you're expecting it to happen in, but they will take that gift.
It feels like a fever dream watching some of these rounds, the way the chaos that it ensues in. And yeah, I mean, like, for instance, like, Ulf had the possibility to win this. I mean, Fabian even had 2 blast packs to send himself over. Maybe a little bit too over-eager. And that is the humbling round that was needed to bring them back on side. But Job Life happy to finally get a round. And on top of that, they have the ultimates to start to come back online. So hopefully that will kick them on in the rest of the rounds in this half.
Yeah, and the difference in this defensive setup now is that they're using the utility to collect information rather than just face checking, leaving themselves too overexposed. You've still got Purpo playing towards showers and Sivov doing his thing on the B side for now. Sop finds Cheer on the fadeaway though, and with the showstopper going quiet, Purpo becomes hot under the collar. 2-6 so far, and these first fights have been costly. Big 1 versus 1 coming up.
As if we see Echo take it. It's Sop instead, as he looks to scale up off the wall of the Viper's pit. That's a big seize. Forces Neki out in the open, and Sivov gets his kill. That should be Ulf forced to make a decision on towards the A site.
Yeah, it's the solo initiator though, and the expectation that it is just faking out the info. Echo still
30 seconds
timing his run, baiting Purpo into this, but the pre-fire will claim. Ulf not in a position to get this spike down all too comfortably. Job Life still attempting to fight it, but they will miss out.
Now that they will. That operator's still in play, and so is Sop, and so is Odaz, a player who has been unbelievable. And Purple's ultimate, identifying exactly where he's going, knows exactly where the last 2 players are. Sop looks away! That's ridiculous! It's the operator! He doesn't get the ace, but he certainly will get the round!
And that is unbelievable from Sop. Job Life opened up the round brilliantly, but this first kill, I would have loved to have seen it from his perspective. Continues forcing the issue. That's a dirty, dirty double. And to talk about him a little bit more as a player, he was relegated with Digital Athletics at the start of the year when Ulf went up the opposite way. He jumped ships onto this team. But the one takeaway from that is that with how fiercely competitive it is in Turkey, and there being limited spots on a roster, that talent is quickly recognized, and if you're good, you will play for the best teams, and he has found himself here, proving his worth in such an important round.
There's no margin for any mistakes in Turkey. They can all shoot back, and that's proven right here. Echo with a quick double kill onto the A site, Ulf go, and Job Life left scrambling to get back on and retake. No ultimates, no guns, and probably no chance in this round.
Yeah, and Ulf are going to be building their empire in the process. Sop has the dimensional drift up now because of the spike plant. Echo still remaining steadfast. It's an absolute whitewash, Cairo. There's nothing left to be said of this round. Job Life, they can find an advantage, but they can't close it at the moment.
No, they cannot. They really are struggling to convert in 5 versus 4s. Ulf, I mean, I want to know what their 4v5 conversion is, or what the, I guess, deficit conversion rate would be. Echo finding 4 and just rubbing salt in the wound.
Round in the half.
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. I would have that statistic for you in just a moment, but to carry on what we're talking about here, Job Life looking not themselves at all. You said that this had to be a decent attacking half to prop things up. More importantly, the focus was put on the defense to create a lead for themselves, a cushion coming into that second half. We have not seen it, and we will continue to wait to see it.
Already the utility being sent forward, so is the ultimates. This is just another chaotic round which Ulf will come out the better of, and they're ready to even catch off the rotates. Spike down, advantage taken.
Need to stop the push coming out from spawn here as well. Smoked off, playing from elbow with the Cosmic Divide also invested. Final round of the half, Job Life with their last opportunity to save face.
I mean, that's the big thing. Give themselves a chance in the next half. Double duelist, you expect, should have a bit more maneuverability around the map, but they've already brought it back to an equal player count in the server, but it's the utility and what they have imposed for Ulf. Already defusing, hello? Nobody's decided to try and get a player off the spike, and Job Life win the round!
Yeah, that's an absolute disaster. Ulf shouldn't be giving those away, especially not with how they've performed so far in this map. A sour note to end the half. 80% 4 versus 5 conversion, by the way, but it felt like 100 in this game. Still plenty more to be played though. Job Life's hopes and dreams rely on it. Their year could end very soon if things don't turn around in the second half of Bind.
And
And as already mentioned, your whole year could come down to this. 5 young guns up against some of the most experienced players in Tier 2, and they're being absolutely smashed and grabbed, to be honest, Hazza.
Yeah, that's definitely one way of putting it. I agree. This is the group stage that we talk about so often. One game could change your fate. As soon as you lose a series in this competition, you're relying on other results to go your way, and that's not what Job Life want at all. Pistols have been their forte. 3 from 3 heading into their 4th, and what could be final on this attack side as Fabian has already rooted out Chua on the orbit of A. The push coming in, 3-4 players walking through lamps to set up backside, but Ulf's still here to challenge it, and it's Sold Starso out to dry. He's gonna get away with it in the end, but the damage is done.
Yeah, it is, and not only that, Soap's in here to try and support Fabian, so that's the scary part of this round.
Orders coming in late from Defenders spawn, lamps cleared in the meantime. Starso finding one, and the information onto the second player. Purpo in the meantime is removed. Ordaz relieved of his duties, as Ulf have been consistently in these pistols, pitched against them by Joblife. It's the one silver lining we can take away from today's performance, regardless of how this map goes. They've started well, but we have to see a finish.
I mean, pistol rounds were able to win maps. You mean we would have a pretty easy deal of it, right? That's all we'd have to look towards, but the rifle rounds is where the bread and butter is, and that's where Joblife have not looked the best. At the end of the day, it's a little, I guess, what would you call it, like saving grace, but it's just not enough for me. And Ulf will just be waiting to get to their buy as Joblife look to start towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, and you can see here, Ulf, with Sop, have such a clear-cut game plan. He's almost happy to just go ahead and tank the molly damage to get the orb. I thought they kept the second orb in showers for him there as well, but I believe Fabian had already taken that, well on his way to the showstopper. So the defense getting both ult orbs out of this round, where they are
cutting through.
One shorty invested. It's already a pretty decent return.
Die.
There is. It's been fairly easy on the Anticos as well for Joblife. And with that being said, do you have... I'm actually going to ask you the question, Hazard. Do you have any hope for Joblife on this attack side?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from this point, you're looking at the gap only being 2 rounds between the teams. So, Ulf, we spoke very highly of what their defense will look like, but we're yet to see it in practice. The same way that Joblife coming into this series, firm favorites for many, stomped another grand final against Mandatory. But in the same way that they were first seed in the first stage, it was the other French team which went to playoffs. So it means nothing when you're in this environment. It's a completely different beast, unlike anything else we have in VCT, which is exactly why we love it, I think. So, yeah, all is not lost. Far from it, in fact. But Joblife need to show us a little bit more of that on this attack side if we're to get excited.
Yeah, this is something that we expect from the double duelist. You look at the Yoru, the Sop that is playing on B-Long. We want him to try and get onto early angles and be able to control the map or help control the map, right? The fact that he'll be able to TP away, although that TP has just gone, so only one left in the pocket to be on these early lines.
And the difference here is that Ultra are supporting it with a smoke. They have that global presence from Ordaz, so it just means that he can have active impact everywhere. Haunt tossed out by Neki, and just confirming that Fountain was clear. I say was, and leave it in a past tense, because Joblife are starting to scale towards B now. A split push, and that has not gone unnoticed.
Yeah, but what's the protocols? Where do we go now if you're an Ulf fan? The players being forced all the way back, but Neki looking to try and spam through and still gets a kill. Starso gone, that clearing util offline, and now Neki forced out from the corner, but still alive. How is he still keeping this going? Oh, for being able to survive in a round that they shouldn't have.
Yeah, but that defense just looks so much more well drilled. This is what I'm talking about in terms of layering, and where Joblife were massively missing out in the previous half. As soon as that contact is hit, they drop back to deeper positions. I think Sop did a bit of a disservice there to Neki. Couldn't find anything any more defensible than elbow, so that's where he goes. But with the utility flooding over the open skybox and Tube reinforced, they've got something to play around. They're not just fully investing themselves in these early engagements and hoping to win them, whereas Joblife were living and dying by the exact same sword.
Rifle versus rifle. A near flawless round will support or allow the defense to fight in towards the next. And Joblife waiting for Ulf to attack them, but the way this defense is set up, they are, as you said, well drilled. They're not being aggressive or proactive. They're waiting for Job Life to come to them.
And even if they do struggle with these advantages, Wolf have been able to turn it around. I lied before the half. It's not 80% their conversion rates, but from a player deficit, they are about 10% over the team average in this event, and you've already seen the first part of that come into play. Echo opening pick, and into the setup they go again. Through the Viper utility and out of the trenches, Job Life arrive. Big reveal lands on Purpo in sight, and Fabian trying to deny the spike plant has done it. The satchel landing. Still buying more time for Sop, whose reprisal is later on into the round. Wading through the fire and flames. There's only one way that's going to end, and it's him up in smoke. But yeah, chaotic as ever. I think the same could be said of Job Life, though, with how they try to brute force this execution.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the eagerness to take a fight just by Shop running through the molly, trying to catch players off guard. And for the first time, I think in this series, at least for a long time, Vlad will take a timeout and talk to his players about that last round.
Yeah, it has felt surplus to requirements up until this point. But Job Life, for them, this pause is a sign of their own success. Getting on the board early in a half, it's been a real difficulty. But Ulf were spread thin there. Very direct in their execution so far, this attack side. Whenever Ulf had the Yoru ult up, they were going straight for the B split through Hookah. Purpo has his. And Starso 1 off a Nightfall, Shin 2 from the Orbital Strike. In saying that, Ulf coming up on a few of their own, I think, look, the implications here are of a round of massive weight. Not this one in terms of the purchase, but the next. So that's why the defense needed a little bit more thinking time. And we'll see what they've done with it.
I'm only laughing because the way that Ulf has been playing, it feels as if like the thought is more so in the rifle rather than on the plan, but that's not true, because everything that Ulf has been doing in terms of the way that they fight off one another, there's some serious thought. Feels like it's been a wax on, wax off type of scenario in terms of it's free flowing. They know exactly what they need to do, and they've done it again. Echo finds his pick.
Opening engagement, which is only going to continue to favour Ulf in this position because it's completely untraded. They've deposited Sop down the length of short in the pocket. Job Life have so much ground to cover. Starso taking this on himself.
I worry though, because if they are just trying to fake out this B side of the map and they go and hit the TP, I was worried that when they hit the A side, they would either not clear the corners and allow players to be played in, like Sop is here.
Yeah, nice attempt from him, plenty of damage. Ulf still 2 bodies towards A though.
And then Fabian in the corner, he had U-tilt, but Audaz has the rifle, takes a player out. It's now Neki and Audaz, or we'll just make that the lone player with a sheriff in hand. And a 2 versus 1. Molly already expended. Sivov does have the nade, but he's also got the line. So that will be Job Life to win the round, and what we expected to be the case.
Yeah, and it was great work from Purpo here as well to just find his one on low HP and get out. Sop's positioning was dangerous, and Starso, actually, it's a bit of a lazy clear from him. So Sop could potentially have gotten away with a little bit more there. Round 18 is the big one, though. Plenty of ults on both sides. Job Life 1 away from a full house. Ulf have lots that they can do here, though.
Prepare for hellfire.
Oh, that's a big ulti combined by the C's. It's lovely. And in towards the site exec they go. They've just taken off any training weights and know that this is exactly what is needed to fight fire with fire. And Job Life are thriving as every engagement goes their way. Ulf will try these cheap tactics, but that's all they are.
Spike planted.
Neki looking to save the operator. Sivo chasing him down alongside the rest of Job Life. Plenty of money. Bullet pierces 2 players. Puts Chiwa down on 4. Bet Neki's going to be lucky to get away with this one. It should be all wrapped up here. Say that. What is going on? How do you let him get away with that?
That's ridiculous, and you know there's another player coming. Look towards Hookah on the map. Shin is making his way to try and fight Neki. And there's a chance here he gets away with this.
Every player on Job Life has money, so you can chase.
You can.
This is just ridiculous. I think they're going to give up the ghost here at the end. That's crazy. Point I was getting to, really nice set execution from Job Life here. Happy to spend the 3 ultimates to win the round, knowing that Ulf don't have as much to fall back on, but they are going to have an op somehow. I think this says a lot about Job Life and sort of where they're at right now. Even the guaranteed situations, not necessarily guaranteed.
Yeah, well, they've all get 9 to 9, right? So we're all equal on the scoreboard, and they've got a chance to kick on from this. A chance to hit double digits, especially against Sheriffs. But once again, Ulf play on the front foot from this defence. Fabian goes unnoticed.
It does get noted now by the Prowler, and that's the A side completely opened. Echo has to be a little bit careful coming into some of these next few rounds with how he's playing the Viper. This one's a throwaway, sure. You're happy to just walk down short and see what you can get, roll the dice, Sheriff in hand. But you saw how much of a boon he was to the defender-sided strength in fortifying themselves against Job Life's rapid executions by having a toxic screen, a one-way orb, something of the sort. Operator should find itself saved twice over here. TP from Sop to make a late exit, but not before the slate is wiped clean.
I think as well, the hunt begins again, surely not. Not going to see a round like last, as the spike will detonate. And yeah, a well played round all in from Job Life. But there's 4 players on the map towards Sop, and he's going on to try and save this operator, which he's successful in doing so.
No, I didn't even have to pull the trigger. Gets away with that one easily enough. Rest of Ulf buying enough time and a distraction to put him in that position. But look at the ult conversation now. All for the ones. Just a singular off the full house. And Job Life haven't left themselves all too much here.
Time to jump.
Chiwa slow rolling towards a Viper's pit, but if Ulf can space these through the next few rounds, that might just be the win condition for them to roll out an end game here. It's the pit first priority, and an aggressive play belong.
With Sop on the rifle, a flash in hand, and Fabian holding the line. It's up against Chiwa, who we know is good in engagements, but can they be good against 2? Waiting for that trigger to be pulled, but it seems like instead, no, it's just going to be a high-low. They peek out slowly, peek into Chiwa, but the bullets do not hit the way he wants, and Ulf get their first 2 picks.
Yeah, it's a complete exhibition of how exactly you need to play that double duelist if you're trying to push down B long. Job Life should be taking notes, but instead, they're taking names. They have responded, and the shot from Starso would love to have connected. That was the way back in. The A site still cloaked in this Viper's pit.
That's the problem, right? Because they're going to be forced out of showers, and that's where Odaz is watching. Already deployed a smoke. Sorry, he's taking the star back. And this is just going to have to be Sop looking for the information through his dimensional drift, which he's got plenty of.
Yeah, all 3 players spotted. Odaz triangulating the spam, lined up off 2 targets. And Sivo made to clutch it out solo, left to his own devices. The nade employed to give himself breathing room, but the spike plant yet to be committed to. And only just the first fight taken and won.
10 seconds left.
Bit of a gap between these 2 players, but time continuing to press against him, and the placement of the gravity well is perfect. He'll find himself exposed, and Echo is the one to mop things up. Sweep it back under the rug. Ulf tying up the score.
Yeah, that will be 10 to 10, and a blockbuster finish for this map, which could end up being a quick series finish. All things considered, Ulf continue to play on that front foot. And one thing I wanted to note, by the way, Purple was, what, 2-8 or something like that towards the 10th round, and now he's 15-15. So a real turn in form for him, and one that you should behold, because he's going to be the man that's going to carry Joblife across this finish line, if there is to be one.
It definitely feels that way. Sivo throwing his hat in the ring again, though. Fabian gone. So a key component of this defense already missing. A defense which is ultimately running on fumes. You've got these big ults in the back pocket to try and influence the direction of a round, but other than that, the cash flow's dried up. And a huge ball about to be taken into long, flashed through. Sop taken out by Starso. And a 5 versus 3 in favor of Joblife.
And it is, and they've got the ultimates themselves to drag themselves over the finish line. Although we're seeing Echo with his own individual brilliance. It doesn't actually materialise in anything more than 2 kills. So it's a 3 versus 1 for Audaz to clutch.
3 stars and his ult if it gets that close.
Needs to clear the first corner clean. Does so. Oh my god. There's a chance. There is a real chance. What does? He can't quite connect onto the last. But that just shows you how good this young player is.
Yeah, and the money has almost fallen out from beneath Joblife at the same time. Well, a lot of repurchases required of them here. So a missed shot to start from Fabian. But after Sivov's double entry, you're just looking at individuals being the difference here. And it's a little bit too much to ask to try and move the needle for Ulf. Going to be on another eco, which lets up the space to give Joblife map point.
Joblife waiting to see what Ulf throw at them, because the past couple rounds, it has been played on the front foot for the defense. And this is the most important one. This is the one that will get you map point, bring you towards that 3rd map, and keep your Ascension dreams alive. Keep your year alive.
I mean, players who have been in this circuit for so long now, plenty of them at a tier 1 level taking the drop down. Starso has been to the mountain's peak and breached the skyline above an ex-champs winner, of course. Purpo sort of drifted a little farther, though. An Echo on this Viper with another opening pick. Has an op in hand to defend the A site with. Now that could be a real problem for Joblife.
It could be. Spam coming through. Chiwa with a lovely catch on the other side of the map. Allows for the team to rotate. But they are rotating into that main man, into Audaz. He does have a frenzy though, and he's looking for a close quarters engagement.
Yeah, you're asking for a lot from him here. It's a brilliant maneuver from Joblife. Fake plant, wool over the eyes of Fabian, and out in the open on B gives a chance for them to set up a post plant. With a spike down, Shin's got the next, and this is 12. 1 through a little bit of manipulation from Joblife.
Last player standing.
Exactly what the doctor ordered.
And we did see that, right? Joblife, what they needed to improve on wasn't necessarily the decisions made in the head, it's the decisions made with the mouse, the engagements, right? And they've found that little bit of extra firepower that they needed. And with that being said, it will be 12. So a chance, well, 2 chances to close out this map in regulation, or else we will be looking at overtime.
Yeah, and it was the kind of situation that I theorized might be possible when we entered this second half, that Joblife need not be worried. They have the potential to punish you if left unchecked, and that's exactly what we end up getting from Ulf. It's been a poor defensive half. It's way below their standard set, the 70% win rate that we typically expect to see get a few more than 2 rounds. And in terms of what that comes down to, it's what you're saying, right? These engagements have looked a lot more favorable for Job Life, but they're setting them up better at the same time. Definitely looking a lot more assured in how they're moving through the map in comparison to their defensive setups.
Yeah, I would agree with that. In terms of like the set pieces, etc. as well from the defense, I don't think we've seen a whole lot of it, like in terms of how they're pushing themselves forward either. Like sure, there was the little heads up long play, but I think most of it is just called on the fly. And for a defense with a double duelist, you'd be expecting something like with a seized nade or something like that, but we've not seen a whole bunch of it from Ulf.
Yeah, they've not liked to really lay it on thick early in the round. We're going to get some of that here, though, out of the 60-second intermission. Vlad saying his piece, checking back in with the players for one final time before a potential map 3 of Decider. Ascent, sorry. Jesus, it's been a long day.
Hey, listen, it happens to the best of us, right?
And
so it's only
I like
the top
this
of your
setup.
screen.
I like this setup from them as well. You've got the contact of Fabian, Top Truck, stop at you, and 2 players in the pocket ready to go. The first is Sop. You spot him. Do you expect the second of Echo? Do you even go there?
Oh, I mean, Chua did get the pick on B, but the decision for Job Life isn't towards that B site, it's towards A. They're looking to try and overwhelm the AWP, but it's in the corner that Echo tries to get something. It doesn't go his way. The shorty of Sop does. And we're in a 2 versus 3 now.
All on Ordaz though. Soul B anchor has to come up huge. Big 1 versus 1 towards the garden.
30 seconds left.
You know that he's good for at least one. Time and time again, his rifle hits the head and it comes up where it's needed once again, but no more. Fabian tries to come through the TP, but the 2 players for Job Life are on the other end, and Fabian misses his opportunity. Time low, sure, but there's plenty of time to get the spike down.
Yeah, just enough. 5 seconds spare. Fabian started so many rounds poorly. Sold his team down the river, but the new kid on the block in his first EMEA stage will have to pull off the 1 versus 2 to stop us from heading to Ascent. It is queued up in the back. Job Life ready for it. A nade is all he has to work with.
That's it. It would be enough to dice up an engagement, keep the players away from him, but Chua's just slow walked out and Fabian collects the heads. But Job Life finally will show us their form on Bind, and they win out map number 2.
Yeah, it was a long time coming for that one, though, Job Life. The first map that we saw from them really didn't look great, but heading into Bind, a team renewed, and with the experience that they have, the quality in terms of players, that's exactly what you've been hoping for. Job Life won't have their heart broken just yet. You know what they say, never fall in love with a lone player. They've got 3 of them, and they've been doing a pretty damn good job to claw this one back, but still, a lot of work still sort of required of them to fully send this one home, Cairo.
Yeah, I know. And now you look at map number 3, Ascent. If you want to talk about fundamentals, that's the most fundamentally intense map. But we'll throw it over to our analyst desk who know all about fundamentals.
Mitch, was it Aristoteles or Socrates who said never fall in love with a lone player?
I believe it was Socrates, yes.
I
big
think
fan
so too.
of VALORANT.
Yeah, major guy, probably the analyst back in the day. Now, back to our game. Bind actually coming the way of nobody else in Job Life. Didn't see it coming, but also kinda saw it coming. Whilst we're though taking a look at that first half, oh my god, bitch, that was magical. I think I haven't had so much fun watching Valorant and watching a team play attack side for so long.
I mean, even just like the fact that in the entire first half, it's 8-4. Okay, that's not that bad a scoreline. And it comes off the back of Job Life finding the pistol, the anti-eco, and 2 rounds where they just defuse the spike while there's other players alive who could stop them. It was a very strange set of circumstances that we saw unfold, and all faith of mine was gone. I mean, they didn't win a proper rifle round until like round number 17 or something like that. Like, it took so damn long for them to get on the board in a consistent way, and with factors like Chiwa and Right, like Chiwa missing Purple. Oh, geez, yeah, Purple in the first half did almost nothing. This felt like it was a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, this one we're gonna watch a million times. I cannot wait for that one. But most importantly, you know, the side swap was something that obviously broke the neck of Ulf, which is very easy to see by the scoreboard. But the reason for it, the underlying reason for it, is a bit of a thing that this is not only bind dependent. This is not only something that you see on this map, but before we go there and before we head over to understanding the absolute beauty of what we just witnessed, great scoreboard, looks amazing, find this very great. There's one round, Mitch, which we both saw at the same time, and now I'm just asking, just watch it. Looks fine, right?
Yeah,
winnable for Job Life.
3v4. Either team could win this.
Either
team could win this, and you wouldn't be upset. I mean,
not really winnable anymore. Yeah, see that. Okay, Spike gets down, and now.
Oh, they know where the op is.
Okay, can't make that shot, but here it comes. This is the Houdini type of play that I never saw coming in my life. Watch this. Look at it. This is absolutely miraculous. You were sitting there. It was a 4 versus 2. It was not a big advantage for Ulf. No, it was a 4 versus 2. And this guy is holding his operator straight. Shoots the first one coming. Turns around to take a shorty and kill Purple. It's one of the best things I've seen in a while. By far.
Target selection was on point, I'll tell you that. It gotta be a frustrating round to lose, especially with how the game had been going at that point. Like, it genuinely, in that moment, it felt like there was just plot armor. Like, Ulf couldn't physically lose no matter what happened. They threw everything at them there in a 4v2 and ended up being dismantled. But again, you know, that sort of plot armor doesn't stick around forever. It rusted and it faded away. And we saw a lot of great signs from Sop there. I think, you know, that guy was on fire half number 1. But then Purple almost matched it in the second.
True. And talking about matching it, let's take a look at one of the actual Frenchmen within that French roster. And of course, it was someone who was coming more alive in that second half. But I gotta say, that race was looking fine for that bind and was looking like the right move for Job Life.
Yeah, and it's not the first time that it's happened either. Like, you look at the changes of Sivov and the roles he's playing, and obviously up against Benelux Core, it's maybe you could argue an easier game, but somewhere that he dominated. He was 19-4 on the race. So coming into this, you know, you expect him to deliver, but after that first half, I think he was one of the only shining lights of hope on their team. But eventually that spark, it spread and it gained heat, which was great to see. And again, you know, looking at the final map, I'm not certain that we'll see that same level from Sivov. So then maybe we need another hero.
Let's see. We're riding on Ascent in just a second, so we're heading into a break. We'll be right back, and then we see who's taking that best of 3 home.
And
All right, let's speed run this, Mitch. We're heading on to Ascent. Let's take a look at the comp. Job Life versus Ulf. What do we got here?
Well, we got Job Life obviously playing with Purple on Chamber. He's got to be on fire. He cannot have a slow start like he did previously. Got to be fragging out. Fabian's going to be swapping over as well. No deadlock anymore for that side. Instead, having that extra initiator in the form of KO, the knife to take out some of the utility, that can help get through some of that double Sentinel comp.
Perfectly said. I mean, full standard on the right. On the left, we're definitely leaning more into more attack and more aggression. But you know what? Kyra and Haza, they're going to tell us about this aggression, and let's tell us what's going on in this map number 3.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's all on the line for both teams. Say it as it is. In these group stages, if you lose a single series, your fate is out of your hands, your destiny with someone else, and that's not something which either Job Life or Ulf want to be thinking about. For the former, a favorite, and for the latter, a young group which has made it all the way up from Premier, alike to their Pacific counterparts. They'd be doing one better to progress from the group in this kind of fashion, though.
That they would. I mean, with Ulf, you've got to look at the storyline of being able to come this far. I mean, it was Pacific who were able to do the exact same, win their split 3 and send themselves to Ascension, where that's the story where the story began. A nice entry, Siva found, and Ulf not moving off the back of it. Still a very slow start. I'm waiting to see what the response is from the defense.
Been very impressed with their discipline, carving out early advantages, problems which faced them, plagued them in their first EMEA outing. And much like that Pacific run, the start of their year was in the grassroots, not even within challengers. And now creeping up to potentially take down a Titan. Yet to register a pistol, but on the attack, it's the B play.
One down.
Oh, and it's already Sop finding stars up. Purple still looking to try and keep this chamber alive, and he's doing so pretty well. But still, with that being said, all find themselves an advantage.
Moving into post, last little bit of utility trickling out. Final smoke from Ordaz, and no extra space. Health pool is limited here for Ulf as well.
Teleport's ready.
That is 2 headhunter bullets, and you know that if they hit, they're going to take people clean out. Engagement's not being given. Players having to reposition because of that smoke, and the paranoia looks good, but as that happens, Sop's on for the ace, immediately denied, but 2 to find for Shin, he cannot, and Ulf win the pistol round.
Their first pistol round in this series, and it comes at the 5th time of asking. Started off brilliantly. Sop, not sure from his perspective whether the first tag of that recon had flared off or not. Purpo did well to find 2 on the B site defense, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. Ulf looked great on their attack on Bind. It was when things got to the defense that it started to fall apart. The fact that they've got a pistol here, though, and yeah, on this side of the server early is going to do wonders for their chances.
It's Job Life trying to create a trap in mid. Purple to be the contact piece of it. But with that TP there, seems as if I'm just not going to come near it. Firing off bullets left, right and centre.
In a round like this, you're always gonna approach it with an air of caution. Areas of the map, like short, close up in A and B main. Neki still with a drone in pocket, is gonna choose to invest it, I imagine, through one of these lanes in just a moment to make damn sure no one gets caught out. And even then, Sop firing from the hip. We'll walk away with at least 1 more before Shin dismisses him.
So Marshall picked up by Shin. I mean, a couple of Marshall shots could put this round into the realms of possibility, but the probability of that, probably quite low. So with that being said, we could look at this being an Ulf post plant and probably an Ulf round win. It's just how many they get out with here.
Yeah, damage control. Job Life piloting an excursion doomed to fail. But with a rejuvenated self of sense of self-confidence coming out of the previous map of Bind. They'd really be hoping to just hammer this one home. In terms of exits, having that short control, you're looking at catching anyone on the AWP side on the way out, but nothing happening.
No, not at
Should
all.
just end in a stalemate with no extra orbs the opposite way.
Neko sent forward though to try and find some orbs of his own, and he's got one at least. Oh, make that two, and he's even recovered the Marshall, so bit of a misplay by Joblife. That's allowed Ulf to have everything what they came in with.
Yeah, a little harsh perhaps to call it a misplay, I think, but Neki fully capitalizing on those somewhat vacant Joblife players in short, just queuing up for their demise, knowing that it's on the horizon. With that 4K in the opening round though, and a little bit more in this one, Sop comes into the bonus with a Blade Storm, and this gives Ulf an opportunity to hit these sites with some serious pace, something they should be trying to do as much as possible with Fabian on the KO. You know, up against the chamber, you're trying to take him off the line, take these Cypher setups out of play as much as possible. That knife, so important in how it's used.
Trying to set Sop up to take that mid space, but there is the chamber trap deep in towards Pizza, which will be the saving grace for anybody on the defense. That drone hasn't identified the jet though.
Sop still yet to cross into this chamber trademark. Probably doesn't want to waste a blade on it, so actually just calls for Neki to shock it, and that's what we end up getting. Ulf completely clearing out market, creating a little bit more pressure, dragging Sevov away from the A site where the spike is incoming.
Worrying though, because Sop, you know how good he is with a rifle. How good is his blades? We've not seen them yet. And the Turkish jet would strike fear into the hearts of anyone. At the same time, an execute looks to be coming through on A, and Joblife have read this as they commit bodies to the site.
But Ulf are peeling away from this. The spike is now starting to leave, and it's a double fake where Sop again is trying to lead this charge with the blades elsewhere. It's through market he's going to reroute the rest of this attack. 20 seconds. No, they're going back to A again.
Oh, the decisions are being made on a dime. This is going to be a chaotic end with 15 seconds remaining. The players make their way through. She will at least get one, but doesn't deny the spike. She was still continuing on. That spike on the floor is going to be a real issue. 4 seconds left. Sop needs to commit and needs to be protected by the side from Echo, but it's not going to work out. The body spam coming through from Startzel as he's happy to win that round.
Yeah, there was a real chance that Ulf walked away with their bonus here and made a blistering start through Ascent. It all just ends up looking a little bit messy, rough around the edges. Neki was set up for a really nice B-lurk, but Shiwa catches him in transition, and Echo's life is not made the most of, right? Starso just trades it out immediately, and we'll finish off Sop before the deal is sealed. Joblife on the board early though, huge priority for them. On the opposite side, we're seeing Sop bring out the Outlaw into round number 4. Just trying to punish this weak economy for the defense.
And if you're Ulf, that's exactly what you'd be looking at. Sevov early in towards mid, and he's also got the chamber at his side. Not yet to register a kill, but is this the round that he does it?
It's on the line early. Sevov walking through mid into the understack, caught by Fabian, and Chiwa taking some collateral damage on the way. Joblife still fixated on mid control, but forced to forfeit it. Now a man down. A reclamation of A main is what seems to be required for them, as the Cypher setup is still propping up their left-hand side.
And it'll continue to do so. Passive information, Cam sitting there, trying to push forward in towards A main, and Ulf immediately punish it.
Shin dropping back for the one-way hit. Ulf have just blitzed past it though. They're looking to hamper him down on site as much as possible. Drop back into a common position, paranoia gen, but oh, Sop's gotten past it, not blinded up, and right up in the grill of Shin, catches him. Sleeping 4 versus 2 situation. Starso sneaking out in heaven, but very quickly sent to the skies above.
Really
Sop
nice.
has started this map fantastically.
There's a really nice little bit of micro as well from Sop. The fact that he smoked top gen, but it also created, he smoked in the right way that it still created no lines of sight for Shin. He was distracted that the Jet player had made it up, but Sop was down below, swung, took Shin off guard. And not only that, Ulf just completely decimate the site. It's the quick pace changes that we spoke about before, and how the blistering pace when they get into their groove is so hard to stop. And I know it's a completely different composition, but it's something that BBL did well with their triple initiator, with all the clearing utility that they had, being able to create those pace changes. And it's something that when you look at this composition that Joblife are running, it's the exact same one that Fnatic got caught off guard with.
Left. Last player standing.
Yeah, slightly different.
Yeah, slightly different, but you get the idea.
The Cypher swapped out for a Vice, but I agree. It's that matchup between the Chamber and the KO really, which you're looking at here being a point of problem, and something which I highlighted earlier. Joblife really wanting to push the issue as much as possible on these extremities with those TPs. Something we've seen them do a couple of times. Purple on this occasion, Rendezvous available, but pocketed in exchange for the Tour de Force. An ult which sets him up quite nicely on B, as the rest of Joblife are now alleviated to put bodies on the A site.
Right, there's 4 classics here. There is 1 Spectre, and she was traps are doing their job here. But with bodies on the site, it seems as if Ulf have decided they don't want anything to do with this, and they're sending it towards B.
Yeah, they're at least going to fake the runaway. Echo is walking quite tentatively because there are still scope weapons in play.
Well, there is, but to start so, if he goes uncleared here, he might have the opportunity. Steps being heard, sight beginning to be hit, opportunity taken, heads on the floor. Unbelievable from start so. As the spike drops onto the deck, it gets even worse as Audaz has to try and get through a trap. A thrifty round for Joblife, and straight back in this one.
Yeah, it's fantastic from Joblife in how they set it up. A very ratty play from Starso and Wine. But Ulf looking incredibly uncomfortable in the reaction that they were forced to make there, understanding that they couldn't force the A hit with Sop down early, not able to open his account. Cypher utility yet to be cleared, and Purpo, with that knowledge in mind that his ult was in play elsewhere, you just don't want to have to re-clear it. So this occasion looks a lot quicker, and now Audaz wants to challenge Shin, and he will win that first duel.
Aye, well, it's a big one to lose because that's the control on the map. You can no longer go and fight for control. No longer smoke off mains. Chiwa though, he's going to fight for the control himself through shot.
Yeah. Still rifles in play for Ulf though. They've recovered a couple of them, and with Audaz so far up on the A site, gets completely overlooked by Sivo. His numbers restored for the Turkish outfit as they cast their banner across the A site, scrambling back to try and fight them. Joblife not able to catch the coattails, claw back anything as it stands.
Yeah. Trap to stop players getting out, and it's delay after delay, and with time now taking effect, seems as if Joblife, they have thrown in the white towel, don't want anything to do with it. It has been won. Ulf regained that lead of 2 rounds, and Joblife, who are fighting for their life, their tournament lives, find themselves in a pretty dire situation on Ascent with a double sentinel composition on the defender side.
Yeah, it's so hard to paint the picture any clearer than what you've said of what the stakes of this game are, because just that one mistake, that one lost series makes all of the difference, even in the 4-team group. And Ulf looking like they're going to put their best foot forward here already on the attack side, have drawn the first timeout of our decider. from the Job Life side, as has been commonplace in the previous few maps, right? They've been pretty early to get Larson involved here.
Yeah, and you expect that to be the case with the stakes that's on the line. You know, if you let things get out of hand, that's now us had 4 rifle rounds, 6 more rounds to finish out the rest of this game. And Job Life, for what it's worth, like they have done decent on thrifty rounds. They've proven a problem. They've even won some, right? But that's not what you can rely on. You can't let the cycle continue. Purple at least has his operator. There's still a buy here, and Larson will be looking to rewrite the ship in terms of where it needs to go next.
Yeah, absolutely. And for all the positives continue to be SOP, the great contributor to the team. One of the upgrades taken as he found himself slipping down the elevator shaft with Digital Athletics, hitched a ride with Ulf, and now all the way up in an EMEA event, proving how good he can be. A big exchange between the operators to take place in B main. Purpo on the other side, but both just respecting that war of attrition, the utility place between the two.
Oh, and Purple loses out in the first operator engagement against SOP. That's not what you want. That was your big information, and it looks like SOP's just ready to hit straight into this. A trade indirectly on towards Seavoff, who got his first pick, but starts on 5 HP, needs to be careful, and he is. Wins against Audaz. More players heading his way, and that's a massive pick, as well as Chiwa. And now that spike goes down in a 2 versus 1.
Yeah, Starso over-delivering in that situation, but it falls on the shoulders of Echo, so capable.
He is. First engagement against the opposite Cypher, who, Chiwa, let's be honest, at times has proven absolutely sensational. A valuable player to have on your sites. Both players now known about. Echo should know that he's in a compromised position. And that's exactly the case. His Job Life answers straight back.
Yeah. The site opened up nicely by SOP. Forced to take the engagement on the way back out against Purpo. Jet, the highest rated of the 4 duelists that he's shown for us. But Starso ultimately wins the round for his team here, leaving behind a couple kills in his wake. And Shiwa is just intuitive in how he re-clears the space on the B retake. It's put us in an interesting situation in terms of money right now. Ulf not fully committed in terms of their finance, still a couple credits left behind. But some big ults coming up for both. Job Life with that combination of Hunter's Fury and Yoru ult that could do a lot for them if they choose to elect it. Yeah, Sivo even TPing down mid early doors.
That's a nice aggressive stance as we see Ulf try to execute straight in. It's only Chiwa deposited to the back of site, and he's going to activate at the right time. Knows that the players were trying to destroy his trap. And this is a well-planned retake, flood by Job Life that's netted them 2 kills.
A little bit more of the pre-take. They were just set up and ready to go.
Yeah.
Chiwa with that trap crossed from Switch means that no player could get into position. The Hunter's Fury catching them, funneling through lane. Now leaving us in a 5 versus 3, but Ulf have recovered these before. It is effectively a 3 versus 3 on the B site.
At the end of the day, the big thing here is not to give 1 versus 1s, which Ulf has already been able to find. Neki not considering stairs, a common position which Chiwa finds himself on, and the rest of Job Life find him getting kills. It was only Seavoff at the back of site, that was the only one gifted. And Audaz, a capable player in his own right, won't be able to win this one, not even after heroics in previous maps. We're all even once again at 4-4.
Yeah. It was a brilliant exhibition in how to hold your sight from Chiwa as his gun lights up golden. Perhaps one of the, if not the best players to have never had his chance on a VCT stage up until this point in his career. Played the vast majority of it in Challengers as it is now, of course, but those will remember him in the early days of Valorant for that combined VCT circuit where it can sort of, you played the top teams and then qualified to the Masters events. Look, he's always kept himself at such a high level, always been such a vocal player as well. And I think that really helps Job Life in terms of their setups and how they want to play these rounds.
And I remember back when it was the off-season for BBL, some of the coaching staff talking about how important Chiwa is, not just in terms of like calling in the round, like that's cool and fine. Yeah, that's exactly what you expect of him. Being a sentinel player, they need to give information, but also in the vibes aspect and being just a great person to have on your team as well. Deserves his chance, deserves his spot. And well, Ulf, they need to prove that they deserve to be the group leaders here, as they are on the lesser bye.
So Hunter's Fury invested towards short this time. On the attack side, Neki, range limited, won't find that final bolt onto Purpo. Sop accelerating into A. But these Sheriffs haven't been able to do all too much up until this point. Fabian trying to keep trading it forwards. There's little left to be said of it though, and yeah, okay, nice shot from Ordaz. Coming in from both ends here. Off, laying up an opportunity. Neki onto Starzo. Low HP inside this smoke. Missed shot from Chiwa in the meantime. It still hangs in the balance. I don't know how this has got anywhere near as close as it is.
Well, Chiwa at least has the ulti to gain what actually is happening in the round, some semblance, but Neki has a rifle and has a decent amount of HP, a light shield as well. Left. So it's Vandal versus Vandal. Whoever hits their shot wins. Spike down, and Neki waiting for his info dart to come back online, even going for a wrap.
It's quite a bit of runway here that Neki's had to set up, but Chiwa is so confident to re-clear this space with the knowledge in mind that his traps have just bookmarked it. Signposted Job Life Authority. As the site itself has now been cleared. 2 cages, 2 chances to get this spike halfway worked on. And it is just the tap of the first time of asking, the fight taken. Neki to win it, a thrifty conversion for Ulf in a round which it felt like they had no chance coming into, even during the round, for goodness sake.
Yeah, they shouldn't have. I was trying to watch what the hell was going on, but there was so much chaos going through this that it was so bizarre. I mean, right here, Neki being able to get the spray on with the Spectre at that distance. And the Sheriff's hitting when needed. Ulf regain the lead, but at least Job Life still have a bye. But for how much longer?
Perhaps as long as Purpo can make this operator work. It's Sivov sitting off his shoulder, playing through Arch. First kill taken. It's sort of the 3rd or 4th round in a row now where we've seen Sop go down with minimal impact.
Standing ahead. Shock dart.
Both shocks expended on the defender's side, so Starzo has no utility left, and he's waiting for that info to come back up, but the rest of the team do. And that's going to be the big point on the retake. I mean, the flashes on Sivov, the flash on Shen, but they're so much heavier towards that B side, which has left a gap for Ulf to execute into.
Yeah, and Ulf have all of their tools pretty much for this execution, minus the drone, and Sop to head it, of course. Echo being left late towards B. We've seen this a couple of times already now, but cleared out by the utility. Job Life really trying to force this one as much as possible, but it has caught them a little bit blind to the A execution as it does drop in. First player forwards will be Ordaz with the TP, and he opens up yet again. Another player felled from Dice. But he's got so much more left to do. 13 seconds. Spike still not in. Finally, Fabian's hands are busy, but Ordaz is the one that's got to hold the line. 3 from him and 3 from Sivo. To go one step further, it's all on Fabian. Not the best of performances from him so far. Gonna need some magic. Not gonna get it. Chiwa wraps it up. 5-all. It's tied again.
All even once again, these two. There's not a lot to differentiate when it comes down to these rounds. It's whoever's winning out the gunfights, and I mean, both teams have started to wake up now. Even Sivov finally resetting and getting kills as well. And he's been the real difference maker in the past couple. Still a bye for both teams, but we're starting to get towards the end of that. As you look towards Ulf and what they've got, it's only there's a couple of players with only a few hundred credits.
Yeah, it's last couple of opportunities in that half as well. It's honestly surprising that Ulf have invested here at least on 3 of their players, because we know they'll have one more opportunity and maybe not giving themselves the best possible chance. Purpo set up here with a flash, has the TP, but it's Sivo to just face check middle instead. He's been fully cleared now by the knife at the very least. It's where Ordaz wanted to drop in behind. Ulf have really struggled to make early gains on the map though. Only just past the 40-second mark do we actually see them in the mains. It's from B that they will choose to execute, but it's onto Chiwa's site again. Civil has come over to support. Echo able to claim him mid-TP. Ulf's last attempt or so falling flat here.
And it has. It feels as if they've let the grains of sand just fall to the dying embers.
10 seconds left.
I mean, it just leaves me mind boggled. This execution from them in the end is so staggered, and Job Life are going to head into the final round of the opening 12. At the very least, with a couple guns kept, their own money not in the best of positions. Maybe understandably why Ulf made the investment here, but yeah, left head scratching more than anything else, Cairo. Really, I don't know how else to put it.
I think you're totally right.
They've come in with 2 crappy buys in their last 2 rounds.
And I mean, they've been forced to, right? They wanted to try and play for the advantage, and now they're being forced to try and play for what is essentially the equalizer. If Job Life can get 7, you'd say maybe Job successful. With that being said, another assault in towards A main. Sivov has been successful in escaping.
Purpo missed shot. Characteristic, perhaps, but the next does hit, of course. The A site open for the taking in the meantime. Ulf with an opportunity for an after plant, but Ordaz threading the needle through the smoke. Bedlam incurring as the tour de force is out for Purpo. He overexerts himself as the spike is still not in. Sivo from main, Neki to trade it. 1v1 with Chiro on only 13 points of health. So the captain will be given daylight to drop this one into the ground.
And the worst part about it is Sivov has to try and get a rifle, because that outlaw is not the fight that he wants to take. So while he's run all the way back, found himself a Vandal with 13 points of health, he needs to hit ahead. He needs to make this a clean fight, or Neki has won the round.
He's also got to drop in with movement error. Neki could deliver a single bullet through the floorboard, but out in the open air, he'll catch Chiwa. Equilibrium at the half. A fair result for Ulf in the end. I have to say, perhaps missing a couple of opportunities to make this look a little bit more damaging. Heading into the final half of play that could decide the fate of both. in this third and final stage of Challengers EMEA.
10 seconds left. One enemy remains. One enemy remains. Last player standing.
And
Crunch time for Job Life and Ulf into the final half of this final map. Kicking off with a pistol, of course. Job Life with 5 from 6th, but Ulf able to respond right at the very end. Now with an opportunity to take the lead on their defender's side. A mid-duel has been wagered here early, fancying their chances against the chamber.
That they are, and it's so already deep on the early line, dashing away in. Well, what was looking like a big duel ends up being nothing from either side.
Very ambitious final sheriff shot there from him as well, but putting the pressure on Job Life as much as possible, seeing if these experienced veterans of the second tier and above can even break a sweat under the chaos that these kids have created. Youngest team in the competition, going round for round with some of the best that we've seen. Job Life now starting to move through A main. They've left behind Chiwa elsewhere, indicative of perhaps a rotation later on.
Oh, Chiwa needs to be careful. As you knew that Neki wanted that engagement as soon as the ping was coming through. But instead, he will be deposited as the late joker in the round. As they execute on towards A, has been caught early by that knife.
It looked like, actually, Starso wanted to steer the ship elsewhere and head towards B, but Job Life feel committed. 20 seconds, they've got to go A.
And there's still a trap up and available on A main. That's what's to know. Echo at the back of sight, looking to bunker things down. And as soon as someone hits the trap, he gets the kill. Still 4-4 though, and making that an advantage through Audaz. This is going to be a real opportunity for Ulf.
Clean shots, but Cheer on the back line.
Already, first headshot hit. This is going back and forth. It's a conversation, and one which Ulf looks to overpower. That door down will stop Neki getting back into sight. So realistically, it's decided by the heaven jump out. And when the players come through, damage is dealt, but nothing in terms of re-kills. The spike being diffused. It's already by half. It's already by full. Ulf will win the pistol round, finally.
I mean, it's back-to-back pistols on this final map, which they've been able to procure from the hands of Job Life, pry away from them. Some real clean shots out of both Echo and Audaz, as has been the case throughout the evening. But Job Life giving them those engagements. I have to say, though, the defense chasing Job Life out of middle, out of B main, forced them into an awkward execution at the end of the day.
Oh, dead. But it's mid really going to look to approach this time. And there's absolutely nobody here, only Neki holding on to this part of the map.
Sivov with a jump start on that TP.
I must wait a moment.
I have to remember, this is just classics. Unless Echo gets overwhelmed beyond his setup, you're not too worried about it, but with the Headhunter in, Purpo's happy to amplify the chances. Shin follows it up, gets the Bulldog, and just about has the timing to fell Sop in his wake. This is a huge loss for Ulf if they can't find a way to recover it, and they're just thinking about saving the guns. I don't think they're going to be able to.
This is an unbelievable round to bounce back straight with from Job Life. The fact that they're now going to be able to find themselves in a position where they essentially reset the economy in their favour. A thrifty round to respond to a pistol where we all thought Ulf now would kick on to win the rest of the map. Job Life found a lifeline.
It's an absolute disaster.
One enemy remains.
Purple with the Headhunter was the one exception to the rule of thumb. That those hands on the Job Life side would be holding on to pistols and nothing more. But when Echo goes looking towards Market through the door frame, you're just asking for trouble. We know he's been very eager to get those engagements, be it his Viper on the previous map or the Cypher here. Early play made by Ordaz, but not too sure what the rationale was there, as it's amounted to nothing, all finding themselves in the same position as Job Life.
But look at this. Oh, they've even seen the shoulder trying to get in towards Wayne. There's no way out for Neki. Desperation. A play to try and catch Job Life off guard doesn't work out. And they are well aware. Hello, Purple maybe a little bit too eager there.
Oh no.
What is going on?
This is just the average Job Life versus Ulf round at this point, Cairo. We're getting used to it as the night goes on. There may be little left of that though. Flawless in their anti-eco Job Life. The round dynamic has shifted just a little bit because of that second round win.
Goes here.
But a very healthy opportunity for them to kick on and continue building their empire. Just look at the cash behind this attack side.
The operator on Sop. And he's through mid to try and challenge Purple, who has an outlaw. I mean, that is essentially an op versus op battle, considering that Sop is glass cannon. One bullet from the outlaw would be enough to take him out.
It's Sop's op that will register first, not before taking a boatload of damage through the wall. But Ulf needing this round desperately and taking every advantage they can get. The record for this team on Ascent, 3-3. With the one time that they previously played it in an EMEA event, the previous stage against Koi Phoenix, ending 11-13 against them. They already have that extra quality to rely on here, whereas Job Life, this is just as fundamental as it gets for 5 players put together.
Decoy.
Trying to set up a fake on the A play here with the drone and the clone. But B is where you expect things to end.
That's where you would expect it, but if they can catch the A player rotating out, there's a chance that they could easily go elsewhere. This is where the Cypher setup is here though, has it?
Standing ahead.
The first trap hit, broken by the shock, reveal deep in main, 20 seconds still. Job Life a little slow on the uptake, and Fabian creeping in behind, misses an absolute sitter, and sells the rest of his team down the river. It's got to be Echo, if anyone else, on the site. Oh, 3 huge kills from Echo. He's won the round outright by himself. So much work done by the youngster. The 17-year-old saving them here. And Chima with no time left on the clock to recover it.
I mean, even when you saw Starks being able to flick round and get the player and mark it, I was like, this is a job life round. No way. There's Alpha starting to fall to the wayside. Echo out of nowhere wins that round. Unbelievable 3K on the site.
You thought his chances might be few and far between there. Flicking away. Much like Chewer in Boathouse in years gone by. I'm sure Mitch will enjoy that one, but into the next we go. Ulf haven't exactly got the best of weapons to follow this one up with. Sop on the Guardian though could hit a shot or two. Hampered, chased down. The tags just stop him in his tracks, and with that, Joblife have created that early advantage for themselves.
I cannot.
Fabian in the corner, he was worried about getting cleared out by the drone. It will be Sevov instead to trade out, so still kills being found, but even trades isn't what Ulf need. They need advantages, they need multi-kills right now, and they're just not finding them.
Setting themselves up for it though. Neki sticking his neck out, looking for a duel in short. Finding one, it's Sevov though, and that has not tended to end well so far in this round. 3 under his belt, and with the Euro ult invested, Wine gets cleared out, spam damage, Ordaz not enough. And Echo going down with all the rest on the A site. Joblife back in front.
Is this just deathmatch? Is this what we're doing? Spike's a secondary objective, it seems to be, for those teams. And I think that's what Joblife have realised, right? They've realised that Spike is superfluous to the rounds, and they know that the first thing they need to prioritise is fighting Ulf on the front lines, because if they lose engagements or allow Ulf an opportunity to take free ones, they end up coming out on top. So it's just knuckle dusters out, fists up, and get ready to brawl.
It's the kind of gameplay which you would perhaps expect from the archetypal style that Ulf bring from their region, just with the raw mechanical ability that there is in Turkey. And we've spoken about it a lot already today, as it also being a region which likes to play this map, likes the Ascent, likes the Lotus, and a fair amount of bind as well, despite the fact that Pacific aren't the #1 candidates for it. But when you actually look at Ulf here and their own personal history, they've only played it once regionally since their last EMEA campaign, and it's just so far down the priority list. It gets to this point in the veto where you're starting to see those weaknesses pop up. A call back to that Koi Phoenix game, another 2-1 defeat, push to a decider. Like, Ulf are a dark horse, right? A dark wolf, perhaps, if you were to go by the branding. But if you're gonna live up to anything more than just that mantra, you've got to be able to close out series, and that comes back to map pool depth, that comes back to experience, and everything else, which, for me, Joblife symbolizes at this level.
I agree. I think what Joblife symbolise is what Tier 2 of old used to be, right? The apexes, your focuses. I mean, Joblife, to an extent, considering the roster that they built last year. Gentlemates as well, where we saw these Tier 2 teams build mega rosters of ex-Tier 1 talent. And I feel as if Ulf represent the new blood. What we've seen in the past couple of years of BBL Pacifics coming up through Premier, where we see Valorant heading in the future. And at this moment in time, I think, like, I don't want to call it and create a bigger issue here in terms of, like, oh, that this is a battle for Tier 2 or whatever, but I feel as if this is essentially what we kind of see, right, of, like, the younger talent versus the older talent, and where Tier 1 Tier 1 teams could potentially be looking for future pickups.
Yeah, the state of challengers is always under question. I think it's a bit of a kangaroo court, a hung parliament, in terms of who ends up looking the best year on year. Is it the players coming up from our Premier system, which has already proven how valuable it's been to directly tie the ranked queues to teams getting their first competitive experience? And the established elite, like the players that we're seeing on Job Life here, being put through their paces by Ulf. Aggressive piece out in tiles, but it's left Echo here a little bit isolated. Does get away through the cages though.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate thing is the reason why that play was made was to get SOP the blades online. And unfortunately for Ulf, it's the player who gets picked off. So that's their only piece in terms of firepower gone in this round. So you're looking at Echo with the Sheriff to even be something of a source of contest in this buy that Job Life have.
Oh, the next casualty is just as impactful, with Neki losing his life on short again. Fabian, it's been such a rough first series for him in this environment. I think just in terms of the eye test, sure, that's a classic against rifles, but the impact you're hoping that he can give to this Ulf side comes through the utility. He's such a premier support player in terms of, yeah, the multiple different agents we know he can run and the successful levels to which he can run them, but a rude awakening, sure, against a team of this quality.
I don't know, it's a question of whether Ulf try and attempt to find these players, but I worry that if they do try and attempt to get exits or whatnot, that they give ultimate orbs to Job Life, which when you look at it, I mean, Shin's ultimate maybe not the most impactful, but I'm looking at Chiwa. That neural theft, especially when he's lurking and can find a 1 versus 1 pick, can change the course of a round.
It's not often you'll find yourself saying that the side roll is really going to be influencing a round dynamic, but I can only help but agree with you. The positions Chiwa often finds himself in are a real conduit for Job Life's macro and how they're playing. I think as most teams would be with him in the side. 21-8 as it stands. In terms of those ultimates, we've seen Purpo invest his already. Looking for an early duel in B main. This is where you don't want to see Echo over-invest positionally, because it has been a problem up until now, and this round is absolutely huge for Ulf's chances. Job Life could be set up for an end game if they can't find a way to keep this one clean.
Purple inviting the challenge, announcing that his ultimate is ready and there to go. SOP being a little bit more regressed in his position, but look at Chiwa. He's so far up and not considered the pizza position. The worst thing about it is Chiwa only saw the op. So with that being said, Neki now sits in the corner, unannounced.
Smoke behind this now though, so it's not going to matter all too much unless Job Life really want to go ahead and clear it, but seeming to scale quite rapidly towards the A site, or threaten it at least. It's this shaky mid-rounding again where they use both the fake out and the drone. Last time it wasn't a commitment.
Oh no.
This time is it? The spike is still there.
Still not checking towards pizza, even though you saw the jet from there last time. Still not considering the position that wasn't cleared last time.
He's not going to get one more from this corner.
Mate,
he actually can't.
No, there's a good chance he does. And there it is. He's got another 3 kills from the one spot between 2 different players. A 2 versus 4. And you've got to try and get by Echo, of all people, as the trap lights up Purple. Guys, what was that round?
Yeah, that's not what you want to see from Job Life, to be honest. Of punishing a schoolboy error, I think, honestly, to leave this position unchecked. You suggested with the smoke there, right? Why would you be looking there? Even reinvesting the utility to this position, I think the one glaring issue for me right now is I'm still not completely sold on Starso's attack side calling. A few of these rounds, you understand the sort of mental checklist that he's going through with these A fakes. You saw them use the same utility towards short. I was wondering, okay, are they now actually going to commit to this and sort of pivot away from the conditioning that they set up in previous rounds? But no, it's pretty much a carbon copy of their B split, and losing Sivov in the way that they did has got to be a frustrating one.
What, Sivov or like...
Okay, all of the rest afterwards as well, but like let's not stress the details too much here. I think you understand the point, right?
No, 100% do, mate. I just thought I would make a joke. It was just a Valorant joke, Hazza.
Yes, this should do.
Not very Challengers EMEA of you, was it?
No, it certainly wasn't. But an up on the line for Sop, who's not had the greatest of maps either. 11 and 17, considering his highlight plays we've seen on previous maps, you'd be expecting a lot more when he moves on to the Jet. It's not came through, and Audaz is holding onto what I think is the paranoia from mid if they try and approach towards short. He's here in the steps.
Certainly is. Job Life, ooh, getting caught here by the Hunter's Fury. The drone was heard, the information relayed back to Neki. Tags onto 2 players, but still no opening pick. Paranoia does get baited on short, so that's a small win for Job Life, but either site has had its hatches bolted down. Cypher util in the A choke, and Sop just sitting pretty in B main with this op.
Time to jump.
Getting ready to execute. Utility ready. But still, nothing in terms of real engagements, even getting the Hunter's Fury in. It's starting to build to be a powder keg, because Alpha's starting to move players towards the A site. Spike needs to be committed, needs to get down, and the more time that Job Life take, the more time Ulf can get to get into position, and when they reveal themselves, it's Job Life to win the fights. But Spike dropped so low in time, it's going to be an issue that the French side have to try and get through. 8 seconds left. Fabian just needs to deny the Spike going down, just needs to keep himself alive. The spam not hitting, and the round won by Ulf.
Fabian with a big moment. Won by the clock, but 10 all it strikes. We're even all again. Neither team can find themselves a meaningful advantage in this series, in this map. The fights here are just so cagey. And when I was speaking before about the calling and the setup, with the voices that Job Life have, you're just kind of hoping that someone's going to step up and give them that direction in these dark moments.
Well, we go once again. All even. Not a lot of rounds left as Audaz allows the clone to go by, trying to play from his own smoke, and he catches Sivov trying to get through mid once again. A reposition and happy with the kill.
That was fantastic. It was the fake drone where you put the recon dart on the back of the Yoru clone to clear the close corner. But Audaz had already preemptively placed a smoke, and because the drone was broken, Job Life had no idea that he couldn't have been revealed in that corner. It was really nice micro. That's what gives them the 5 versus 4. But Job Life, undetected, have found themselves right in the choke of the A site. Looking at Purpo.
That's the big thing. Purple identified, but is it a luck or is it the full execute? Echo hearing the trap being destroyed is worried that it could be more, but the tap of the spike confirms it. This is the Job Life execute.
Yeah, moving into Afterplant here as well, because Sop was on the line for so long, they kind of understand now that there is no second layer to this. Neural Theft coming in just to confirm. And with the retake, you've got almost all of Fabian's utility up and the recon.
Yeah, still a trap to try and get through as well. A real problem. That flash is a team flash. Fabian still capitalises off the back of it. And Chiwa at the back of sight can't get more than the single kill he got. Joblife are capitulating to the 5 young guns that got promoted to from Premier.
Yeah, and I'm thinking here with the initiator utility that we've got, maybe a flash recon so that Joblife aren't ready to break the util, they get scanned. Nah, Fabian just gonna underhand that one from short, full blinding their entry in the form of SOP, but getting 2 kills, so can't really blame him. Messy as always, but Ulf will not be caring. This is their chance to knock Joblife off of their high horse, take it to 12.
That's it. Cam destroyed, information denied, and Joblife very one-directional in terms of where they want to go next.
That works.
Information being gained through that KO knife, and it's 2 big parts of it because it's the Euro as well.
Okay, Joblife all grouped up in B main. The question is, do they lean into this information that Ulf have found themselves upon, or they want to go ahead and search elsewhere? There's a lot of ground to cover if that's your option. And with the whole of market covered here, Ulf are playing off-site in effect, waiting to go for the retake with their own null command, knowing that Joblife will invest ults, namely this Euro ult, to take that initial site control themselves. And there it is.
And there's a big utility offline through the knife, but for the most part, Ulf are happy to play slow into this one. And it's just going to be a set retake with the spike going down now.
Yeah, all flying in the face of what Joblife were doing. They've read the situation correctly. Now is the retake. 5 versus 5 with main control to be taken. If they call in this ult at the right time, the trap will drop. And Neki could have found a timing. Okay, who cares? He wins the duel anyway.
That's what you expect from these Ulf boys. They know exactly what to do when it comes to the gunfights, but it's not going their way this time. Starso's been unbelievable. A 3 versus 3 now, and it could still go Ulf's way. And a 2 versus 2 on site. Seaforth and Starso, they make it all even.
As the pendulum continues to rock back and forth. I was a little bit surprised in the approach here. Shin should have been expecting a potential flank with the suppression coming in. Important one to win, but they continue to fight on the front foot, and that's exactly what Joblife had to do. When you get given a free site like that, you can't just sit pretty on it and say, yeah, actually we're going to sit on top and that's no problem, right? Yeah, give us the free site, we're going to play the normal after plant with the reserved positions. No, you have to be fighting for that space. So they make the most of the main control, and actually in that ult exchange, Joblife come out much the better.
And with that being said, it will be the last timeout being used from Ulf. The last chance of the coaches to talk to their players before we could be heading into overtime. And for folks at home watching this, these two teams need every win. It needs to be flawless so everything stays in their hands for Ascension. They need to make it all the way to the grand final and potentially win it as well to grab that guaranteed spot if they want to even try and ascend.
Yeah, the points totals do make things a little bit more complicated. Joblife are currently sat on 8. There is a world where they exit groups as one of the better performing teams here and still total 10, which should be enough to just about stick them in 7th or 8th. But no guarantees, and definitely nothing of the sort for Ulf. They need a deep run. They have to make playoffs at the very least. But you are expecting that requirement to be pushed upwards, especially with teams like Mandatory and Ultimates, even in this group, doing some decent work already. paranoia played through mid, but yeah, it's a little bit early from Ulf. They don't get full capitalization. Ordas has to be careful not to be caught, and he won't.
He won't be, but eventually he will be by Sivov. A big double kill to come right out of May. Neki though, trying to hold on to site, can't do. It's chaos, but it's one in which Job Life will thrive, and Purple finishing it out will bring us to map point on a set.
Match point.
Job Life, the first team to take 12 here, and looking at the previous maps, that usually is enough to settle it. Will the floor fall from beneath Ulf? Or is there more to be said of this defender's side? More to be said of that campaign to crown themselves at the top of Group D? These feel like the two best teams that we have in play at the moment. All of this favoring the Ultimates on tiebreakers with their 2-0 win against Detty Elise yesterday. But the op brought out for the final time in regulation by Purpo. Job Life looking far more A-site inclined than they have done on their previous defaults.
That's the thing. You see that it will favour the Ultimates and tiebreakers, but there's still plenty of Valorant to be played later in this week. Job Life tried to brute force the way through mid, and Ulf immediately respond to it. 2 big kills, and it sets them up perfectly for the rest of the round.
That it does. Forfeiting main control. Echo firing over his own trap. Risk adverse as always, as will be Ordas. Has to drop off a little bit here. Job Life scaling quickly towards the A site.
They are. And there's a trap that stops the spike getting out towards main, and well, the chamber identified it. Purple at least able to respond, but it's going to have to be an ace clutch, or we will be going to overtime. The spike needs to be committed somehow, and it will be by Purple, but he is revealed, and there's players looking to send it his way, looking to close on down, and we have confirmation. Regulation is not enough. We're going to overtime.
And would you have it any other way? This series has been a blockbuster. Perhaps one with like 90 special effects that are a little bit dated, but it's fun to watch back on. Makes for entertainment nonetheless. Both teams put in positions to perhaps close this one inside regulation. But we are going the distance.
Switching sides.
Well, we find ourselves in the 2-round shootouts. Needs a team to win 2 in a row. 1 on attack, 1 on defense. And it will be Ulf to start on the attack first.
Yeah, and going back to a side which they have shown promise with on previous maps here as well. But we also find ourselves in this situation with Ulf having won both of the pistol rounds to put themselves in this position. So actually, now coming into these rifles could be a little problematic. Purpo's bought into an op in OT, though. This is a big thing to think about. Echo's B lurks had fallen on deaf ears in a lot of rounds.
And it might fall on deaf ears once again, because Purple's allowed that line all the way through in towards B main. So Job Life are now going to start to realise what the picture of the map looks like, and Ulf are hitting right into the full Cypher setup.
Shadows
Feeling like they potentially dealt with it, at least in getting Echo out towards B. He would have heard the low hum of any traps early on, so they might just have an idea of what it is that lays in front of them. With Jimmer playing offsite as well, it's not going to get caught by a potential 0-point knife. No suppression. Keeps the util in play for Shin in Wine, who feels to have the most impactful position in the round right now. And Ulf are actually just going to let the clock run all the way down before this execution comes in.
But where does the execution go?
It's a fake market play.
It is a fake market play. And when they try to hit in towards A, as the gunfights go next. And Chua and Shin are completely routed out. Up to Sivov, the spam walking through, the spray hitting, but the next kill was most important. And he can't find it. The spike down, and a 2 versus 4 needs to be attempted. And you have to retake with an operator.
Yeah, what an execution from Ulf here at the last dance. With Job Life, Purpo has to hit some shots. His op has not been all too consistent so far this map, but it needs to be here.
Yeah, it does. It needs to be hit. The shots need to be clean, and there's nothing clean about this from Job Life. It's been messy. I mean, Purple's able to find the first and the second. Has to use his operator because the headhunter get taken offline. But in the end, the bodies were enough for Ulf. And as you said, an unbelievable execute.
It was really nicely done. A variation of what we'd seen from them previously in the half. Sending those 2 players late towards market always feels like a fake. But when they commit to that position, wrap through spawn and create additional pressure on the player in tree. It was that second layer which forced Job Life into a difficult spot and actually forced Sivo TPing in to be in a much more aggressive position than perhaps he would have hoped. He had to find safety on the site itself. 13-12, but it's back to the defense. 2 6-6 halves for each, of course, to put us in overtime. No real bias leaning towards one side or the other.
I mean, Shop picking up that glass cannon operator, which, if I'll be honest, didn't impress me much on that defender's side. I was always asking for more. It's obviously part of the game plan for Ulf to get him given passive information. As for Job Life, what are they going to be saying after their timeout? Because the attack side was successful, only to find that success once again.
Yeah. The only way that Ulf can truly prove that they've overcome the setbacks they suffered in Stage 2 EMEA is by winning in this fashion in an overtime on a map 3 to kill off their demons, to add the first wound to an otherwise faultless Job Life, whitewashing their own final. And now standing before Ulf on the attack in market, an area which they had struggled to take before, but quite easily done this time around.
Market door closed, Job Life forced to go elsewhere. Maybe not through market, maybe to do the same play that Ulf did before. But they're aware, and they've deposited bodies towards this CT position.
Yeah. Shin queuing up, but it's this mid-round again that feels so shaky from Job Life. What is the call that Starso is making? Still continuing to pressure B, but as Chua is moving outside of A, that's when the rotation has been called, and to credit them, it's an open A site. There is only Fabian here. He has struggled up until this point, but could have the play which seals the series.
It could be, but Shin and through CT misses his chance, and no smokes for the rest of the round. A tap at the spike, but Fabian from hell is the player to potentially win the round. Job Life to be sent packing against 5 young guns, but it's been this man, the captain, the leader, to go by example and has 3 bodies to try and fight up against. Shop first, Neki next in line. They're all queuing up, looking for a chance. So, but it's been denied, and finally won. Ulf will beat Job Life
at a scoreline of 14-12. And so overcoming the French favourites in OT puts the Turkish second seed in a fantastic spot for the rest of Group D. That final round, I think, just sums it up for me. The open A site was there. It looked like Job Life were in for the kill. Fabian had been struggling up until that point, but to give credit to him, in all of the big moments where he was asked to deliver for the rest of his team, he did, and that's all you can really ask of him.
Yeah, I mean, you're totally right? That's exactly the case. And I think as well, on top of that, it's the fact that these young guns have so much potential. And now Job Life are left hoping, left wanting someone else to do the job for them if they're to come through in this group. But, I mean, we did have a Turkey-dominated first split. Well, we have a Turkey-dominated third split. I mean, that group of death is still open to play for.
It is relying BBL's Pacific's chances on someone else, but I think we can say the same for Focus, for example. Saw a few people in chat who'll be happy with this result because a Job Life that doesn't do well in this stage and make it to playoffs is one less team outside of that top 8 that could potentially take a spot away. So the ramifications, the shockwaves felt throughout Challengers, as is always the case with these Challengers events, on the look forward towards Ascension. Can't wait for it when we get to that point, but I have to say, every day, every game up until this point, making all the difference. That's all from us. I've been Hazard, joined by Cairo. We're heading back to the desk to see what they've made of this final series of the afternoon.
Afternoon. There's quite a rich word. We're deep in the night, and deep in the night, the Turkish guys have made it possible. Ulf, absolutely surprising everyone with this performance. Honestly, you know, at the beginning of the day, you're coming at me and you're gonna look at those rosters and be like, all right, should be an easy one. We're out this at 8. No chance, Mitch. Not even the slightest bit. Ulf absolutely showed why you can never underestimate those players. You can never underestimate those young Turkish talents. It's impossible.
Yeah, and I mean, I did. You know, you're almost quoting me directly there. I said it was going to be a 2-0, a quick one. You're up against a champs winner. You're up against some VCT players or ex-VCT players. This roster looks stacked on Job Life, and then they also dismantled my boy Enzo. So how could anybody beat them if he can't? But today, I learned a valuable lesson. Never underestimate Turkish players, because these guys, they played an incredible game. Sometimes it was just punchy, and I like that. I think that's an element of the game, and you were singing their praises for it as well, Zesh. Like, especially back on Bind, some rounds where they're just like, I know I've got utility, but I also have 20 bullets and I'm ready to shoot them. It's valuable great. And it worked out here. Going pound for pound, hit for hit with a man like Purpo is not something that a lot of people can do.
No, I mean, the caliber of Job Life can never be underestimated. But that's the thing about those teams. They're just really mechanically skilled in a way that not many regions are. And it feels like within general in Turkish region, it's just less overthinking in how they play, which is a great thing in many instances, because if you can shoot well, I can teach you how to play, but it sometimes doesn't work the other way around. But most importantly, Mitch, I mean, right now what we're seeing here is with this close game, I have to admit what is still surprising when we talk about Turkish teams is that I never feel like that you usually feel like, you know, they have this really one heavy hitter. Comeback, best example we can think of, right? But overall, the good part about this Ulf team, which I think is on the positive side, is that they're pretty balanced in who's taking the lead in terms of fragging department and so on. Whilst it feels like no one is underperforming really.
Well, I think the best example is Sop here. Like the amount of rounds where we saw him setting up a teammate, whether it was like playing on an angle, getting the kill or not doesn't really matter as much as the fact that he was playing on an angle, drawing their eye, retreating, and then you've got like Neki hidden in a corner on Pizza, able to get 2 guys extra from that position. Like, I think this is somewhere that as the series went on, we saw more tempered approach to these rounds from these guys, like much less relying on, I'm just going to swing these guys and go for it. And I think an element of that does come down to the fact that Job Life started shooting back like half one of map 1 day. We're not doing that. So of course you can run riot all over them and you can look a little looser and a little bit less disciplined. But once their opponents started stepping up to the plate and playing the same level of game, they did the same. They matched pound for pound. I think for a team that was playing Premier, this is insane. Like, watching this series was a shocker, to say the least.
It's kind of funny you mentioned that, because if you think about it, at the point in time, right, a bit earlier this year, a good bit earlier this year, when there was a team called Job Life already securing points for Challengers and Ascension, they were still playing Premier. They were not even listed. They were not even in the circuit. It's crazy to think of that. And today they're beating them. Absolutely astonishing what we just witnessed right there. Still, on Job Life, I think there's a personality we want to talk about from a composition perspective, very interesting, and also from a just performance perspective, very interesting. And that's Purple.
Yeah, well, I mean, Purple obviously coming in here, he had a slow first half to map number 2. We said coming in he would have to show up, and I mean, we didn't put much pressure on Chiwa, but he certainly delivered those double sentinels, although Chamber, little quasi sentinel, quasi duelist. He was able to hit his shots, right? He came in swinging. We saw in the highlights there some of those like jumping op shots as well. Like he was definitely bringing the heat to the opposition, but it just didn't seem to matter because again, you know, you got one guy firing, but they've got 5. And not to say Purple was alone, but more so just in that duelist role, it felt like they had more on the other side. And the fact that this whole map went round for round, back and forth, even second pistol won by Ulf, and immediately it's fall back into anti-eco. Like it was so hard to separate these teams, and usually I'd be like, oh well, you know, in the grand scheme of the tournament, that means you're maybe not going to do that well. Like most of these teams need a deep run. Reality is, though, you're a premier team a couple months ago, and now you're beating the champions winner and a bunch of seasoned veterans. That's insane. I can't wait to see what else is in the future for Ulf.
I want to watch all their officials, but you know, the thing is, we couldn't watch all the games today, and thankfully we got someone taking care of that because we want to know what happened with Boars and Mouse, what happened there with Dynasty and Eintracht Frankfurt. Affinity, much welcome. Can you fill us in here a bit? What happened with those other 2 games on the other side of the world? What happened there?
I am so glad you asked because it's been a little bit of a topsy-turvy day. The Dynasty game actually went 3 maps. As we sort of last spoke on this stream about it, they were going into that 3rd map, Abyss, and it was a 13-4 victory for Dynasty. And that means that, unfortunately, Eintracht Frankfurt, they're the first team to fully be eliminated in this stage of Challengers EMEA. But a little bit of a different story going into that Mouse game versus Boars. We do, in fact, find out today the Mouse is mightier than the Boar as they took the series 2-0, a 13-1, a 13-3, an absolute masterclass to kick off their journey. And of course, the games that you saw on this stream as well. But that's been the drama behind the scenes. They finished that Mouse game up. They speed ran that really quickly. So maybe a couple of people that were interested in that game, they're here now watching this.
Most likely. I mean, now I feel much more informed. I had no clue what's going on. Now I know that at least Dach has one team in contention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the information. And we'll see you tomorrow. Lovely. Yeah, well, you know, Mitch, one to look forward to. One already out. You know.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the next DAC team eliminated. Looking forward to it.
Hey, let's take a look at what we see tomorrow before we go there, yeah? Hold your horses for a little bit. We see them. Oh, okay, never mind. So there we go. Tomorrow we start with Team Liquid Academy versus Dynasty. And later on you're going to see the lovely Academy team of Movistar Koi and Mouse. Whilst also Job Life is basically fighting for the odds that somehow make them survive, and Mandatory versus EP is deciding who is actually advancing in that Group A, as it could be a 1 win on everyone. We're gonna find that one out. I'm sure Affinity will keep us updated with this. Tomorrow though, Mitch, it sounds like a pretty promising day that we're getting ourselves there. Mouse might start to dominate their group. Team Liquid Academy could go out of theirs. We got a good bunch of decisions coming tomorrow.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think obviously, as you said, the most sort of eye-catching of those is Group A. Seeing Mandatory, BBL Pacific, and Enterprise, all 3 getting decided tomorrow. It could be a 3-way tie. It could come down to maps, rounds. Who knows what parameter we're going to have to go to decide this, how far down the rabbit hole we'll have to go. But listen, I think that especially with some of the teams that we've seen here today, like looking at Ulf and their performance, but then thinking BBL Pacific day 1 versus day 2, it's so hard to estimate the power rankings right now and figure out where teams lie. The only thing for certain is that the first team out was from DAC.
And with that being said, Mitch, it was always not a pleasure working with you. I'm very not happy to see you tomorrow, but this has been everything for today over here on our stream. It has been a great day. Thank you very much for stopping by. I have to be real with you here. And tomorrow we're going to be back. Same time, same place, and more exciting games. So you should definitely tune in. Until then, enjoy your night, and see you tomorrow.
One enemy remaining. 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 Got him. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Last player standing. Enemy remaining. Abwehrabend. One enemy. One enemy. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. 10 seconds left. One enemy.
And
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll crush that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights here like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so starry-eyed boys. Got the venom highs, going to the venom world. Who's there? Know this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite. I go inside. No footsteps. Moving into position. Signal. I'ma take you all down like dominoes.